He used to be the slick-haired heartthrob of the university. But then one fine day, the world suddenly flipped upside down, and everything went chaotic, like a doomsday movie. Tran Bak awakened his talent and ground for 10 whole years, serving as a loyal hunting dog for Heroes, shouldering hundreds of missions without a single complaint. But after just one failure, she ruthlessly pushed him into the endless abyss, without a second of hesitation. In his final moments, all he could do was greet Heroes with a furious middle finger. And right at that moment of despair, our protagonist was suddenly thrown back into the past. Just to be absolutely sure, he immediately pulled out his phone to check the date. June 5th, 2030, exactly 10 days before the universal will descends. After that day, more than 90% of humanity will be completely wiped off the map. But within the disaster lies opportunity, as survivors can awaken their hidden talents. Dungeons, instances, rare gear, and all sorts of items will appear all at once. The first thing he has to do isn't to run away, but to upgrade his talent. In his past life, someone discovered that talents secretly take effect 10 days before the trial, and if activated early, they will level up, and luckily, our main character was reborn right during that golden window. His old talent was just a rank virus resistance. To upgrade it, he needs to use a virus to stimulate his body, and coincidentally, there are sick people in the city acting just like zombies. He sneaked into the hospital, confirmed the patients had turned into zombies, and then secured some serum to bring back. After that, he returned to his dorm room, and luckily, his roommates weren't there at the time. He knew clearly this was a life or death gamble, and one wrong move would end everything. But repeating his past life wouldn't be any better, so he gritted his teeth and injected it straight in. As soon as he injected it, his body convulsed violently, and the pain was so intense he collapsed onto the floor. In his delirium, the image of Heroes appeared clearly before him again. She tempted him to give up, to sink into the darkness, and continue being her lackey just like before. Perhaps his hatred was so deep that when his consciousness was at its faintest, her face became even clearer, and it was that very hatred that pulled him back, refusing to let him collapse. The next morning, the door burst open, and his classmates started trickling back in. His pale face and terrifying gaze almost gave the three of them a heart attack. "What happened, Tran Bak?" one of them asked in a panic. The voice pulled his reasoning back to reality. He froze for a few seconds, then immediately acted as if nothing had happened. "Oh, you guys are back, I'm gonna go wash my face." Only then did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking in the mirror, he smiled with satisfaction. His theory was correct. The talent had been upgraded. Now he just had to wait and see what level it would reach when he officially awakened. Suddenly, a voice rang out congratulating him on becoming a pioneer with the early Awakener title. He recognized the universal will immediately, which meant our protagonist was a full 9 days ahead of everyone else. He waved his hand to open the system panel. All attributes increased by 5%, experience gained an extra 10%, and the talent panel appeared, making his heart pound. From a low-rank virus resistance, he now possessed a triple S talent, with the title Virus Monarch. This ability allows him to absorb, utilize, control, and modify viruses, representing the absolute peak of the virus class. However, since he just awakened, he can only absorb a small amount. To get stronger, he needs to gather a lot of viruses. And the place with the most viruses right now is none other than the hospital, so our main character headed back. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw a crowd of people rushing out in a panic. They were running and screaming because there were zombies chasing right behind them. He suddenly remembered that in his past life, Jiang City had 3 strange events before the trial began. One of them was the hospital being locked down, and it seems this is exactly that place. While everyone else was running away, our protagonist charged straight toward the horde of zombies. He slammed one of them down to the floor. Then he activated his talent, draining every bit of virus from its body. A whole pack is rushing straight at him, but in his eyes they are nothing but a free all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, inside the restroom, a swarm of zombies is crowding around a single door. Hiding inside are Nurse Lu Feng and a beautiful female colleague. The flimsy door starts shaking violently. That guy named Lu turns to the girl with a look full of calculating schemes. He is bitter because he has been chasing her for a long time only to get rejected. Now that the situation is critical and life hangs by a thread, he spouts vile words, planning to take advantage of the chaos. The girl shouts back in fear, unable to believe what she is hearing. That creep reaches out his hand with bad intentions. But that dirty plan of his does not succeed, because just a second later, the zombies smash through the door. Terrified of dying, he cowardly grabs the girl and pushes her forward to use as a human shield. At first, he intended to climb out the window to escape, but the 4th floor is too high, and a coward who clings to life like him would never dare to risk it. And guys like that rarely have a good ending. Looking at that scene, you can only say he got what he deserved. A few minutes later, the main character has wiped out all the zombies on the lower floor. He goes up to the 4th floor and runs into that nurse. The bite mark is fresh, and her body has just started to transform. Without hesitating, he uses his ability to suck all the virus out of her body. The army is about to lock down the hospital, so to carry out his plan, he needs someone who knows the terrain to lead the way. After the virus is completely drained, her body stops convulsing, and the light gradually returns to her eyes. Her consciousness returns and she hurriedly thanks her savior. He gets straight to the point, demanding she take him to the place with the highest concentration of the virus. It is so urgent he does not even let her change clothes, so she leads him to the testing department, where all kinds of virus samples are stored. Tranbach gathers all the test tubes and pours them into a large jar like he is mixing a doomsday cocktail. He activates absorption, his virus points jump up continuously, and his innate talent is visibly strengthened. Once he has accumulated enough points, he immediately pours them all into upgrading his talent without hesitation. After the enhancement, the branch that increases the most is the Redline virus. The core of Redline boils down to just two words: usurpation and evolution. Tam's voice warning about a zombie at the door pulls him back to reality. He tells her to stand still and then dashes off. He glides over like the wind and lifts the zombie up with one hand. His speed and strength have skyrocketed. Lifting something weighing over 70 kilograms feels light as a feather, just in time to use it as a lab rat. Tentacles burst out from his hand, binding the target tightly as its body quickly dissolves. The zombie is thoroughly absorbed, and the main character looks visibly satisfied. Thanks to the usurpation, his stamina recovers quite a bit. Tam is frightened but still trusts him because he saved her. Plus, that face of his does not look like a villain's. She says she will keep his secret. Her voice is firm even though her hands are still trembling. He introduces himself and pulls Tam up just as sirens blare loudly outside. The main character guesses the army has arrived to lock down the area, so the two of them must leave right away. He drags her up to the rooftop to avoid the watchful eyes down below. But on the way, they encounter a giant bald zombie that is clearly a mutant. Because he is distracted, he gets swiped by it. Clutching his injured arm, he stares at his opponent with a look full of excitement. A mutated zombie showed up unexpectedly, but danger always rides shotgun with opportunity. If he can absorb it, who knows, Redline might evolve even further. No sooner had he thought that than the monster came charging in. Its massive frame applied serious pressure, and taking a hit would be bad news, but his superior speed helped him dodge cleanly. He clapped back with a powerful strike. The zombie roared. The more it hurt, the crazier it got. Realizing it was running purely on instinct, he ramped up his attack speed. But it was a pity its skin was just too thick. Consecutive hits still hadn't dealt any real damage. Fighting on feelings would only drag this out and make the enemy more aggressive. Tam gathered all her courage, smashed the fire extinguisher cabinet, and tossed him an axe right as the main character dodged a blow. He snatched the axe out of the air with extreme precision. With a weapon in hand, his vibe completely leveled up. In no time, a clear slash mark appeared on the zombie's chest, and he fought harder and harder. His overwhelming speed and agility quickly had the opponent struggling. When it was running on fumes, the main character stomped down hard to pin it. He was getting ready to absorb it when he was suddenly hit by a final counterattack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, sending Tam into a panic. The axe slipped from his hand. The zombie clamped down, wanting to tear him to shreds. But the male lead isn't that easy to take out. From his wound, tentacles surged out thick and fast. They wrapped tight around the target and started taking over, the roaring gradually fading out. Struggling was useless. It was already too late, and Tam stood by watching it all go down. Only now did she finally dare to let out a breath. The process of absorbing the level 2 zombie concluded pretty quickly. The Breakline virus evolved successfully. He unlocked the Bone Claw ability and was super satisfied. But before he could even enjoy it, the army had already surrounded the place. They shouted for him to raise his hands, started a countdown, and warned they were about to open fire. Without skipping a beat, he scooped up to Tam and dashed through the hail of bullets. Following her lead, the main character ran straight up to the rooftop. After evolving, bullets didn't seem to make much of a dent anymore. Once they hit the highest point, he asked for her home address. Then he held her tight and jumped straight off the roof. Tam turned pale with fear, clinging to his neck and not daring to open her eyes. He moved between the buildings, quickly arriving at Dongfang Complex. And even though he said he was fine, she still insisted on checking his wounds. He was forced to take off his shirt, revealing a ripped body that made things a little awkward. She blushed but still tried to take a look, reminding him there were still a few spots that hadn't fully healed. The main character joked that if he absorbed some more life force he'd heal faster, which made her even more flustered. She shot back that if he wanted to, he would have done it ages ago. He laughed half-jokingly, saying the timing before just wasn't right. The atmosphere got a little steamy, and he teased her with a few more lines, turning her face as red as a tomato. Shyly, she said she was going to shower first to get clean. He agreed and the two went into the bathroom. Let's just say what happened next was pretty intimate. Meanwhile, his phone was buzzing off the hook with texts from a roommate in Tonka asking where he was. The three strange events before the trial were the hospital lockdown, the explosion in the suburbs, and the monster slaughterhouse. While grabbing breakfast, he tried to piece together memories from his past life. The third event was pretty vague and few people paid attention to it. Then Tam called to report that two strangers claiming to be sent by Tong Tu Quinn were inviting him over. She was suspicious because Tong Tu Quinn is the queen of Jiangthan, so why would she be looking for a mere college student like him? The protagonist told her just to let them wait outside the door. He figured Tonka's mother had meddled, and if she had tracked down this address, she definitely knew something, so he decided to go meet her. Tong Tuquin was the top tycoon of Jiangthan, someone both the underworld and the lawful side had to respect. After the trial descended, she awakened an errant talent in his past life. She even built her own force and unified Jiangthan during the chaotic war between three factions. She became the renowned queen of Jiangthan. Right now, bodyguards were leading the main character to a suburban cold storage warehouse, a place where he used to only look up at her from afar, but now he was planning to tame her to make the most of the 10 golden days given by the cosmic will. While he was calculating his moves, his eyes landed right on a pair of bright red high heels, exactly the style of a big boss lady making an entrance. The two bodyguards bowed their heads in greeting. She looked much younger than her age, and with that face, no one would believe she was the mother of a university student. She started by apologizing for dragging him out here, but he cut to the chase and asked, "Auntie Tong, what did you call me here for?" She said it was because Tongka had panicked this morning, reporting that he lost contact at the first hospital. Then she suddenly stepped close, grabbed his lapel, and gave a smile that was dangerous but sweet. She said she wanted to see what was so special about the boy who made Tongka worry so much, dropping bait as she spoke, exactly like a queen. But the protagonist didn't like beating around the bush and asked for her purpose. She immediately made an offer, join her side, and she would even let him be her son-in-law if he liked Tongka. He replied succinctly, "I do not see any reason why you would need to recruit me." She said she had already seen his performance at the hospital. Then she stated bluntly that anyone who saw it would be impressed. Her audacity made him feel a bit heated. He remembered that he had dealt with the cameras and power before leaving, yet she still managed to dig up information. She was truly a tough opponent. Her people managed to recover part of the data, and she even had an insider in the hospital named Luck Lai. According to the report, there was an extremely strong person who wiped out the zombies, and there was even a video of him dragging Tatam to escape. She smiled, held out the video, and added, "This morning we also fished out an acquaintance of Tatam from the quarantine zone, named Lu Fong." The protagonist thought to himself that the simp was surely a goner, but who would have thought he still managed to drag himself here? Last night he heard Tatam rambling about him, but since the story kept switching channels, his impression was not very deep. Back to the present, she held quite a bit of information, so he decided to play along for now, wanting to know where the quarantine zone was, but she guarded that secret like gold. She gave an ultimatum, "Agree to join my side, and I will tell you." He laughed, "Auntie, you understand me too little. I cannot be your subordinate." He followed up with a sentence that sounded incredibly arrogant. "It should be you becoming my subordinate." Then he immediately flexed his new claws from the bone claw skill. She froze, and her assistant Lan Duong rushed forward to shield her, asking, "Is this a mutation of the zombie virus?" He replied calmly, "Wrong, become my person, and I will tell you. How does that sound?" She became even more interested, pushed her assistant aside, and stepped forward, saying a few claws could not subdue her, while also teasing that he already had a young beautiful nurse. He lifted her chin provocatively, making the atmosphere tense, but extremely captivating. And in reality, in an apocalypse, having someone with potential like her would provide support of much greater value. Hearing him mention the apocalypse, her eyes lit up, realizing immediately that he knew much more than she thought. Two foxes met and finally settled on the smoothest plan, equal cooperation, where her support would be exchanged for information, and the two shook hands. Right at that moment, bang, the tense sound of a gunshot rang out nearby. She immediately turned her head, her eyes looking anxiously toward where the gunshot came from. She said that last night Commander Hong borrowed the cold storage to freeze living zombies and quarantine survivors. The gunshot must have come from there, which meant something bad was happening. The protagonist was surprised that they found a countermeasure so quickly. Low temperatures made the zombies significantly slower, but they did not know that extreme environments also increased the mutation rate, and a premonition flashed in his mind. A suburban cold storage plus a mutating zombie. Could this be the second strange event? The suburban explosion. Just thinking about it was exciting, and he was eager to go see just how freaky this mutation was. Over there, soldiers were struggling to confront a zombie that was so ugly it was depressing, a bulky body sprouting messy faces and limbs. Faced with that mutation, they even had to resort to using grenades. But it was useless and only made it furious. Triuli and Truong changed tactics, splitting into small teams to throw grenades to stall for time while waiting for reinforcements. She calmly said, "Tell your men to stop throwing and fall back." Her voice so cold he thought she had taken the wrong medicine. But the truth was that his soldiers could do nothing against that mountain of meat, and rushing in would only be a waste of lives. She ordered the soldiers to protect the warehouse staff and survivors, leaving the monster for someone else to handle, and that person was naturally the protagonist, except this creature had mutated far beyond imagination. It would be wrong not to pull out the bone claw skill he had just acquired. He faced the giant, bizarrely ugly monster alone, his sharp claws shining with immense pressure. Triuli and Truong watched in sheer terror. Thinking she was actually raising a monster, she snapped back immediately, saying, "Watch your mouth, that young man is a human being, and he is my partner." The monster smashed through a cold storage unit, intending to dive into a pile of beef to recharge its energy. But the main character wasn't about to let it eat. Instead, he used his Devour ability to absorb that massive amount of meat for himself. That premium meat helped restore his stamina, and even the breachline virus inside him inched closer to another evolution. Unable to feed, the monster went berserk and started scrambling toward another area. Seeing its frantic movements, he knew it had burned through a lot of energy. If he didn't seize this opportunity right now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He bounded across the warehouse rooftops to build momentum before nosediving straight down, taunting, "Time to meet your maker, you ugly freak." The monster couldn't react in time and got slammed into the ground, right in front of the other two. Taking advantage of its stunned state, the main character unleashed a barrage of overwhelming attacks. Tentacles shot out from his hands to bind it tight, finishing the monster off with Dever. Triu Lian Truong broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that this guy was even more terrifying than the beast itself. The process of forced absorption officially began. Suddenly, a dark thought crossed Triu Lian Truong's mind. He secretly called for reinforcements, requesting a missile strike to wipe them both out. But before he could even report the coordinates, she cut him off. She told him to think very carefully about what he was doing. "He is helping us," she said, "and he is essentially saving your life too." She warned him not to be an idiot and drag everyone down with him. And sure enough, 10 minutes later, the reinforcements arrived. They surrounded the perimeter with guns loaded and safety catches off, aiming straight at him. Triu Lian Truong ordered the entire squad to enter combat readiness. But he kept his word to her. If the main character didn't harm anyone, he wouldn't give the order to fire. Meanwhile, our guy was so absorbed in his evolution that he didn't even notice. Absorbing a new variant for the first time added 500 virus points straight to his stats and simultaneously unlocked the viral transmission ability. He was still in the early stages of absorbing this new virus. All the capabilities of the Breckline virus had clearly improved. He tested a few moves and could already feel the difference. He could feel the power surging through his veins, giving him an indescribable lust for battle. But the problem was there were no targets left around here to test it on. Aside from the massive amount of virus, he also picked up some loot, a Rosen core. It was like the heart of that zombie and a rare material for crafting equipment. If he could control it, he could even use it as a foundation to build a wall of infinite growth. The main character admired it for a few seconds before stuffing it into his pocket, just as the woman stepped forward to introduce someone. It was Luck Lai, a famous internet beauty and the same person who had secretly filmed him at the hospital. He asked immediately, "Did you record me taking down that creature just now?" She replied shyly, "Sorry, it's an occupational hazard." She said she would delete it if he was upset, but he replied curtly, "No need. Keep it, but don't spread it around. I still need to use it." Triu Lian Truong interrupted, saying Commander Hong demanded a full report. The moment he heard the name Hong Hung-so, Tran Bak felt a surge of disgust. In his past life, that man had used awakened people like tools. At first, he claimed it was for the country, but later, he verbally abused and tortured them without mercy. The main character had been one of them, living in such despair that he didn't even have enough to eat. Anyone who wanted to leave was labeled a traitor and hunted down. In his past life, he had to flee Jiangthang, so in this life, even if you paid him, he wouldn't want to see that man again. He turned to Tong Tu Qing and asked point-blank, "Do I really have to go there?" She answered immediately, "No, you are my partner, and I haven't even gathered all the information yet." She stood her ground, asking why they had to report to them first, while Triu Lian Truong still tried to pressure him using civic duty as an excuse. But she didn't back down an inch. She wasn't even afraid of Hong Hung-so, let alone a mere captain. A soldier reported a disturbance in the quarantine zone. Hearing that, he immediately asked if Lu Fong was there, and it turned out he was indeed the one causing the most trouble. He demanded meet Lu Fong alone. Triu Lian Truong didn't want to agree at first, but out of respect for her, he allowed the meeting. Lu Fong walked up, arrogantly bragging that his father was the vice director. While he was rambling on, a hand was placed on his shoulder. It was the main character silently activating his viral transmission. He leaned in close and whispered about how Tam was nearly thrown to the zombie horde. Lu Fong only had a split second to wonder why she was still alive. The main character stepped back, faking a look of panic as he shouted, "Get back, he is about to turn into a zombie." Lu Fong stood there looking completely dazed, not understanding what was going on. He thought he was being provoked, and combined with his burning jealousy, he lost his cool even more. In just a moment, Lu Fong actually started to transform. The main character empowered his left hand with the Rosen force he had just absorbed, turning that guy into a live test subject. A single decisive strike ended everything. He turned to the woman and said, "Let's go, you passed the test. I will tell you a few more things." She saw that he was getting stronger by the second, and knew he would surpass her sooner or later, so she took the initiative to hold his hand, saying she wanted to follow him. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "That remains to be seen, depending on your value and how you perform." The whole group returned, and she invited him to her villa for a meal. He agreed, then opened his item inventory. This was after the battle with that giant monster. Besides the core, he also received 2 skill books. The first one was Frenzied Blood Drain, which increases attributes by 3 points for 10 minutes, but has a 1-day cooldown and reduces stats by 50% afterward. Just hearing it sounds exhausting. The other skill was Muscle Enhancement, which bulks you up and doubles your strength efficiency, but you trade away your agility. It definitely did not suit his fighting style. Even if he did not use them, these 2 books were still incredibly valuable for newly awakened people. Selling them for money or using them to win people over were both solid options. He checked his assets: 6 gold, 35 silver, and 6 copper coins. The trial was about to begin, and he had to build his own force. Thinking that, he spent 5 gold to establish a chat group. He was summoning pathfinders to prepare before the official trial descended upon them. He vowed to build his own empire, and even make heroes bow down at his feet. After 3 hours of driving, they finally arrived at the villa. He talked about the will of the universe and the upcoming trial, making her even more eager to follow him. But he only accepted people with ability or absolute loyalty. She was confident she could meet those requirements. With the apocalypse right around the corner, self-preservation was the top priority. Regarding ability, she believed she was fully qualified. Currently, all the power and wealth in Jiangthang were in her hands, but after the trial, all the rules would change. He told her straight up, "Your current power will only make you a more attractive target." She imagined the scene of herself and her daughter being oppressed, and she shuddered with fear. If her ability was not enough, then that little bit of pride was not worth keeping either. She knelt down, accepting to follow him, offering up all her power and resources. Watching the Queen of Jiangthang bow before him, the main character was extremely satisfied. He said, "Show me more of your value. I still have tasks for you." She messaged Lan Duong, ordering Luck Lei to send the video and then take her back to rest. At the same time, she wrote an article about him and pushed it to the featured spot on the forums. The headline had to be really hot, something like Pathfinder Bak Di. Lan Duong followed orders, while Luck Lei still lingered, not wanting to leave just yet. Perhaps she was moved by that heroic display earlier. Her phone started ringing again. It was Tonka. He picked up the phone, and the girl instantly flared up, asking why he was holding her mother's phone. He replied briefly, "She is busy. If you have something important, come back here and say it." She was annoyed but still listened. She talked for a while before realizing he had already hung up. Her embarrassment turned into rage, and she vowed she would make him regret this. She had absolutely no idea that her mother was currently standing on his side. Because she wanted to protect her daughter, the woman used every word possible to prove her value. The next morning, Tonka followed her mother to a secret warehouse in the suburbs, still thinking he was making the whole story up. She ordered her to stay silent, observe. Meanwhile, Lang Duong reported that she had checked all the locations with zombie rumors. In the end, only this place remained, formerly an underground casino. Now about 160 people inside have all turned, but there are no special variants like Rozan. At first, he thought this might be the 3rd event, the Monster Slaughterhouse. But this location is too remote and news travels slowly here, so that event is probably happening somewhere else. Whoever created is likely gathering zombies just like he is. The military only dares to capture a few for research, so who has the guts to round up this entire horde? Whether it is a curious warrior or another early awakened individual, it certainly piqued his interest. He cracked his knuckles and ordered the door to be opened. The moment the door popped open, the zombies inside swarmed out like a flood. He faced the entire swarm alone without flinching. Songka was stunned seeing this for the first time, while Tatam stood by her side, quietly observing. Anyway, let's get back to the main point. The main character went to town for a while, leaving zombies scattered everywhere. One look, and you could tell he just wiped out the entire nest. Thanks to that, he snagged the Zombie Hunter title. Equipping it boosts all attributes by 5 points and adds 5% to zombie hunting efficiency. That is not all, his virus points can also be exchanged for the zombie virus serum formula. This item is top tier because not everyone can be as tanky and immune as he is to handle the virus on their own. So he spent 300 virus points to redeem the formula. As for the remaining few zombies, he kept them alive because he already had a plan. That is also the reason he brought the entire harem squad along today. He needs to train them on how to deal with zombies. Otherwise, when the apocalypse really hits, even if the main character could clone himself, he wouldn't be able to protect all these beauties. "Let me see your skills, one for each of you. Who is up first?" he asked as he threw a zombie forward, and Lan Duong was the first to step up. After all, she is the close personal bodyguard of Song Tu-Qing. Her speed and strength are clearly superior to the others. The zombie had barely hit the ground before she took it out in a single strike, dropping it instantly. The main character nodded in extreme satisfaction. Her moves were fast and precise, proving that Lin Duong is definitely not a burden. Next up was Song Tu Quinn. Since her physical strength isn't as high, she brought a baseball bat along. She still managed to take down the zombie, but he only gave her an average score because it took her 10 hits to finish the job. The third person was Tam, whose strength is several levels lower than hers. She had to struggle for quite a while, using her entire body weight to pin it down before the zombie finally stopped struggling. The main character wasn't very satisfied but gave her a passing grade. That left only Songka, the fragile school beauty. At this point, she was frozen with fear, her face completely drained of blood. She was holding the baseball bat, but her hands were trembling so much she could barely lift it. He was visibly disappointed and pulled Song Tu Quinn aside. Songka has an incredibly weak constitution, and he does not have the time to mentor someone with a let's take it slow attitude. So, he handed her a piece of paper containing the zombie virus serum formula. The process is complex, but with her resources, she can pull it off. This will not only help Songka avoid the zombie virus catastrophe but also serve as a cash cow during these chaotic times. She thanked him for his trust, promising to do her best and guard the formula carefully. She is naturally intelligent, so he trusts she knows exactly what to do. With the task assigned, he prepared to head back. While he was at it, he pulled out his phone to check the netizens' reactions to the article he had just posted. But most of the comments claimed he was delusional or had been reading too many novels. Just as he was about to give up, he saw a private message from a user with the ID, "I am not a money chain," claiming to be an early awakener as well. After exchanging a few sentences, he realized that this person's talent was strength mind control. "I am not a money chain" joined the group chat that the main character had spent gold to create as fast as lightning. It turned out his real name is Han Tiu. After rambling on for a while, he accidentally let slip that he knew another early awakener named Thai Xuan. Upon hearing that name, the main character's expression changed instantly. Thai Xuan. If he remembers correctly in his past life, this person evolved to the highest level and became famous as Thai Quan. Having a teammate like that is sweet, so he immediately told Han Tiu to drag Thai Xuan into the chat. Meanwhile, acting on Tong Tu Quen's orders, Luck Lai went to investigate and discovered someone was behind pulling all the zombies in Jiang Than, herding them toward the Mankai container yard near the ferry terminal. She even sent extra people to gather intel since there was a deal going down today. After waiting forever without seeing anyone come back, she started getting anxious and called in to report. Right at that moment, a man's voice rang out, "No need to wait anymore," and then two bodies dropped right next to her feet. It was the two subordinates she'd sent out to scout. Luck Lai was so terrified she started trembling uncontrollably. The strange voice was coming from the window frame right above her head. Knowing she couldn't escape, she only had time to alert Tong Tu Quinn that her position was blown. Meanwhile, back at Tong Tu Quinn's villa. Meanwhile, the main character was still chatting with his new group of friends, all early awakeners. Liu Ho was confused about his talent, so he told him to send the info over. His talent is the S-rank Yin Wood body. Yin Wood is extreme Yin timber with durable vitality. Just hearing about it sounds like someone who is hard to kill. Activating the body costs 1 spirit point, and opening the Yin soul costs another physique point. The main character advised him to have over 3 spirit points before opening it, and Liu Ho actually has 5. While he was busy chatting, Tong Tu Quinn ran in, looking completely frantic. She was visibly worried but didn't dare hide anything. She reported that Luck Lai had tracked down the container yard and gotten captured. The enemy demanded she come personally to negotiate, and hearing that, the main character's face went ice cold. He asked point blank, "Did Luck Lai rat you out?" It was a simple question, but it hit as heavy as a hammer. His gaze was so cold that Tong Tu Quinn immediately dropped to her knees. She swore that since she trained Luck Lai herself, there was no betrayal, and the problem lay with the two scouts. He reluctantly let it slide and agreed to go rescue her. At this moment, Luck Lai was tied up at the Mankai container yard. The guy who captured her was named Hin Mang. Luck Lai's mental state was shaky, but she still refused to submit when forced to drink alcohol. Meanwhile, Hin Mang just saw it as a little entertainment while waiting for Tong Tu Quinn to arrive. Hin Mang said in a tone that was half threatening, half coaxing, "If you refuse a polite toast, the penalty drink is going to be hard to swallow." Then someone replied with a bit of sass, "That's not very classy. What if she just doesn't like alcohol?" The person speaking wasn't Luck Lai, but the main character, appearing out of nowhere without making a single sound, even casually pulled up a chair, moved Hin Mang's dining table over, and sat down like he owned the place. That entrance made Hin Mang wary, and he took a few steps back asking, "Who are you?" The main character replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. I'm just here to take her home." Luck Lai's eyes lit up, while Hin Mang guessed he must also be an early awakener since he got close without being detected. After he untied Luck Lai, Tong Tu Quinn was already waiting outside in the car. Hin Mang was smart enough to figure out that she had already been recruited. The Queen of Jiang Than doesn't bow her head easily, so he became even more curious about the young man standing in front of him. He asked, "You must have some pretty cool tricks up your sleeve, huh?" Then he invited him to socialize, bragging that Jiang Than has 3 major powers: the Queen, the City Lord, and the Commander. He said the city lord was already on his side, and the queen was with the main character. He wanted him to help him become the emperor, promising the highest rewards, but the guy refused without a second thought. The glass of wine in Hinmang's hand to the floor. Since playing nice didn't work, he switched to intimidation. He bragged that his rank talent was the highest. The main character sneered, because he had already observed that Hinmang had real power, collecting zombies and using living people as ingredients to create them. If this guy got stronger, it would only cause disaster, so he didn't mind showing off his own talent either. He dropped a line that made everyone freeze. "You aren't worthy of me following you, because my talent is SS rank." Seeing that talking wouldn't work, Hinmang immediately switched to fighting dirty. His talent is Slaughter Evolution, which makes him stronger the more he fights. This skill can drain a portion of the target's attributes for himself, and then continue to evolve. Tranbach really didn't expect to encounter such a pure combat talent, and combined with those fierce claws, this fight wasn't to be a walk in the park. He smirked and said he hoped that after the guy faded away, it would help boost his attributes, telling him not to be a disappointment before lunging straight at the main character. Since it had come to this, there was no holding back. Tranbach immediately drew his weapon to face him, his aura not losing out one bit. Seeing the main character ready to throw down, Hinmang got even more excited and directly activated his skill, Brutal Slaughter. That was when he realized the guy had been holding back, so he immediately raised his guard to the highest level. Since he didn't know exactly what that skill did, he was forced to fight carefully, watching his every step. As Hinmang charged in again, Tranbach powered up his fist, getting ready to go all in. Just like when he dealt with Lu Feng, he poured all his strength into throwing a punch that roared like thunder straight at his opponent. In an instant, the entire container yard was torn apart by their clash, looking just like a scene out of an action movie. That guy really lives up to his reputation as a pure strength talent. He has been fighting for so long, yet his stamina has not dropped a bit. In contrast, Tranbach is starting to run out of breath. Both his muscles and endurance are showing signs of giving out. In terms of pure physical stats, he is a step behind his opponent in every way. Hinmang roars while attacking, demanding to know where that SS rank talent is, telling him to stop hiding and unleash everything he has. He keeps taunting him, trying to force the protagonist to show his hand, but Tranbach just calmly responds that his talent has been active for a long time. It is just that the guy did not notice. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he gets tossed straight into a shipping container behind him by the guy's single hand. The enemy's eyes are full of disdain, thinking the protagonist is far weaker and just bluffing. He is even about to declare that in the face of absolute power, those petty tricks mean nothing. But before he can finish his sentence, Hinmang suddenly coughs up blood, and his expression changes drastically. A series of system windows pop up, warning that the virus concentration has exceeded the immunity threshold. All his stats are being slashed, accompanied by debuffs like fear of light, fear of water, physical instability, and a massive drop in reaction speed. He stands there frozen, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. From the rubble, Tranbach slowly stands up and casually asks, "Your physique is not bad, seeing as it took this long for the virus to kick in. So how does it feel?" Only now does Hinmang realize he has fallen for a trap. He grits his teeth and curses his opponent for playing dirty, but the outcome is already set. The protagonist steps forward and lands a decisive punch. He just gives a faint smile and says, "I told you my ability is not ordinary. It is a shame you did not believe me." Hinmang's massive body is quickly wrapped tight by Tranbach's tentacles. This is his first time absorbing an awakened individual, so he is full of anticipation. The result does not disappoint him as the virus breach line completes its preliminary awakening. The devouring evolution ability is powerful, allowing the protagonist to view a portion of the target's memories and giving him a chance to obtain skills the opponent once possessed. Tranbach immediately opens his attribute panel to check. Every stat has increased by 20 points, and the virus attribute has been merged into his basic stats. It is truly a massive leap forward. He also bends down to pick up Hinmang's set of claws. This item is also extremely valuable. Just looking at the stats, he can tell the guy had taken down quite a few mutated beasts. Otherwise, he could not have been this powerful. Besides the claws and biological items, a grade C crafting blueprint also dropped, making the protagonist even more excited. From the moment of his rebirth until now, his talent has climbed straight from rank E up to rank SSS. In his previous life, he would not have dared to imagine this, even in his wildest dreams. 3 strange events before the trial helped him get a huge haul. He even managed to recruit Tongtu Qing, the future city lord of Jiangthan. Seeing the protagonist return, she obediently opens the car door to welcome him. The feeling of having power in his hands is truly amazing. With his current strength, hunting monsters before the trial is no longer necessary. In the final days before the cosmic will descends, he is determined to arrange everything for his post-apocalyptic plans. While he is observing Jiang Thang through the window, Tong Tuquan's group comes to report on their progress. All the tasks the protagonist assigned have been completed. Luck Lai selected the Tong family villa complex as the defense hub. After the apocalypse hits, they will immediately clear and occupy it. Meanwhile, Tam is in charge of supplies, and the full list has been sent. These beauties are not just pretty faces, they are extremely competent at their jobs. Tranbach checks his watch. There are only 10 minutes left before the cosmic will descends. He sends a message to the Vanguard group, warning them not to get complacent just because they have rare talents. They need to stay absolutely calm, as he does not want anyone disappearing from the roster in 10 minutes. By now, all the members look to him as their core leader. In their eyes, Tranbach is their one and only monarch. Some are eagerly awaiting the trial, while others are anxious about the approaching storm. A tense atmosphere hangs over the entire room. Only the final 3 minutes remain. The protagonist calls his harem to stand by the window and gaze upon Jiang Thang one last time, before this piece becomes a thing of the past. The countdown clock ticks away the final seconds. Tong Ke is trembling with fear. The others hold their breath in anticipation. 3, 2, 1. At exactly midnight on June 15th, the cosmic will descends. The trial officially begins and Jiang Thang instantly falls into chaos. The sky turns a blazing red and monsters appear everywhere. They kept throwing themselves at humanity without stopping. To survive, humans were forced to awaken talents, hunt for experience points, and level up, while other races also joined the battle for survival. Secret dungeons and massive cracks appeared all over the sky. Those places were death traps, but also the only chance to break through and gain power. Tranbach stood silently watching, running through a dozen plans in his head. When the system announced that the hourglass had successfully recognized its master, he immediately told Tong Tuquan's group to leave the room. Because the secret of his rebirth relied on this hourglass, he couldn't let anyone know about it yet. But when he turned back, he saw everyone standing perfectly still, and outside a falling airplane was frozen in midair. That's right, time had been completely frozen. The hourglass on Tranbach's chest emitted a brilliant light. It floated in the air, and the system announced that the connection was complete. An information window popped up, stating this was a soul-bound item capable of rewinding the past and erasing lost timelines. The remaining cooldown time was a staggering 7 years, 6 months, and 7 days. That was the reason for his rebirth, and the hourglass also had a preservation mode to save his current state, acting like a save point with a 1-hour cooldown. The corners of Tranbach's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Such an overpowered survival skill only had a 1-hour cooldown, and that was just the craziest part. In that instant, time started moving again as if nothing had ever happened. Tranbach immediately ordered Tong Tuquan's group to check the villa's security, and if it was safe, they would clear the surrounding area the next morning. The next morning, the area around the villa was piled high with zombie corpses, truly the result of a fierce night of purging. And so the real combat debut of his harem officially began. Tong Tuquan awakened the Srank Amethyst Pupil, which could turn ordinary objects into amethyst, increasing attack and defense based on mental strength. Among her abilities was a standout skill called the Crystal Iron Pupil. Thanks to it, she could clearly see the target's attributes and analyze effects based on the difference in mental power. The zombie in front of her had all its strengths and weaknesses exposed, and she swung her amethyst sword with decisive force. It was a clean finish, and the monster collapsed without being able to fight back. The next person to awaken was Lang Zhuang with the Arank talent, Way of the Assassin, specializing in stealth and assassination. Her breath was concealed, her agility in the dark increased by 30%, and her first strike dealt 100% more damage. She stood right in the middle of a zombie horde without being detected. Timing it perfectly, she rushed in bare-handed and took out a dozen zombies by herself, acting like a true assassin. But not everyone fought that well, and people on the protagonist's side quickly got injured. Fortunately, Tam had awakened the Brank Rapid Regeneration. Combined with the antivirus serum, the situation remained under control. Throughout the cleanup process, Luck Lai followed closely every step of the way. For now, there were no unexpected incidents. Seeing that everything was stable, Tranbach assigned tasks and then took off like the wind. He dashed swiftly along the Dongsan Mountain Road. In the early stages of the trial, vehicles and guns were useless, so he had to rely solely on his physical stamina to make it in time. In his previous life, on the first day of the trial, he had seen a mysterious symbol appear in the sky over Jiangthang University, and for many years after, he regretted not going to check it out that day. But this life was different. Tranbach sped straight toward Jiangthang University. After clearing the surrounding zombies, he held his breath and waited as the symbol gradually appeared. It was the sign that a divine avatar was about to descend. The protagonist quickly took the position closest to the symbol so he wouldn't miss the opportunity. But before he could take more than a few steps, a man calling himself a merchant spoke up, inviting him to trade. Tran Bak flashed a cunning smile and said it was an honor to trade with him. The other party claimed to be just a merchant, but his aura was anything but simple. Thanks to memories from his past life, the protagonist knew his true identity well and immediately launched a series of strategic praises. "It is you, isn't it, the god of trade, Ledoux?" Realizing his cover was blown the moment his name was called, Ledoux stopped trying to hide his identity. He handed over a VIP card from the Gopin Merchant Guild, promising a discount on any props purchased with it. Knowing full well how much this guy loved being flattered, Tran Bak took the card and made sure to butter him up with a few compliments while he was at it. Ledoux opened his inventory, starting with Ensrank Thunder Walker class change scroll, which allowed the user to control lightning to buff their melee combat. Next up was the Srank Touch of the Death God, a legendary sniper rifle worth 500 gold, truly a piece of top-tier gear. Seeing those two items, our MC's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He wanted both of them so bad it hurt, but the problem was that he was flat broke, and with the trial just starting, there was no way he had that kind of money yet. Ledoux wasn't running a charity here. He told him to go earn some resources first and then come back to trade. Tran Bak immediately switched tactics, reminding him that gods couldn't directly participate in the trial themselves. If he wanted to turn a real profit, he had to invest in an evolved human like him. Ledoux suddenly looked interested, while the MC didn't beat around the bush and asked straight up for the treasure praised by the gods. But a merchant needs to see the profit potential before anything else. Ledoux demanded that he prove his worth right then and there. Without saying another word, Tran Bak unleashed his SS rank talent, making the old man clap his hands in admiration. The talent was so unique, unlike anything he had ever seen before, so he decided to give the kid a shot. Ledoux allowed him to pick one item from the shop, a rare opportunity granted solely because of his incredible talent. But to secure long-term investment, the MC still had to prove his strength and how fast he could grow. Right after that, the system sent out a notification for a new mission. The mission was titled The Final Investment, issued directly by Ledoux. He accepted it immediately, receiving a gold coin that could be used to summon a clone of Ledoux upon completion. The MC hadn't given up yet. He asked to see the treasure that even the gods coveted. Ledoux pulled out another scroll, and this one was SS rank. Using it allowed someone to possess two classes at the same time, with all stats and skills stacking on top of each other. That item was so overpowered that even the deities would turn green with envy. After showing it off, he tucked it right back away. Classic merchant move. Ledoux left, and the MC opened the mission panel to check out the real challenge. To get the most valuable investment, he had to prove he was truly worthy of it. The mission was to find a hidden dungeon at Jiangcheng University, take down a marked monster, and bring back a part of its body. He had never heard of this in his past life, which meant the dungeon was hidden extremely well. That fact only made him even more excited about the whole thing. Tran Bak immediately started looking for clues. His first stop was the gymnasium, but the moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was wrong. He saw two foreign guys bullying some other people. They were using their awakened powers to pick on weaker students. The MC couldn't just stand by and watch that happen. At first, the opponents looked down on him like he was nothing, but in the blink of an eye, both of them were knocked out cold. His strength terrified the surrounding students, but he just calmly asked if anyone there was studying medicine. The students pushed each other around nervously. One said construction, another said foreign languages. Finally, all eyes turned toward a girl in shorts and a shirt lying nearby. The girl who had been with those two guys was a foreigner, and when he called her out, she panicked immediately, begging him not to hurt her and swearing she didn't cause any trouble. The poor blonde girl was stumbling over the local language, her face turning pale with fear. Hearing her stuttering explanation, the students behind them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Finally, another girl stepped up to speak for her, confirming that she really hadn't done anything. It was just the two guys. The MC nodded in understanding, told the students to disperse, and kept only the foreign girl behind. He also told them to go to the Jiangcheng Dongshan Villa district and just say Tran Bak sent them to get support. But the students were a bit spooked because Dongshan was far from the school, and the streets were absolutely crawling with zombies. He kept it brief. I have already cleared most of the road here, so just go. If you survive, you have a chance to become an evolved human. But that crowd still did not dare to face the danger. The main character did not sugarcoat it. If you are scared now, then later when you encounter packs of mutated zombies, the whole lot of you are just going to get wiped out together. One female student finally figured it out, thanked him, and then decisively led everyone away. That left just him and the foreign girl. At first, she thought the main character was just like other guys, assuming he would see a pretty foreign girl and try to force himself on her. She braced herself for the absolute worst-case scenario, but he looked her in the eye and said straight up, "I have zero interest in you," which made her blush bright red from embarrassment. The main character repeated, "You just need to lead me to the medical school to get my stuff." Did you not hear me earlier? She stammered an apology, explaining that she was so panicked at the time that she did not hear him clearly. The two of them wound their way over to the medical and pharmaceutical academy, but his speed was so fast that even though she tried her best, she was constantly out of breath trying to keep up. After panting for a while like she was about to cough up a lung, they finally arrived at the research building. She told him that the third floor was the laboratory area, where usually only professors were allowed to enter. Inside, there were plenty of specimens and information regarding bacteria and viruses. Besides that, there was a passage leading underground, which was not a garage but a crematorium. Since he wanted the most mysterious place, she could only think of these two locations for now. They went straight to the bacteria and virus research laboratory first. For the main character, this place was basically a treasure trove of heavenly resources. He started absorbing the viruses, and there were so many flu viruses that once he gathered them all, he had enough points to convert them into a new skill. The new skill was named Influenza. Activating it spreads the virus to infect the target, causing all attributes to decrease, accompanied by a sneezing status that interrupts spell chanting actions. Compared to the Rosenthu from the mutated zombie, the damage was a bit gentler, but that sneezing debuff was undeniably annoying. Before this, he did not even bother paying attention to the stockpiled flu viruses, but now that it had leveled up into a skill, he realized it was worth prioritizing. Leveling up cost a few points, and with the tiny bit remaining, the main character used it to enhance his breakline virus. This was the strongest virus strain in his body, enhancing it unlocked the passive wall-walking gecko, allowing him to cling to any surface and increase balance, plus the passive combat infusion, which increased focus, vision, reflexes, and muscle control. He clenched his fist, deciding to test it out right while it was hot. The result, the solid wall in front of him cracked open and then crumbled into pieces. The foreign girl was so scared she held her breath, but then her mind started wandering again, thinking that if he was this strong, then he must be pretty intense in that other department too. Just thinking about that made her face flush bright red, a classic case of making herself embarrassed. The main character did not bother guessing what she was thinking, nor did he care. Leaving the laboratory on the third floor, they went down to the underground morgue. It was pitch black with no electricity, and after fumbling around for a while, he sensed a strange aura. He walked up to a room and suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. As soon as he opened the door, he knew his instincts were spot on. In front of him was a door emitting a red glow, the entrance to a mysterious instance hidden inside Jiangcheng University. The main character touched his hand to it to confirm, entering the special instance. Mandatory quest must clear out the morgue within 2 days. If he did not make it in time, the instance would disappear forever. In front of him, countless beds covered in stark white sheets appeared. Just looking at them, he knew that whatever was underneath was definitely not anything cute. He pulled out the skeleton pan and got into a fighting stance. Come and get it. As soon as he finished speaking, zombies flooded out from under the white sheets like water bursting through a dam. The crematorium today was definitely going to become an intense grinding spot for him to practice his skills. There were all kinds of deformed zombies. Some had extreme speed and lunged at him aggressively. Others clung to the ceiling like spiders and even spewed out a fierce pressure force. Just one look and you could tell it was bad news. It was only then that he understood why they did not all charge up at once, because the abilities of the crowd in this morgue had already completely surpassed their kin outside. But for the main character, they were just a bothersome obstacle. With the amount of power he had already accumulated, his fist slams down heavy like a sledgehammer after taking out the spider-like creature. He soaks up a full 1000 EXP. This special dungeon is seriously perfect for power leveling. The rest of the pack realizes something's wrong and shifts gears, getting ready to rush him. Our main character isn't scared one bit. He's actually hyped. The more of them there are, the more the EXP explodes. 400, then 1000, then another 1000 added constantly. In no time, he levels up and gets 2 free attribute points. The mob on the stretchers is wiped out, but he knows it's not over yet. His eyes lock onto the crematorium door at the back of the room. He calls out mockingly, "Your little lackeys have all logged out, so why are you still hiding? Or do I have to drag you out myself?" Just as he finishes speaking, the door blasts open, his gaze darkens, and a sense of foreboding washes over him. The thing crawling out is a slimy pile of flesh, and it looks even clumsier than that bunch of zombies. But strangely, he senses the danger level spiking, and his heart feels like it's being pulled tight. The main character wants to deal with it before it can transform, so he rushes in and spreads his evolved flu virus. His plan is to disrupt its rhythm and weaken it right from the start. But as soon as he unleashes the move, he takes a heavy shockwave head-in, causing his body to freeze up. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. In the end, he still couldn't stop that pile of meat from morphing into a rippling muscular biomonster. It steps out of the crematorium and charges straight at him, without a shred of hesitation. Its aggression and power are leagues above the regular zombies. Just standing next to it, you can tell it's on a whole different level. The main character dodges lightning fast, his hot blood boiling over. Since his rebirth, nothing has forced him to truly go all out until now. And this thing is just right for him to warm up his body for a satisfying fight. Both sides rush into a nerve-wracking duel. It drags on for a whole hour, yet he still hasn't managed to finish off his opponent. Because it regenerates incredibly fast, healing itself constantly, he laughs coldly. Infinite regeneration, huh? Let's see if you're truly immortal. Now it's time to use that cutting watch. Tranbach grips it firmly in his hand, clearly seeing the boss's recovery speed slow down significantly. An hour later, the monster is trembling, barely able to stand. Another hour passes and it collapses to the floor like it's completely out of battery. By the final hour, it completely disintegrates, leaving only a slimy pile, and the main character has run out of patience. He doesn't say much, just stomps directly on all the remains to make absolutely sure. The level 8 biological boss falls, and a hot reward of 10,000 EXP drops straight into his pocket. The main character shoots straight up to level 5, receives 2 free attribute points, successfully clears the stage, and the dungeon converts to a permanent mode that resets every 3 days. The entire process is recorded by the system, which even suggests that he sell a paid guide video on how to clear the stage. 100% of the earnings belong to him, so the main character hides his face and uploads the video to the net right then and there. At the same time, Tongtu Quinn is undergoing treatment under Tatam when she receives a new notification. Someone named Back has just uploaded a guide video for clearing the Nightmare Dungeon, Cold Crematorium. The viewing price is just 1 copper coin, so the two of them don't hesitate to pay and watch it immediately. And it's not just them, countless others do the exact same thing, and after watching, everyone is left in awe. That boss has insane recovery capabilities. It's even superior to the video owner's own abilities. Yet the main character still managed to turn the tables spectacularly. The chat group explodes with messages praising Emperor Bak. Hearing his fame spread far and wide, he feels a bit smug, but he hasn't left the dungeon yet for another reason. He stayed behind to devour the remnants, exchanging them for specialized evolution points for the Red Guy virus. These points are only used to upgrade the Breachline virus, not his talents, and at this stage, it's a huge bargain. Immediately after, Breachline evolves successfully, boosting the main character's health recovery speed by an additional 300%. That's not all, it also activates the rank A passive skill, Cellular Regeneration, taken from the boss. This skill allows him to consume stamina or energy to heal wounds incredibly fast, or even regenerate limbs. The drop rate for this passive is usually extremely rare. Yet he managed to get a rank A passive. It's like he's the system's favorite child, and all that effort soloing the Nightmare difficulty wasn't wasted at all. But the benefits from that monster don't stop there. It also dropped a unique rank, a class change scroll for Biodemon, which specializes in absorbing life to increase power and recovery. But overuse can cause mutation. It requires level 10 and 15 physique, and the main character stares at it for a long time because the rewards are huge, but the risks are high, especially since Breachline is already so overpowered. Besides that, there's also a test tube of rank C perfect gene essence. Each person can only use it once, and it drastically boosts physique. Since there were no side effects, he popped the cap and downed the whole thing without hesitation. The results were strength +2 permanently, constitution +6, agility +3, and finally a strange piece of torn cloth. It was actually a drank human skin fragment, a special item containing various genes, offering good defense and reducing skin aging. Equipping it increases agility by 10, constitution by 10, and defense by 10. It also has 2 functions, body shape adjustment and skin transformation. Wearing it for a long time can improve your physique, changing skin color or body shape at will. It sounds more like a beauty product than something for combat, leaving him deep in thought. Just then, he remembered he had also picked up a few odds and ends from the magic beasts outside. He pulled everything out to inspect each item one by one. Among them, a Drank active skill book called Cell Activation caught his attention. The skill boosts cell activity and regeneration for a short time with a 10-hour cooldown, but it is useless if you already possess it. He already had a similar skill, but this was still a decent lifesaver that could be traded for resources with the Pathfinder group. Since there was nothing left to loot in the dungeon, he cut off a piece of the boss sample to give to Lidu. Considering the mission complete, he was getting ready to leave but suddenly froze, sensing that something was wrong. Lidu was not a merchant who acted without purpose. Last time, he even said our main character was an unexpected harvest that pleased him greatly. The things he picked up only had value to players, and were not enough to summon a god's avatar. So what was the real goal? His gaze stopped at the crematorium, the only place left unexplored. Without thinking too much about it, he crawled straight inside. Inside, there was just an iron bed, a fire pit, and smoke-stained walls. At a glance, nothing seemed special. There was a large oil pipe on the ceiling, and even though he hated tight spaces, he decided to climb up for fear of missing a clue. He gathered his momentum and leaped up to grab onto that sloping pipe. Its length even exceeded the height of the room itself, but climbing to the very end revealed only a dead end leading nowhere. While he was deep in thought, a strange face suddenly appeared right in front of him. Acting on reflex, he threw a punch straight at it. As a result, that thing turned out to be a hidden item, with all its attributes showing nothing but question marks. He suspected this might be a fragment of a hightier item. It might even be related to triples rank or deities, and that was the craziest part. He held the mask and examined it closely, almost certain that Lidu's real target was this. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he left the dungeon. Outside, the hot foreign female student was still waiting. After watching his video, her attitude changed completely. She expressed fanatical admiration. While he clearly looked annoyed, the only thing he cared about was the number of coins earned. He opened the information panel to check his assets. In total, he had 912 gold coins, 75 silver coins, and 32 copper coins. He had escaped poverty but still did not have enough, 1,000 gold coins to be exact, to open the warehouse, a place with absolute system protection. He believed that with the viral speed of the video, he would reach it sooner or later. The two of them left the academy, and she thought she would be taken to the villa, but he refused because the night was too dangerous. Hearing that, she suggested a high-end hotel near the school, fully equipped and not too crowded. Not sure what she had in mind, he still let her lead the way. The result was a love hotel, where she tried on all sorts of costumes to attract him. Meanwhile, he kept saying he was not interested, but he did not reject her advances at all, and so the two of them spent an emotional night together. The next morning, his assets were enough to activate the warehouse. Once opened, he immediately stored all his precious items inside. Dressed neatly, he moved on to the next phase, flipping the coin Li gave him last time. The summoning process began. Rumor had it that when trading with Lidu, emotion was the bargaining chip, and he would adjust the conditions based on the other party's state. And previously, in Lidu's eyes, our main character was indeed a very valuable commodity. He reached into his bag and took out the creature's body part, ready for the next exchange. The flames slowly died out, and Lidu appeared with a faint smile, asking if I had finished the mission yet. I tossed the creature's body part forward as proof, telling him that this was exactly what the system required. The fragment of the body rolled to a stop at his feet, looking just like a deflated ball. Its form had completely shriveled up, bearing no resemblance to its original state. Lidu looked down, leaning on his cane as he asked why I hadn't summoned him immediately after finishing last night, his eyes full of scrutiny. He narrowed his eyes, asking bluntly if I was trying to get my hands on that specific scroll. I gave a concise reply, saying it was simply because I didn't fully understand the situation. Tranbach spread his hands, questioning why the Nightmare Dungeon's difficulty was hidden from him. If he hadn't had a few tricks up his sleeve, he would have lost his life in there. Lidu took slow, deliberate steps, stating that it was merely a necessary part of the trial. He gave a dry laugh, saying that precious treasures cannot be entrusted to someone who can't handle the unexpected, and that was that. He let out a sigh, asking about the reward and the next mission. Lidu admitted he was wrong to withhold information, then continued speaking. He announced that the reward this time could be chosen freely, while the next mission would be the final ring. Tranbach bowed his head, thanking him for the explanation and his generosity. Lidu snapped his fingers, limiting the items to rank and below, as a series of props spun around him like tarot cards. He selected the blueprint for the city return scroll without a second of hesitation. Lidu let out a soft sound of surprise, impressed because the choice was absolutely perfect. He smiled profoundly, praising him for having a good eye for goods, and then declared the start of the final phase. The system displayed a notification for the final SS rank mission. Completing it would award 2 SS rank class scrolls, asking if he wished to accept. He took 2 steps back, utterly shocked because the reward was simply too massive. Tranbach pointed out that even gods aren't born with an SS rank class, to which Lidu replied that he himself started at only A rank. Lidu's gaze darkened as he said that the best treasures naturally come with the highest challenges. In the end, he gritted his teeth and accepted, knowing there was no way to back down now. The scene shifted to Dongsan at night, where a level 5 mutant rat appeared to attack civilians. The difference in rank was so vast that no one could even see its attributes. Lan Duong observed as the number of monsters increased rapidly, while Tu Qing was worried because its stats were many times higher than theirs. The group decided on a tactical retreat, moving away while sending someone to keep watch. Suddenly, the rat detected the scent of humans and lunged forward, smashing through their hiding spot. Everyone split up, retreating in a state of chaos. Its power swept through the area, sending objects flying in all directions. Lan Duong pulled Tu Qin to her feet, but the enemy's speed was too great and the situation turned critical. Right at that moment, a strange vortex appeared above its head. Tranbach descended from above, unleashing a strike that flattened the rat instantly. Tu Qin joyfully called out his name, while Tranbach stood on the rat's corpse with a faint smile, saying he had arrived just in time. He ordered them to clean up the scene and compensate the victims' families, then demanded a detailed report. Back at the Dongsan villa, the report indicated that many rats over 1 meter long had appeared, destroying 6 warehouses and causing significant casualties. Tranbach reassured everyone and told them to rest, saying he would handle the remnants and investigate the source. Tu Quinn nominated someone to assist him, and he agreed. She called out, and Lingok stepped into the room. The door opened slowly. Tan Lingok, a former law student, was introduced as someone who could establish rules for Dongsun, so Tranbach allowed her to stay. When everyone else had left, she asked what she needed to do. He teased her lightly about her eloquence, given her background in law. She responded by pledging her loyalty, and Tranbach looked satisfied. He adjusted his clothes and called her closer. Tranbach told her to listen carefully regarding the rules he was about to set. She explained her brank skill, concentration, which allowed her to filter out all information irrelevant to her target when she focused. He gazed out at the city, stating that the objective was to manage the 3 districts of Dongsun. His eyes swept across every section of the villa complex. From the high-end hillside area to the community down at the foot of the mountain, each zone is going to need its own set of regulations. She accepted the mission with total confidence, then asked if there were any other requirements. He just smiled and told her he wanted to see what she could really do when she was fully focused. Lin Ngok replied immediately, showing him she was locked in and ready to get to work. A brief moment of privacy passed between them, before the curtain of night finally fell. The next morning, down at the Dongsan drainage sewer, he announced that he had located the mutant rat's lair. He wanted to use this place to train his most trusted subordinates, upgrading the core team responsible for protecting the villa area. Everyone knelt down in unison, declaring that they were ready. He laughed out loud, telling them to stop calling him master and instead address him as Emperor Bak. They all accepted the order in one voice. Emperor Bak then stepped down into the cold, rushing water. He walked up to the iron grate blocking the entrance of the sewer. With a burst of strength, he ripped it open, signaling the start of the purge. The system activated a special mission, and everyone confirmed they had received the notification. The mission required them to wipe out all the mutant rats and the Rat King, with the rewards to be determined later. The group ventured inside. Although the space was dark, their torches lit the way, and it was actually cleaner than they had imagined. A noise echoed through the tunnel. He raised his hand to signal a warning, just as a swarm of rats came rushing out. He channeled his energy, readying himself. The sheer number of them was no joke. The entire team charged forward at once, engaging in combat. The rats were dealt with quickly. He shouted for everyone to check the area thoroughly, and someone picked up a piece of equipment that had dropped. Tu Quinn reported that they had cleared 16 sections of the pipe and were getting close to the source. Suddenly, another dark shadow appeared, and she volunteered to take it on herself. He reminded her to use Scout first, so she activated her Crystal Insight skill. Her face went pale. This was a level 7 boss. The rat lunged at her. Its strength was nearly 39 and its speed was over 40, moving so fast she couldn't even read all its attributes. In that critical moment, he dashed forward, a warning shouted out, and everyone was left stunned by what happened next. Tranbach swung his blade and slashed straight down. The rat didn't even have time to react before it lay dead on the ground. Information popped up on the screen: equipment of the plague messenger, one who spreads faith and disease, leaving nothing but decay wherever they go. He chuckled. A set item. The Rat King actually dropped a set piece. He tried on the boots. The grade was low, but if he collected the full set, the effects would skyrocket. He looked up. Now that the Rat King had been dealt with, the only thing left to finish the mission was to investigate the source. Tu Quinn looked around warily. They had passed through 5 sections of pipe without seeing a single rat. Suddenly, he raised his hand to stop them. The system was sounding constant alarms. Viruses in a sewer were normal, but this type hadn't existed before the experiments, and it was potent enough to threaten even evolved humans. He stared straight ahead. The source of the mutation had to be very close. He spoke up immediately. Tong Tu Quinn, don't go any further. Turn back now, she replied with a single word: Roger. He walked deeper inside. With every step, the virus points shot up rapidly, making him curious about just how intense it would be when he finally reached the source. A bizarre figure appeared inside. He paused for a moment, then smirked. This place really was a paradise for him. The corpse was emitting a thick, overwhelming aura. Just standing near it, he could feel the pressure. He observed it closely. Was this the source of the plague? Based on the virus density, he began to analyze the situation. His eyes landed on the arm clutching a scroll. The cause of it all clearly lay in that object. He reached out and pulled the scroll from the corpse's hand. He opened it up. It wasn't an item. The contents spoke of sacrifices, divine fire, and the plague sect. He frowned. That was a name he had never heard before. He closed the scroll. Whatever, he needed to absorb all the virus first. His strength was definitely going to get a massive upgrade. Suddenly, his arm started branching out like tree roots. He flinched in surprise. What the hell was happening? A gloomy aura covered everything. The system announced the mission was complete, awarding him 2000 EXP and the flesh and blood wall item. Remember to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on peak moments like this. Notification: you have not been corrupted by the plague, received plague mark, activated a new triples rank mission from the plague sect. The triple S rank mission requires finding the plague messenger to prove I am the true god in the prophecy, with rewards waiting ahead. He realized this mission was directly related to divine authority. He smiled slightly. If he became the plague god, he would be qualified to face Heroes, so he definitely had to find that messenger. Just then a gate suddenly appeared. Main realized it was a dungeon forming, so he reached out to touch the vortex. The system reported hell difficulty, and the plague sewer dungeon had 19 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes left to complete formation. He pulled his hand back. Hell difficulty was even higher than the nightmare difficulty of the crematorium. He concluded it needed a month to fully form and decided to wait. On the other side, Tuquain confirmed that the Dongsan River dungeon, normal difficulty levels 1 to 10, had opened. He stepped out and said immediately, levels 1 to 10 are perfect for us to grind levels. She reported that she had called everyone to train, as 3 runs per day could not be wasted. Main nodded. Good job. He instructed, each group should have 4 to 8 people, lives come first, benefits second. For the third run, I will go along but I won't interfere. Everyone shouted in unison, understood. White Emperor. He asked them to form parties and then add them to the chat group. The system announced that 001 Bach invited them to the White Emperor Palace group, leaving Tuquin stunned. He explained, that is just the evolutionary serial number, nothing to be surprised about. Tonka asked bluntly, why wasn't I invited? He replied calmly, because I don't have 10 people yet. This is my harem, only the loyal and capable can enter. The girl blushed as she recalled the past. She stepped back and argued, don't look down on me, I have grown up already. Main took out some equipment, pick an item, then go into the dungeon and prove it. Tonka grabbed a knife and said, don't help me, let me handle this myself. He turned to Luck-Lai, I still don't know what talents you two have. She created a phantom sword from her hand. It was the Brank talent, Phantom Imagination. As for Tonka, she had the Crank Heavenly Void connection, which increased experience and proficiency by 50%. He remarked that her growth was fast, but in current combat, it wasn't as good as illusions, and she nodded. After the battle, she smiled triumphantly. I took down 3 of them by myself. These old rats are even harder than zombies. He praised, not bad, and seeing her effort, he made an exception and agreed. She blushed and denied it. I just wanted to prove myself. He said he respected her choice and wouldn't send the invitation again. She stammered, don't do that. She whispered a request to join, but he crossed his arms and teased, you don't look willing, so I am definitely not sending it. Tuquin chimed in, saying the girl really wanted to join and had even gotten jealous about him introducing others. Main lowered his head, fine, for your mother's sake, accept the invitation. The system announced that Tiuka had joined the White Emperor Palace. She happily went to kill monsters, leaving him helpless. Tuquin teased that she would soon call him dad, and he just laughed. She said times changed quickly. Tiuka was originally a rich young lady, so having someone like him to guide her was a good thing. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, this was an opportunity. At a hotel, a girl was relaxing in a bathtub when the system announced that Bach's team had cleared the first stage and was selling the video for 10 coins. Her eyes immediately widened. Liu Hoi screamed, the monarch has cleared a dungeon again. She clicked to watch and sighed, 10 coins again. I am going to go bankrupt. Seeing Main leading many girls, she sat up and wondered, why are there so many of them? A man watching the video criticized the actual combat as weak and wanted to see Bach in action, so he fast-forwarded. Another person remarked that the deep-level monsters were very strong, so he would eventually have to handle them. Someone was amazed when the boss appeared, while another insisted, he can't be stronger than my Srank talent. But one person said solemnly, he insta-killed the boss, he is much stronger than me. Liu Hoi calculated, the boss must be level 10, the monarch is too strong, just his guidance is enough to change the situation. She was jealous because those girls were being taught directly by him. Back at the villa, Main requested to establish rules for trading equipment. He pulled out a bunch of items, saying there was still something he wanted to hand over. He asked if she had any idea how important these things were. Tuquin explained that the flesh wall could create an extremely powerful defensive rampart, and the scroll was a life-saving item that could recall them to the city in 10 seconds. She pointed to the piece of cloth, saying all it took was a shapeshift to turn it into any piece of equipment. He sat down and laughed, asking why he felt this one wasn't even as important as the other two. And this was the craziest part. Tuquin leaned against the table, chuckling softly as she said he was the master of this place, so the equipment only mattered if it pleased him. He replied that he wasn't an expert on women's gear, so could she create a little surprise? She hugged him tight and whispered there was a surprise, but it wouldn't be coming from her. Blushing, she said she wanted Tiuka to officially call him dad, so she needed to go prepare a bit. Please wait. Night covered the entire villa, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Inside the bedroom, he was holding a sleeping girl, the scene blurry under the dim light. On the bed, a few girls were resting, the air filled with intimacy after a long day. He turned his head slightly to look behind him. The system reported that entering the dungeon 3 times today only yielded 1 item from the plague set. If he kept this pace, 3 days would be enough to complete the set. A notification popped up. Group member 001 wanted to send a private message. He went out and closed the door, a bit surprised. Was it Mong Mong? She messaged that she had watched his strategy video and wanted some pointers. He replied that if she wanted guidance, he needed to know her talent or attributes. She read the message carefully. He said if it wasn't convenient to reveal her talent, sending her attributes was fine, but it would be harder to evaluate. She typed quickly, no, she would send her talent to him. He thought about it. In his past life, he hadn't heard her name, but the Chiach group were all pioneers. When he saw the information, his eyes went wide. A light flashed and the score suddenly showed 31. Rank triple S, infinite growth power. He was astonished for a talent like this to be nameless. Perhaps she had fallen early in his previous life. He asked for the specific effects. She replied that the dream butterfly skill allowed her to enter dreams, just like the real world, and take items from within them. Dreamweaver could adjust everything within the dreamscape, though there were currently limitations. Shared Dream allowed her to invite others into the dream world through the Tatam dreamscape. He smiled. As long as her real body wasn't exposed, it was almost unbeatable. She asked to invite him into the dream for instruction. He refused since he had no protection inside the dream. She tried to persuade him, saying she would set up an evolution contract to ensure safety. He reminded her that a contract recognized by the universe required at least 10 gold coins. He asked if she had 10 gold coins. Why would she even need him to teach her? She said monsters in the dream died in real life too, and she could adjust things with Dreamweaver to earn gold. Plus she would gift him extra items. A Drank skill book and a special Frank prop appeared. He admitted her ability was no less impressive than his own Monarch virus. She persisted, saying that if she didn't improve her combat skills, she would eventually be in danger. He understood her weakness was not increasing physical strength. This was the fatal flaw. He asked her to send the contract, thinking to himself that he had to pull this talent into his team. The system reported the contract was valid for 24 hours, and violation would result in losing one's identity. He pressed agree. The moonlight outside the window grew deeper and deeper. He lay there thinking about the Tatam dreamscape, which required 3 minutes of focus. Mong Mong sent over a card. He looked at the night sky. If she evolved to the point of completely manipulating dreams, that would be terrifying. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Inside the dream, Mong Mong appeared to introduce herself and confirm the contract. He introduced himself too, asking if this was the dream world, because it didn't look like a training ground. She put her teddy bear down, saying it wasn't here. A vortex opened up, and she said she had cleared out a nearby gym. He paused, stunned. Spatial butterflies flew around, leading the way. He opened the gym door, surprised by how vast the dream world was. She explained that the dream world existed independently. She could only enter and adjust it, and it reflected the real world. He nodded and began the training. She ran inside first, full of excitement. The setting changed to a basketball court inside the dreamscape. She snapped her fingers and a bright light instantly illuminated the entire room. When he asked about her background, she laughed and mentioned that she used to be a novel author. He told her that if she wanted to improve her actual combat skills, she had to fight for real and stop using her dream abilities to attack. She warned him that her dream stats were equal to 48 spirit points, telling him to be careful. He just told her to go all out. She rushed forward and unleashed an attack, but she couldn't even touch him. He dodged effortlessly, pointing out that her center of gravity was unstable, and that while she could throw a punch, she didn't know how to pull it back. She pursed her lips in embarrassment, then continued her assault. He teased her, saying these were just basic moves for children. He stepped back and explained that she needed to control her balance and retract her attacks properly. He sighed and taught her to identify her target and observe the opponent, instead of just swinging blindly. He caught her hand and told her that for now, remembering those 3 points was enough. He mentioned he was only using about 20% of his speed and she was keeping up, but she admitted she was still too weak. He smiled and told her to just keep practicing, and she nodded in agreement. 7 days passed at the Dongsam Villa area. Tu Quain reported that the rules had been posted everywhere, and there were people explaining them. He was satisfied with this. He said he had cleared the surrounding area, and was about to leave, handing the management over to her. She was surprised because he was still missing one piece of his set. The system displayed the 4-piece plague set, which increased all attributes and inflicted a disease debuff when attacking. He decided not to wait for the E-rank item anymore, as there were far more valuable opportunities out there. She hugged him and told him he had to come back, joking that if the White Emperor Palace got flooded, who would deal with it? He laughed and said they should hold a meeting to discuss drainage blocking. Late night fell once again. The girls were resting on the bed, and the atmosphere was peaceful. He also enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation. The next morning, he woke up early, got dressed, and gently left the room so as not to wake anyone. When he went out and met Lang Xuang, he asked if she was looking for Tu Quinn, but she said she was looking for him. She reported that there were people causing trouble at the foot of the mountain. He was surprised, since the rules had already been established. He asked in a cold voice if they didn't know how to handle things according to the rules. She stammered that there was a classmate of his in that group. He immediately told her to take him there, and she replied, "Understood." The scene shifted to the foot of Dongsan Mountain, where a brat was pointing and screaming, "Tran Bak is here, I see Tran Bak." Lan Duong turned back and spoke bluntly, saying that this group was upset about the 1 coin per day fee. They wanted protection for free, and didn't want to pay anything. Lai then yelled out, "Tran Bak, it's me." He walked down and said he knew, adding that the rules were very lenient. 1 coin just required killing 1 zombie, or they could earn money by working in the area, so why were they gathering to cause trouble? He pointed at the crowd behind him and said it wasn't about the money, but that Tran Bak was wrong. He claimed that in these times, people had to help each other, and since Tran Bak had resources, he had to support everyone. Acting like a savior, he used his title as student council president to preach, saying that if Tran Bak wanted to be great, he should abolish the rules, and everyone would be grateful to him. He gave a faint smile and told him to save the cheap moralizing. Then he shouted that these were the rules, and if they couldn't handle it, they could get lost. If they didn't leave in 3 minutes, he would deal with them. He crossed his arms and calmly gave the order, "Lan Xuang, start counting." She glanced over and replied, "Understood." Lai then curled his lip and threatened that he didn't need 3 or 5 minutes. He wasn't going anywhere, because he represented everyone's welfare, and everyone would stand by his side. The security guards got angry and cursed, saying 1 coin was nothing. They yelled that refusing to pay was just selfish, and they wouldn't protect freeloaders. The crowd holding shields joined in, shouting that if they were too useless to kill 1 zombie, they should go guard the gate, adding that they paid 2 coins, so the freeloaders should get lost. Hearing that, he looked like he was about to explode with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, stammering, "You people." Then he swung his arm and screamed that he was leaving, saying nobody wanted to stay in this hellhole anyway. He warned Tran Bak to just wait, saying he would regret this. Just then, he stepped up behind him and stopped him, saying, "Wait a minute." Lai then asked smugly if he was regretting it already, while sharp purple claws grew from his right hand. He didn't say much, just swung his hand in a clean, sweeping motion right next to the other guy. Lai Than's eyes widened, and he only had enough time to see something splash onto his own face. The troublemakers turned pale and fell to the ground as they watched him collapse. Standing with his hands on his hips, he spoke in a cold voice, saying Lan was right. Letting a piece of trash run away holding a grudge was the only thing he would have regretted. Lan Duong pulled up the system screen, glanced down, and asked, "You have 2 minutes left. Why haven't you scrammed yet?" A young man immediately dropped to his knees, begging frantically, "I followed the rules. I will accept the punishment, please, just give me 1 more chance." He retracted his claws and spoke calmly, "Smart choice. Take the punishment for 1 month, then return to normal." The man hurriedly agreed, and then the rest of the group also knelt down to beg. He turned away and instructed to hand them over to Lang Xuang. She replied respectfully, "I understand." Just as he left, a notification popped up on the screen. "Mong Mong has sent a message." The message appeared, "Master, increasing my strength is really hard right now. My mental power is high, but I lack attack skills." He replied immediately, "Be patient. You will get one. I will keep an eye out and help you find a mental tactic skill." She asked her master which city he was currently in, saying she would come find him once she left the sect. Main replied, "Jiang Cheng." Hearing this, the girl got super excited since she was right in Wucheng. He immediately suggested that if she wanted to tag along, he would come pick her up. A message popped up instantly. "Really? That would be awesome." He looked up, recalling his past life. Near Wuchang, he had once accepted an rank class quest. It was not triples rank, but it was enough capital to exchange for important documents and information. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Looking up at the high sky, he made a quick decision, head to Wuchang first. Inside the Jiangcheng Hotel, Labin anxiously asked how much food was left. Chi Ho replied they could only last 3 days. Labin clenched his fists, furious because that special zombie had taken down 5 people, and its senses were terrifyingly sharp. He looked down at the red tyrant zombie on the street, lamenting that just going down to the 10th floor would get them spotted. Wanting to get out the door, that was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Tan Tri Ho crossed his arms and sighed deeply. Just listening to the situation felt hopeless. Getting stuck here like this meant they were doomed sooner or later. Suddenly, Nguyen Tai Vai pointed outside and screamed. 2 buildings away, a black shadow swept across the rooftop as fast as a lightning bolt. Labin widened his eyes, only catching a blurred afterimage. Chi Ho was suspicious, wondering if it was a new type of special zombie. Hearing that, they were about to pull the curtains shut because it was too dangerous. Levi hurriedly stopped them, saying it looked like a human. Chi-ho did not believe it, and La Bin was also skeptical. Nguyen Tai Vai coldly affirmed she could not be mistaken. Thanks to her ability, Tang Diet Tuat also looked outside with a serious expression. She narrowed her eyes and added, "He is heading right toward us." Outside, Tranbach stopped on the rooftop. Hearing the commotion, the tyrant down below raised its head to look up. Seeing the notification, he was as happy as if he had won the lottery. A tyrant, huh? Even has a bone weapon blueprint. Main considered carefully. Using too much force would affect the drop rate of the head and the completeness of the bones. Without hesitating, he dove down, his left hand mutated. He made a split-second decision. Chop off the head for a quick kill. Chi-ho stood at the window asking about the situation. Diet Tuat behind him advised him to stop watching, warning it was too dangerous. Davai shouted that they were fighting, and the person had turned into a claw. Labin suspected it was a monster, and then her eyes widened in shock. He finished the tyrant, and it looks like he is absorbing it. Davai shouted in excitement, "Wait a minute, I can see his face now." Down on the street, Tranbach stood tall next to the corpse of the tyrant. The system displayed a notification. Elite Tyrant destroyed, received 2000 EXP, devouring successful, comprehensive power increase, received 800 virus points, and 5000 evolution points, Black Lyris unlocked muscle enhancement form. Another notification popped up, shield form unlocked. He felt the mutation in his hand. The muscle enhancement did not affect his appearance, and the defensive shield was nearly double his own durability. Such a huge profit. Up high, Levi yanked the curtains open and screamed, "Tranbach, it is Tranbach." Hearing his name called, he looked up and asked who it was. His eyes were full of question marks as he looked up at the high-floor window. Main rolled his eyes, seeing that all the windows were tightly closed. The window to Thivai's room was pulled shut in the blink of an eye. Labing covered her mouth. Worried he was a monster in disguise, Diet Tuayat agreed. Just then, he climbed up and asked if anyone was inside, introduced himself and confirmed that someone had just called his name. She pushed Labin away, ran to the window and called out loudly, "It is me, Nguyen Thivai." Seeing her face clearly, he calmly said, "Oh, so it is the best friend of the eldest Miss Tong." Thivai anxiously asked about Song Ka's situation. Main explained he had established a base at the Dongsan Villa with hundreds of people. Tong Tu Quinn was managing it, so it was very safe. Thivai blushed and double-checked, "Really?" Labin asked in amazement if there really was a base with hundreds of people. Treho sarcastically asked if the Queen of Jiangcheng was managing it for him, or if he was just blowing smoke. He leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs and said they would know if they went. He did not tell lies that were so easily exposed. Just then, the door opened. The person entering called his name loudly. He turned around. Koi Chine. Lam Koi Chine pointed and made a fuss. Lai Fong and Triumak behind him also cheered. It really is Tranbach. He stood up and asked why they were here. Koi Chine explained that day he brought people to help the beauty queen Nguyen with a part-time job. Triumak gave an awkward smile, saying he intended to ask if Main was free, but Lai Fong said he was busy. He suggested that if they wanted, they could go to Dongsan Base, where there were many students from Jiang University. But the rule was to contribute 1 copper coin every day. The whole group agreed immediately. Labang remembered the tyrant and cried out. He said if they had not been blocked by it, they would have earned money already. The road to the base was dangerous, so he hoped Main would go with them. He said he had other business, but he only encountered 1 tyrant on the way. Hearing that, they lamented that they were truly unlucky. Main waved his hand to summon a blue card, turning it into equipment that dropped down. He called Koi Chine, Blockhead, and Nguyen Tai Vai, saying these were low-level items he did not use, so he was giving them to them. Patting Labin on the shoulder, he said he had to leave urgently. Since they knew the location of the base, they could make their own way there. He thanked him profusely. Everyone told him to stay safe. Immediately after, he jumped from the terrace to the next building. A message from Meng Mong requesting a chat popped up. Meng Mong reported that Han Vuong was complaining in the group, and her new ability could help. He said there were many groups, so tell him clearly what happened first. Hearing that, Main stroked his chin, remembering that Han Vuong was Han Tiu. In the room, Triumak suggested heading to the base. Labin added that having another evolved person would make things safer, but they needed to prepare thoroughly because they had to cross nearly half of Jiang City. Lafong pushed up his glasses, hesitating as he said, "Wait a minute, I think that." Just then, a voice cut him off. Everyone turned around and exclaimed, "Tranbach, why did you come back?" Daivai asked what was wrong. He climbed in through the window and said he needed a temporary room to handle some business. Triumak pointed toward the room he shared with Koi Chine. He said he wanted to be alone. Koi Chine enthusiastically gave up the room, and they went out to the living room to keep watch. Daivai suddenly remembered something and called out for him to wait a moment. In the hallway, she asked for Tongka's evolution number to add a friend. He replied, 990,225. Koi Chine asked for his number. He calmly said, 001. Koi Chine froze completely, staring at him without blinking. Then he clutched his stomach and laughed, saying, "Has your cold sense of humor not evolved yet?" Triumak said to just add it and see. The system immediately announced that evolved person 001 Bak had accepted. Seeing that, he jumped up in shock. He urged them not to just stand there dazed anymore. 10 minutes later, they were discussing how cool the number 001 was. Triumak said it represented the order of evolution, proving he was the first person to evolve, and that was the craziest part. They remembered the news he had sent about the school changing the physical exam schedule. Koi-chan said they had trained all week because of that. Then he shot up, suspicious. Could it be that he knew everything beforehand? Triumak frowned, thinking it might be a coincidence, but it was true that they benefited from the training. Koi-chan nodded, admitting that his information had helped them survive much better. Suddenly, Koi-chan asked why the Vi's face was so red. She stood up, said she was going back to her room, and told them to remember the arrangements and not to enter his room. The door closed very quickly. She stood blushing in front of the door, her hand placed over her chest as she whispered his name. She texted Tonka. The other side asked how she got the number. Vi said he gave it to her. Tonka joked that he must be flirting with everyone while he was out. Then she said that later when they lived together, she wouldn't be the only one calling him Daddy. Vi was completely shocked. Remembering that message, she covered her blushing face, wondering if those two were thinking the same thing she was. Vi widened her eyes, unable to believe that he and little Ka would be living with everyone. At the end of the hallway, La Fong's voice rang out, saying this matter wasn't simple. La Bin also suspected something was wrong. He seriously said that the story about Tong Tu Qing managing the base sounded like bragging. Vi stood there, looking at the two of them in bewilderment. Elsewhere, the dreamscape space opened up. He landed with wings on his back and greeted everyone, saying he arrived late because he had finished arranging things in the real world. Looking around, he gave a faint smile. Looks like I'm the only one left. There were already 3 people in the room, Mong Onya and Han Tiu, sitting and waiting like a team meeting to hunt a dungeon. Han Tiu pulled down his hood and smiled in greeting. Emperor Bak, I am Han Tiu. I finally get to meet you. I knew you were handsome, but in person you're even beyond my imagination by several degrees. Mong put her hands on her hips and pouted. What a suck-up, he hurriedly denied it. No way. I'm telling the truth. Onya stepped forward to introduce herself, saying she was allowed to bring a friend, and revealed her SS rank talent, Avatar of Terror, which materialized fear. Hearing that, he grimaced in disappointment. So doesn't that mean my rank spirit control is the weakest in the team? Tranbak put his hands on his hips and laughed. Your talent might lack power, but your luck is impeccable. If we had faced the situation the day before yesterday. He glanced at Mong and added, the day before yesterday, she would have been helpless too, because she could only pull people into the dreamscape and take them to her territory. He explained immediately that using tongue in the dreamscape as a core was the only way to open a path for everyone to reach his house. He raised his hand and looked at the other two. Actually, she just finished learning it yesterday. The girl nodded sharply to confirm. He scratched his head and laughed heartily. Then my luck isn't too bad, is it? He raised his hand to wrap things up quickly. Mong can't keep 4 people in the dreamscape for long. So let's talk about the difficulties. He pointed ahead. I have an exclusive mission instance. Send the mission photo here. It's not far, so I'll explain on the way. The system displayed a summary, family mystery, and Srank exclusive mission. Among the assets his father left behind, there was a file from Hongting Mental Hospital with a stranger's name. What was traveler's disease? Why did no one mention it? And was mental talent related? The clues lay in that hospital. On the stark white wall, bright red words appeared, Hongting Mental Hospital 16. He pointed to the spatial door. This is the Red Star Hospital. When I found it, it had already become a dungeon instance. Then he turned back and said, I tried entering once, but I had to bail out very quickly. He clutched his chest in worry. The mobs are nightmare difficulty, ranging from level 5 to 12. I couldn't get past them and I couldn't wait to level up. After I gave up, the will warned me that someone was watching me and might sweep me and everything else away from here. He smiled slightly and extended his hand toward the door. Got it. The system asked if the team wanted to enter the instance. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted concisely, let's go. In the Mado dreamscape, all 4 of them appeared inside the Hongting Mental Hospital instance. Ona glanced ahead, just small fry. Mong hugged her arms. I feel like something is wrong with this place, he warned. We just got in, but the mobs aren't weak, be careful. Suddenly, a nurse staggered out, her body twisted and distorted in a creepy way. Onya stepped forward. Wait a sec, let me test its strength. The nurse lunged straight at her, moving at a speed that was no joke. Onya stood still and raised her hand, summoning her S-rank talent, Avatar of Terror. The nurse froze and then collapsed, looking like she was being crushed from the inside, her heart beating wildly. She snapped her fingers lightly, her voice cold as ice. Terror mode, law enforcement. In the blink of an eye, the nurse was completely gone. The system reminded the team they had taken down the mad nurse. and experience points were shared equally. Meng Meng touched her chin. She has serious villain boss vibes. He got excited. That was absolutely sick. Bhakti smiled. It was decent. Then a blue card fell into Onya's hand. An active mental attack skill. Causes an explosion in range. Comes with a monster luring effect. She read it and immediately cheered. Hey guys, our team is insanely lucky. It dropped an explosion skill right away. He stood with hands on hips laughing. Han Tiao, you and Meng Meng both have mental talents. You guys choose. Han Tiao smiled and refused. I do not need it. I only need the quest item. Plus I already have a talent with a similar effect in here. Meng Meng beamed and took the card. Then I will take it, thank you. She crossed her hands. And a moment later the system announced she had learned the skill Piercing Scream Blast. Bhakti told her to try using it. The girl looked up worriedly. The damage is not huge, but the sound spreads really far. It might pull all the monsters out of the sick rooms. He tilted his head and replied instantly, that monster luring effect is exactly what we need. Pulling them one is exhausting. Just do it. It will be fine. Meng Meng nodded. Alright, she raised her hand to activate it, and rings of pink energy spread out, dragging the surrounding monsters in a massive swarm. Watching that scene, he chuckled softly. That mob gathering effect is actually pretty tasty. Han Tiao looked at the stream of monsters arriving and felt overwhelmed. This dungeon is way too crowded. Ona immediately reminded him, focus, do not get distracted. Meng Meng turned to ask, Master, is this too many? Will we be okay? He smiled calmly, we are fine, no problem at all. Bhakti rubbed his neck, tilting his head, just in time. I will use them to test my newly upgraded skill. Han Tiao summoned his throwing stars, shouting enthusiastically, if the team leader says so, then I am relieved. Open fire. The flying daggers shot forward, piercing through the chests of the monster mob like they were clearing the map. Ona raised her hand, black aura swirling on the ground, the source of fear, darkness. She clenched her fist, controlling black tentacles to wrap tightly around them, constricting them like a crushing fence. Meng Meng calmly aimed her residual cannon and fired into the monster pack. Both of them looked over, startled. Here it comes. She licked her lips, lifting the bazooka to aim again. That was so satisfying. One more shot. Han Tiao twitched his lip, creating a rocket launcher in the dreamscape. That is seriously overkill. Will she be able to create a Gundam next time? Ona nodded firmly. Anything is possible. Then he looked over at the main character and paused. Ona is sweeping mobs. Meng Meng is shooting too. Why has the team leader not made his move yet? On the other side, he looked at his mutated hands, calculating silently. Power has reached the limit, but skill charging speed is a bit slow. It is hard to fully charge the weapon right in the middle of combat. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he shouted, alright. Bhakti slammed both hands onto the floor. Black bone spikes burst from the ground, expanding incredibly fast, skewering the mob of monsters like stakes clearing the field. The three people behind him widened their eyes, jaws dropping, looking like their brains were lagging from shock. Meng Meng screamed, you are so strong, Master. Han Tiao shouted, holy Bhakti, how did you? Right as he turned around, two more monsters wearing nurse uniforms appeared behind him. Han Tiao glared and threw a dagger. Two are still alive, I will handle them. He raised a hand to stop it. Wait, these two head nurse mini-bosses, I kept them alive on purpose. Han Tiao turned green in the face. My move got rid, and he stopped it with just one hand. Ona patted his shoulder to console him and save him from embarrassment. He looked at the system notification. Devouring Glimmer has evolved. Can view target memories. Low chance to upskill proficiency. Bhakti reached out towards the heads of the two head nurses. Then let's rid some memories. I have not used this once since last night. In the memory, head nurse Kang was tied to a cross, screaming in panic. What is this thing? The memory shifted scenes showing her trembling on the floor, begging them not to come closer. The director with red eyes shouted, head nurse Kang, shut up. The final memory was an endless void accompanied by screaming. Then the director muttered while placing his hand on her head, scared to the point of madness. Her mind is truly weak, and I even plan to offer her to my master. Such a pity. Since she is crazy, she will be next month's sacrifice. Another nurse comforted head nurse Vuong, and she calmly replied that she also liked Kang very much. Head nurse Vuong remembered the scene of Kang lying in bed muttering 16, telling her to stop mumbling. Such a good, beautiful person. Why did she suddenly go crazy? Back in reality, the main character frowned and thought, 16 plus a demon-style ritual formation, I understand now. He thought to himself, in my past life as a demon hunter, I heard the mental hospital dungeon in Mado was related to demons, and could even summon one. Back then my level exceeded the dungeon, so I just read posts on the forum and skipped it. Now he instructed the whole team to look for clues for his quest, reminding them to be careful and not to split up. He looked straight ahead. There is a high possibility that something even heavier is hiding in here. Half an hour later, the entire hospital was submerged in darkness and dead silence, a kind of suspicious quiet. Han Tiao walked up the stairs muttering, asking why the monsters were lured out, but none had shown up for so long. The team had searched 3 floors with no clues. Meng Meng looked up and said there were still some traces. Ona added, the number 16 appears very densely. Han Tio frowned. 16 or 18. Whatever, I just want to know why the boss has not made a move yet. Is he so scared of Bak D that he does not dare to show his face? At the end of the hallway, rays of red bone light gathered together, and a voice echoed, "Young man, you seem a bit crazy yourself." Han Tiao immediately gathered his energy, shouting, "Who is that?" Come out from the darkness. Monster legs with sharp claws appeared, covered in dark red stains. The figure had glowing red eyes and introduced himself. "This old man is the director of Hongtang Mental Hospital," he added, "and also the envoy of Solomon, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars." He stammered in shock. A demon, oh no, was skeptical too. The director stared and snarled, feigning calm as useless. "Becoming a sacrifice is your only end." Then he targeted the girl, spewing his filthy, seductive words. He grinned maliciously, "Be a good girl, and I might just let you live." Meng Meng roared, "Dream on, go serve your master yourself." Tran Bak curled his lip in mockery. A low-level devil made from a mutated human dares to be arrogant. Black mist surged from his mutated hand. He taunted, "If you've got the guts, then make a move. Don't just stand there talking trash." The director raised both hands, red blood aura swirling around him. He sneered, "Humans truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fine, I'll open your eyes for you." He opened his mouth wide, spreading his arms and howling like he was fully buffed, boasting about the terrifying power his master had bestowed upon him. Immediately, a giant phantom of the director's face crashed down on the four of them. Han Tiu's eyes went wide. He clutched his head and fell to his knees, crushed by a mental pressure heavy as a mountain. Meng Meng clutched her head too, while Hoang So only managed to cry out, "Master," before gritting his teeth to endure the onslaught. Tran Bak cursed inwardly. He hated monsters that specialized in mental attacks the most. Being constantly suppressed without a mental skill to counterattack was a huge disadvantage. He immediately accelerated, charging straight at the director, deciding on a blitz tactic. He swung his claws to stab right into the old man. But the captain lowered his head and shouted, "Great timing." From his body, black hellfire erupted and spread like a heat wave, swallowing the surrounding space. Tran Bak calmly transformed his arm into a shield to block the blow. The director laughed boisterously, praising him for having some skill and actually managing to block it. He looked at the boy with disdain, claiming that no one could break his black hellfire, and that eventually he would still collapse under the mental suppression. Tran Bak frowned deeply, his wary gaze locked tight on the opponent ahead. The director roared that they were at a dead end and should just struggle in despair. Just then, Han Tiu confronted him and chuckled softly. A wave of blue energy radiated from his body, quickly dispelling the heavy blood aura suppressing them. Oh Na was surprised as the mental pressure vanished. Meng Meng recovered and immediately complained, "Why didn't you use that sooner, Han Tiu?" Han Tiu smiled, saying he just needed to release a bit of mental energy to counter the pressure. The director immediately recognized him as a descendant of the Han family, possessing the master's bloodline. A red light flashed as he shouted that relying on bloodline wouldn't save him. The black hellfire was still enough to turn them all in ash. Han Tiu stepped forward and fired back, asking if he was the master's dog. How did he dare kill a descendant? Wasn't he afraid of punishment? The director growled that the Han family were just traitors, and killing them would earn him a reward. He tilted his head back, gathering flames to unleash his hell technique. Onya dashed forward, shouting, "Don't let him breathe fire, stop him right now." But the director lowered his head and let out a strange sneeze, freezing my action. Everyone stopped abruptly. Han Tiu asked in confusion, "Is this a new trick?" Behind them, Tran Bak stood with his hands on his hips, laughing. The effect kicked in slower than I thought. The director coughed violently, watching him approach and asking, What did you do to me?" He leaned in close and replied, "Just a skill that makes the target sneeze nonstop. I just finished upgrading it." He added, "The flu skill evolved into lung infection. The target suffers reduced stats and a sickness debuff. Spellcasting fails or goes off target easily. In stage 2, physical constitution drops drastically." The director denied it agitatedly, "Impossible. I am a high-level life form. How could I get sick?" The system announced stage 2, severely reduced recovery, difficulty concentrating and weakened breathing. The old man staggered, clinging to the wall in disbelief. When the notification for stage 3 respiratory failure appeared, Tran Bak smiled from above. "Even devils have to breathe." Those virus points were totally worth it. Just as the director collapsed to the ground, the system chimed in, "Eliminated level 12 Hell Dungeon boss, based on combat contribution, received 30,000 experience points." He turned around to see the other 3 trembling in the distance. He raised his hand and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Han Tiu covered his mouth. "There's a virus." Meng Meng kept her distance too, afraid of catching a cold. He smiled reassuringly, "If I don't actively release it, you won't get infected." Meng Meng sighed in relief, praising the skill as invincible. Tran Bak opened his system, explaining that the boss's constitution wasn't strong and not all monsters need to breathe. Then he asked, "How's your mission, Han Tiu?" Han Tiu checked, but saw no completion notification. He smiled. "There must be a side quest left in this dungeon. Let's keep looking." Tran Bak asked, "Before we upload the clear video, does anyone want to hide their face to avoid fame?" Onya asked to have his face blurred, and Mong Mong did the same. Han Tiu smiled and agreed, then reminded them to check the boss drops. The system announced the group had cleared the nightmare dungeon, and the video price was set at 5 coins per view. Tu Quinn sat on the sofa, staring intently at the video that had just appeared on the screen. 3 others were also startled when they saw the clear video pop up before their eyes. In the room, Lifong leaned back, smiling enigmatically. On the screen was a masked figure with razor-sharp claws, and an incredibly powerful aura. Lifong and La Bang remained silent. Diet Tuat broke the silence, saying even with his face covered, those claws and back, this video prove it's definitely Tran Bak. She crossed her arms and mocked them. You two analyzed him and said he was lying. Why are you quiet as mice now? Lifong looked pretty grim, but he still argued that even if it was him, the video only proved he had strong combat power. It was not enough evidence to prove they had a real residential base. Labin nodded in worry, saying that actually made it even scarier, since no one knew what his real intentions were. A vision of the main taking control of everything flashed through his mind, making him shudder in fear. He was afraid the base was just a trap to lure people in as stepping stones. The Vi could not take it anymore, so she stood up to demand why they were so stubbornly denying the truth. She tapped on her device to send another video, speaking with confidence as she told the two of them to take a look at this. On the screen, a giant red creature appeared with countless mouths swallowing corpses. It was a scene that made everyone's blood run cold. Diet Tuat asked in horror what that thing was, and Thivai explained that Tong Ka sent it. The whole group was stunned after watching, while Lifong stammered, unable to say a word. The video showed the Jiang Thang Villa area, where Tong Ka appeared to introduce the wall of flesh and bone that only ate corpses to protect the base. She filmed a panorama of the base while everyone waved at the camera, saying the Universal Will video was expensive, so she only bought 10 minutes. But it was enough to see everything from the foot to the top of the mountain. Tong Ka introduced the crowded foot of the mountain, saying it costs 1 copper coin a day to enter, and troublemakers will be dealt with. Then she mentioned the mountainside is where relatives live, and they are currently expanding the entertainment area. She filmed the villa on the mountaintop where she lived, affirming that while there were few people, it was absolutely safe, and ordinary people could not enter freely. Through the system screen, everyone saw the base clearly. Tong Ka even joked that the main bad not done anything to her yet, but it was hard to say what might happen in the future. She blushed as she said goodbye, telling them to come here quickly to run dungeons and increase their physique. Diet Tuat teased her about women's matters, while Thai V turned bright red and denied everything. She covered her face and sighed in regret, wishing she had watched it carefully before sending the video. Lifong cut in to say there was no longer any issue, and he had to admit that the main was truly very strong. He was about to explain when Labing cut in, worrying that Thivai could not be the main's woman. She immediately reacted harshly to deny it. Labin kept rambling on that the main was a ladies' man with many women, and he was afraid she would not be happy. Finally, he blushed and confessed his feelings, saying that he only loved her. Thivai coldly raised her hand to stop him, saying she had rejected him many times and who he liked had nothing to do with her. She looked him straight in the eye and affirmed she had absolutely no feelings for him, demanding that he stop liking her. Back on the 4th floor of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, the main had defeated the director. Thin threads emerged from his arm and latched onto the old man's body. The system announced that this creature possessed a special bloodline atom, which could be devoured or expelled, and it would affect both the virus and his body. He thought for a moment and chose to expel the bloodline, but he still continued to absorb power from the director's corpse. The system announced he received 500 virus evolution points and activated the ability to absorb the target's skill, obtaining the Arank body burning shepherd fire. A tube of red liquid appeared. The expelled bloodline atom had turned into an Arank demon bloodline essence item, which required spirit and physique stats of 20 or higher. Looking at the tube of liquid in his hand, he still found it hard to believe this was the bloodline atom, but he quickly put it away, amused that expelling it turned it into an item instead of making it disappear. The main turned to ask what the boss dropped, and Han Tiu excitedly showed off an Arank Hell Envoy, class change scroll, and an Arank Hell Black Flame skill book. Mong Mong added that there was also an armor blueprint and a piece of drank equipment. The blueprint detailed how to craft armor from the Sheffield Shepherd's Horn, requiring a demon horn, hell abyssal fire, and dark crystals. The materials determined the rank, and there was only one Srank horn in existence. Tranbach rubbed his chin, glanced at the paper, and said coolly, "A purebred demon head, huh? I know exactly where to find one." He divided the loot decisively. "You keep the blueprint. The class change scroll goes to Han Tiu, the skill is for Mong Mong, and the equipment goes to Onya." Onya and Han Tiu's eyes lit up, and they nodded immediately. That distribution is way too reasonable. Mong Mong stood there speechless. It was typical of the main to divide loot in a way that made everyone happy. Han Tiu was getting way too in a character, acting as excited as if he had just hit the jackpot. "Now we just need to find the quest clues." He stood there thanking them profusely. making everyone want to clap along. The other three just looked at each other. It was a performance that no one could handle. After that, the group headed straight for the director's office. In the dreamscape of the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon on the 4th floor, Hantyu pointed at the door in front of them. The clues must be in here, unless the old director hid a secret room somewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to push the door open with a bang. The door opened and he froze. In front of him was a giant figure, and the air was so cold it felt like it would freeze the entire room. But that was just the beginning of the craziness. All four of them entered, staring at the massive statue. Meng Meng asked curiously. So Tran Bak calmly explained that it was Zepar, the 16th demon of the 7 Ti'u Pillars of Solomon. He touched the statue lightly, his eyes flashing with interest. This power existed because Zepar had infiltrated the statue somehow. The question was, did the director know how to summon him? The story unfolded. About 100 years ago, a woman from the Han family became obsessed with the image of Zepar. Since then, every generation of the Han family had given birth to a pair of boy and girl twins. When the daughter grew up, she would stay here to become Zepar's bride. Just hearing about it was enough to send shivers down your spine. As for the son, he would marry and have children like a normal person, completely unaware of the fate waiting in the shadows. Meng Meng read from the notebook. Hantyu's father knew the truth, and wanting his daughter to escape her fate, he chose an extreme method the moment the baby was born. Painful memories flashed through his mind. But Triu Truong Lam discovered it, stopped him and reported it to Zepar. Han Dung was stripped of his bloodline for his betrayal. That was a brutal counterattack. After that, Hantyu's sister was taken away and raised in captivity. It was a cold, calculated move by Zepar. Triu Truong Lam was granted a demon bloodline as a reward. Meng Meng read it, threw the notebook down and summarized it briefly. The diary is full of jealousy and self-praise. Hantyu accepted the next mission, thanking them repeatedly. He admitted that it was painful to read, so he was lucky Meng Meng helped analyze it. At this moment, Meng Meng noticed the main character had been focused on studying the statue from the start. She asked, "Master, is there something wrong with it?" He touched the sharp part of the statue. Click, a hidden door opened immediately. The other three were completely shocked. Onya stuttered. Hantyu swore under his breath. Meng Meng's eyes went wide. There are still hidden items. The group took turns stepping into the secret room beneath the Hongting Mental Hospital. They walked down the stairs but couldn't see the bottom. Hantyu estimated they had gone down 2 or 3 basement levels. Tran Bak just smiled slightly. "We are almost there." A faintly glowing door appeared before their eyes. The main character's voice rang out steadily. This is where Triu Truong Lam summoned or contacted the theater faction. Stepping through the door, they saw cross-shaped pillars wrapped in iron chains. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. In the center were runes that looked like a formation array. The main character sat down and picked up an object from the ground. Onya smelled a strong, metallic stench. Meng Meng asked what he was looking for. He stood up and opened the system share. "See for yourselves." The information popped up. Hell teleportation array core, used to activate the dungeon and summon the theater faction, requiring the sacrifice of 16 lives along with souls and blood. The system warned, unique item. The demon god is limited to level 12, and difficulty increases to hell mode after summoning. Hantyu was shocked. Summoning a demon god, really? Meng Meng was excited. If we summon it and then take it down, wouldn't we strike it rich? The main character looked at the group and asked for their levels. He was level 8. The other 3 were level 5, level 4, and level 3 about to reach level 4. Hearing that made him want to faint. He made a throat-slitting gesture and said coldly, "Once summoned, you guys would be wiped out instantly. You haven't even reached level 10 or gotten a class yet, and you want to kill a demon god." He explained further, there is a huge difference between a normal demon god and one with a bloodline. Wait until you reach the dungeon limit before coming back. Onya immediately marked it on the calendar for the future. Meng Meng winked in agreement. Truly a team obsessed with fighting bosses. Back on the surface, Meng Meng asked if there was anything else to do. Hantyu was concerned about his younger sister and the origin of the demon. Tran Bak asked about his father before the apocalypse. He said their relationship was normal, and that his father was just an ordinary man. He said sadly the only unusual thing was that he turned into a zombie different from everyone else. Onya asked immediately, "A demon zombie?" Hantyu shook his head. It was just a plague zombie with blue-purple patches that terrified him. Because of that, he was forced to practice controlling objects with spiritual power. It could be seen as the final lesson from his father. The main character asked for more details. He suspected it was due to the chemical plant where his father worked, as many people in the same area also showed strange signs. Tran Bak fell into deep thought, linking it to the SS rank plague sect mission. He promised that when they went to Mado, they would visit the factory, and Hantyu agreed immediately. Onya took the chance to ask about abilities. The main character told him to just speak up, so the whole group could analyze it together. After the discussion, he was satisfied. This time the harvest was huge, and there were even clues about the Plague Lord. Afterward, Tran Bak returned to the hotel in Jiangtheng. He had just lain down when he heard rapid coughing echoing through the room. Several people were lying around, their attributes dropped to 0 because of the virus. They asked him if he had an antidote. He reassured them the virus had already been removed, and their attributes would recover. He told them to rest while he went out to handle other matters. Ivy called out loudly, Labin actually wanted to kill him. The main character froze. Kill me, why? She explained he and Lai Fong didn't trust the base. She asked Tongka to record a video as proof, but things spiraled out of control. Finally, she told him the entire sequence of events in detail. Being rejected, Labin screamed Tranbok's name, blaming everything on his arrival. Thai called him a mentally unstable person who liked to make threats. She recalled him leaving a rage. If Tongka hadn't been there to protect her, she would have been in big trouble. The sound of coughing still echoed in the room. She said that if she hadn't been lucky, she would have been ruined by him long ago. Being trapped in the hotel with him for such a long time made her exhausted, but his talent wasn't strong enough to force her into anything. After saying that, the atmosphere fell into silence. She asked if Labane would die in the trap. The main character replied that the virus only weakened him, and it would take time to finish him off. Her voice turned cold. I want him to pay for this. The door opened and two figures became visible. Labin's eyes turned red when he saw Tranbak and they kissing. Actually, that was the main character's plan to provoke him. If we want to piss him off, one kiss is enough, right? Thai agreed, adding that it was her first kiss. 2 days later, in the forest outside Vusuang, the main character was moving agilely through the trees. He jumped from one branch to another. The electronic panel notified him that Tu Quang wanted to speak privately. He stopped and asked, what is the matter? Tu Quang reported that she had securely picked up Thai and the others. She also mentioned that the forum was buzzing about a mysterious chat group. She asked him point blank, are you really the leader of group number 1? Looking toward Saho, he replied nonchalantly, that is right. Did you forget the advertisement post I asked you to put up? She laughed, realizing that top-tier experts would eventually join their side. He told her to just send him the trending headlines, and he would handle the rest. A post accused White Emperor of knowing about the cosmic trial beforehand, suggesting group number 1 might have been created before the apocalypse. The rumor spread like wildfire. He fell silent, thinking that perhaps it was time to truly activate the group number 1 plan. He calculated the variables, influence, power, and a sense of collective glory. It would make recruiting top experts much easier in the future. Suddenly, the surrounding vegetation withered. He froze. This was not good at all. The atmosphere turned gloomy, and the sky burned a deep red. A scene appeared before him that would send shivers down anyone's spine. The system voice rang out, entered the hidden dungeon village of demon worship. Tranbok clenched his fists, looking at the digital panel with an excited smile. It was finally here, in his past life. This was exactly where he found the hidden quest to change his class to rank professional demon hunter. The mission panel popped up. Mission 1, prevent villagers from summoning demons. Difficulty D, reward 500 experience points and permission to leave the dungeon. Mission 2, eliminate infected villagers. Difficulty C, reward 1,500 experience points. Mission 3, destroy all demons and corrupted villagers. Difficulty S, reward 5,000 experience points and a crank demon bloodline. Up above, Ng Yi Kwang shouted to reassure everyone, we just need to finish mission 2 and retreat. Equipment will be shared by rolling dice fairly. If you have bad luck, you get gold coins. He thumped his chest, calling himself Brother Kwang, guaranteeing that no one would be shortchanged. He quietly blended into the crowd as old memories flooded back. In his past life, he had trusted that man for a few gold coins. During that battle, the guy deliberately missed his shots, allowing the villagers to complete the ritual, then retreated with his gang, leaving the rest as bait for the demons. In his memory, the man stood high with a spear, barking orders. If you want to live, weaken that monster for me. By the time everyone realized it was a trap, the battlefield was sealed off. Anyone who tried to flee was ruthlessly executed by him. Nearly 100 people were dragged into it, mostly solo players and small groups from the area. No one had time to organize a proper resistance, and they were quickly forced into a losing position. After the slaughter, he stood at a distance, watching like it was a show. So many fell between the demons and the human traitor. The survivors had no choice but to turn back and fight for their lives, as there was no escape left. Waiting until no one could stand, he finally yelled for his brothers to charge. He waited for the demon to be exhausted before leading his team in for the kill. But that year, he did not know that Tranbak had survived and slipped out of sight. He squeezed into a narrow crevice to hide, knowing fully well he would be silenced if discovered. Having completed mission 1 and 2, he exploited the dungeon exit mechanic, dragging himself step by step to the edge of the instance, and escaping by the skin of his teeth. Just as he was about to leave, a die appeared over his head. It was a chilling coincidence. At that exact moment, they defeated the boss and started rolling for loot. The system announced the item roll. A class change scroll for a level 5 demon hunter appeared, and his roll was 100, and that was the craziest part. The system confirmed he received the scroll. Lying flat on the ground, he burst out laughing. Those guys used the rolling system to bait cannon fodder, only to lose the most valuable loot to the sole survivor. Afterward, he left the area to avoid pursuit. The mob frantically searched for him, forcing him to leave Vusuang and find somewhere else to survive. Looking back, his only regret was not seeing Brother Kwang's face when he lost the item. Muttering to himself, he suddenly froze when he saw something ahead. Before him lay the fallen corpse of a corrupted villager, so someone had entered before him. In his past life, it took 2 months before anyone cleared this dungeon, so why was it so early now? He frowned but reassured himself that whoever came first did not matter. In the center of the dungeon, Engi Kwang and his gang were in combat. The system chimed, "Mission 2 complete, experience points received, you may leave the dungeon at the edge of the village." Hearing that, he laughed loudly, praising Truong Long for his accurate prediction. The group planned to retreat, agreeing to come back and deal with the boss next time. Suddenly, someone shouted that an intruder was entering. The whole gang immediately rushed over. He walked in calmly, asking nonchalantly, "Are you guys really leaving?" He brushed past Engi Kwang and said softly, "Then I will take over the boss. You do not mind, right?" The other man forced a smile and replied, "No problem, be my guest." The question in his heart was answered. He smirked, "So it turns out to be you guys. I did not expect you to discover this dungeon so early." He warned that it was a level 11 demon boss. Tranbach just waved his hand in thanks and headed deeper inside. The giant monster appeared, looking down with contempt, mocking the person in front of it as nothing more than a bug. Hearing this, he just laughed, closed his eyes calmly, and said it had been a long time since he soloed a hunter demon. "For a low-level demon like you, I've handled countless numbers in the past." The monster swung its arm to attack, but before it could finish speaking, he had already dashed past. In just an instant, that massive body was torn apart. The hunter experience accumulated over decades in his past life was not just for show. The boss stood frozen, then slowly collapsed. He knew every weakness, every vein of the hunter demon. Turning his back, he let the opponent fall behind him. The system notifications flashed continuously. Defeated Ayla Orlando of the Hunter Demon Clan. Received 13,500 experience points. Completed Mission 3. Rewarded with an additional 5,000 experience points and a vial of Crank Demon Bloodline. He glanced back, whispering that the feeling was so familiar. His skills did not seem to have faded at all. Over on the other side, the group received the participation reward of 5,000 experience points and a bloodline. Leaving everyone astonished, Ni Kwang looked at the screen, muttering, "Instant kill." Truong Long suspected he intended to absorb the boss's body, and the whole group decided to go back and check. The system continued to report, devoured special species, received 350 evolution points for the Blacklight virus, selected gene extraction, obtained an Arank demon bloodline. Standing at a distance, he stopped when he saw the group turning around and heading toward him. He pretended to speculate. "Why did you come back? Want to split the loot?" Ni Kwang smiled and replied, "You took down the boss alone. How could I dare ask for a share?" He coldly observed every expression, thinking that the guy was playing the righteous role again, but his true face had been seen through long ago. He deliberately took out a series of items, a Brank Hunter Demon bloodline, an Arank Devil bloodline, and even a class change scroll for a level 5 Devil Hunter, showing them off right in front of the other party. He held the items closer, asking if they were truly not tempted. Faced such delicious loot, Ni Kwang eventually reached out slowly to take it. Truong Long caught them, glanced at the items, and whispered that these were the blood vials they just received. He forced a smile and explained, saying that claiming he did not want them would just be lying to himself. But Ni Kwang still pretended to be polite, handing Tranbach a few vials of solution and saying something like, "Whatever loot dropped is all yours." It sounded nice, but the stench of his bad acting was strong. Tranbach took a few items, gave a faint smile to be polite, then squeezed his hand and asked straight up, "You left and came back, surely not just to congratulate me, right?" "Spit it out," he hurriedly explained, saying he just wanted to make a connection, and asked where he was staying. He lowered his voice, pointing to a specific spot on the map. "My younger brother is clearing the western suburbs of Vusuang. I'm afraid it would be trouble if he accidentally stepped into your territory." Every single word sounded like a trap. An image of Mong Mong in that area flashed in his mind and he frowned, calculating the western suburbs. "I think she lives in the residential area near the stadium, exactly where that guy just mentioned." Tranbach was annoyed but kept a straight face, glaring at him with a piercing look, kindly outside, but actually probing to see what he was doing in his territory. He replied, "I stay at Jiang City Base. I only know a gym in the western suburbs." Then he fell silent, observing. Ni Kwang suddenly reached out his hand, tilting his head with a smile that barely hid his killing intent. "We just took over the western suburbs stadium a few days ago, and now we are clearing the area. With your strength you must have influence in Jiang City. Let's be friends and support each other. Tran Bak didn't answer immediately, he just turned his head and stared. Clearing for people like this is just a euphemism for taking over territory and wiping out obstacles. Just hearing it sent a chill down his spine. He remembered that in his past life, this gang had swarmed Meng Meng's place. No wonder nobody knew what happened to her. While he was tense as a guitar string, the system notified him of a message. Tran Bak turned his back to open the panel. Wait a moment. The inbox exploded with messages. Master, my neighborhood suddenly has a lot of evolvers. They are searching house by house, like they are looking for something. They will probably reach me soon. Tran Bak read it and replied immediately. They are clearing this area. Don't open the door. I'm coming right now. His face darkened, anger rising as tentacles emerged from his body. Ni Kuang broke into a cold sweat the moment he saw it, stumbling back and asking shakily, "What are you planning to do?" He turned to run, but Tran Bak shot out his tentacles to lock him down and finished him off cleanly. Then he used Devouring Evolution to read his memories, but the fragments were scattered, not clearly identifying the Kim Hai neighborhood or the stadium's location. Seeing that scene, the accomplices panicked, scattering in all directions, while screaming and retreating. Run fast. Tran Bak chuckled softly, muttering, I have to leave one alive to lead the way. The guy who warned me about the boss surely knows a lot. I can't let him slip away like that. On the other side, a gloomy sky hung over the large apartment complex. Meng Meng stood inside her home, holding a club ready at the door. Western suburbs of Vu Suang, Kim Hai International Community, Building 16, Room 1. Outside, there was the sound of rapid banging on the door. A man stood outside knocking continuously, then threatened, I'm counting to 3. If you don't answer, we are coming in ourselves. His tone clearly spelled trouble. She was trembling but gripped the club tightly, trying to keep her voice steady to drive them away. You people aren't welcome here, go somewhere else. If you try to break in, I will defend myself, don't blame me. The gang outside sneered upon hearing that, turning to mock her unpleasantly. Sweat poured down Meng Meng's face. She was choking with rage and gritted out one word, scram. As soon as she finished speaking, a sonic wave burst out, reverberating through the wide corridor like a massive speaker turned up to max volume in a closed space. The 3 guys outside couldn't react in time. The shockwave left them dizzy, clutching their ears and stumbling, their eyes bulging with fear. Inside the house, the club dropped from her hand and rolled across the floor. Meng Meng collapsed from exhaustion, coughing continuously, her breath ragged as if she had just drained her battery completely. She looked at her blood-stained palm, worried and frustrated. Damn it, this skill requires high constitution to withstand. It was only over a second, but my voice is already broken, and my strength is nearly depleted. Outside it suddenly went unusually quiet, making her alert. With her mental power, she must have at least stunned them for a while, but this silence was more terrifying than the banging. The atmosphere was eerily still, with only the sound of coughing echoing. Despite the shock, one guy managed to report to his accomplices, Building 16, 12th floor, there's a girl using mental power. My team is down, come capture her quickly. She definitely won't be able to use that move again anytime soon. After the report, a heavy silence passed. 10 minutes later, Meng Meng leaned against the wall gasping for air. Then heavy impacts slammed against the door like a rhythmic hammer. Her face was flushed from lack of breath. She glanced at the vibrating door and swallowed hard. They are back again. Looks like I have to risk it all. The door couldn't take it anymore. It cracked open and was kicked off its hinges. As soon as it opened, the waiting crowd flooded in, their hurried footsteps blocking every escape route. Namham poked his head in, seeing her sitting on the floor, and laughed with amusement, speaking in a teasing manner. The mob behind him also threw out rude remarks, laughing and pretending to care, turning the air in the room ice cold. They quickly surrounded her, forcing her into a corner. Meng Meng tried to prop herself up, gathering her remaining physical and mental strength, telling herself she might be able to trigger Hell Dark Flame one more time. Immediately after, she screamed and unleashed a spreading cloud of dark purple smoke, forcing the gang to retreat outside in a hurry. The Hell Dark Flame made them flinch, but the smoke also gradually dissipated over time. Meng Meng gasped for air, collapsing and then trying to struggle up again. She remembered her master's words. The 4 attributes must complement each other. If one is too high, it will backfire. This is truly self-torture. Waiting for the smoke to clear, they walked back in, their tone even dirtier and more threatening. Trying to force her to submit, they shouted for more people, treating her like loot, and her safety was dropping to a critical level. She dragged herself along, her head splitting with pain, feeling like she was about to faint. Meng Meng tried to crawl toward the glass door as fast as she could, with only one thought in her mind: I cannot fall into their hands. Seeing her trying to escape, the mob got even more excited, howling and urging each other to rush forward, as if they were just one step away from grabbing their prey. They reached out to block her, holding her tight and dragging her back while spewing vulgar words continuously. Meng Meng struggled weakly, but the situation was already locked down. They lunged at her with filthy actions, making her cry out in despair. Just then, from the distance, Tranbach's figure came rushing in like an arrow, and the tables were about to turn. He accelerated, smashing straight through the glass door, sending shards flying, and landed neatly inside the house. As soon as Tranbach touched the ground, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, forcing the group holding her to stumble back. He pulled Mong Mong into his arms, kicking away anyone blocking the path. She smiled wearily and apologized, but he stopped her, saying she did well and to let him handle the rest. He frowned, his killing intent ice cold. "You dare touch my disciple. Don't expect to walk out of here today." He placed her on the sofa. The gang outside looked at each other in confusion, not expecting the girl to still have reinforcements. One guy shouted to attack, but before they could figure out what was happening, Tranbach charged in. His movement was illusory, knocking each of them back before they could react. He summoned a shield, slamming one guy backward into the wall, leaving a distinct dent. The room went dead silent. He glanced out the door and asked in a cold voice, "Is that everyone?" A weak sound came from behind. Mong Mong was writhing on the sofa, her face pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. He sat down to check on her, guessing she was exhausted and suffering from mental overload. She asked in a panic where her master was. He gently grasped her hand. He pressed her palm against his face to reassure her, but just as he relaxed his guard, a sneak attacker swung a weapon at him from behind. Before the guy could even touch him, earth spikes burst up from the ground to block the attack, and he spoke calmly, "Don't be afraid, I am right here." His arm mutated, slamming hard into the ground as he gathered his strength. A series of sharp spikes erupted all over the room, instantly ending every remaining threat. 1 hour later, he looked down at her sleeping peacefully on his lap, noticing that her complexion had become much rosier. The floor was littered with motionless bodies. The battle had finally come to a close. The door creaked open, making him instantly alert. Truong Long poked his head in with an awkward smile and introduced himself. He glanced over and then went back to stroking her hair, signaling that he knew the man was there. He asked calmly, "So, Tran Yiquang's team has been dealt with, right?" Truong Long knelt down to confirm that he had lured them all in and wiped them out, so he immediately asked, "Are the rest of those people your relatives?" That question made him jump in surprise. His voice trembled as he said it was just his wife and children. He was forced to join because of his Urank investigation talent, or else his family would have met a tragic end like their neighbors. He pondered for a moment, praised the talent as not bad, and invited the man to follow him to Jiangthan. Truong Long hesitated. He smiled, but an invisible pressure filled the air as he said he would respect the choice and not force anyone. The man hurriedly agreed, worried about those who had been enslaved. He opened his spatial inventory and suggested they settle down temporarily in Vusuang first. He took out a vial of red potion, his eyes full of calculation. He tossed it to the man, saying the potion would help increase strength, and added that he had sent a friend request for future contact. Truong Long thanked him joyfully and left, while he called on the system to open his inventory. He looked at the system panel and noticed a strange change right after giving away the potion. His gaze locked tightly onto the newly appeared mutated mask. He remembered that when he stored the quest scroll and bloodline potions in the inventory, there was no reaction at all, and everything was clearly separated into different slots. He tried moving the items around to test the reaction. He looked back and forth between the demon bloodline potion and the mask, which was opening its mouth as if it wanted to swallow them. He decided to feed a few low-quality vials, stuffing them one by one into the mask's mouth to test his luck. 5 minutes later, the mask let out a satisfied burp. He looked up at the sky in helplessness, thinking all those potions were just for a full meal. But then again, a special treasure had to be different from the rest. Suddenly, the mask spat out a mutated item, and as he picked it up, he muttered that it really did eat things just to spit them back out. As he held it up, the stat panel immediately appeared clearly before his eyes. Refined Demon Bloodline Apples Physical Enhancement Potion requires total strength, vitality, and agility to reach 75. He laughed loudly, thinking that if he combined this with the bloodline source from the secret realm, this would truly be an infinite essence production machine. He opened the Srank Demon Hunter class change quest scroll that had dropped from the first pureblood demon. The quest required entering the first floor of the Abyss, defeating 100 demons and 100 fallen demons, and then leaving. Back in the bedroom, he put away the system panel, thinking about the abyss full of both danger and opportunity. Just as she began to wake up, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, still feeling a bit drowsy. Seeing him, her eyes turned red as she called out, "Master." She burst into tears and hugged him tight, and after being reassured that all danger had passed, she begged to be trained to become stronger. She frowned, complaining that leveling up required too much experience. But the monsters around the dreamscape had been almost completely cleared out. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said she did not dare go out, and could not find any dungeons either. He smiled, suggesting she rest before they headed to Jiangthan, because there was no shortage of dungeons there. She immediately jumped up in excitement. He grabbed her wrist to stop her. "Wait a minute." He picked her up, saying that at normal normal speed, they wouldn't reach Jiangthang even by next month. He held her and jumped out the window, telling her not to open her eyes and to tap him if the pressure felt too heavy as they glided over the rooftops. A while later, they entered a desolate forest, and he continued leaping from one tree branch to another. Arriving at the entrance of the village secret realm, the scenery was strangely withered and desolate, making the atmosphere even more suffocating and creepy. The system notified them that they had entered the Ghost Faith secret realm, and he took a moment to explain the difference between a secret realm and a dungeon to her. She nodded with her eyes shining bright, asking eagerly if he needed her to lead the way. He reminded her that this was not a dreamscape, so every time a skill was used it really mattered, and he told her to wait right there near the entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off to wipe out the demons. The mission objective updated to defeating the guards and the Dark Priest. He picked up the pace, taking down each enemy cleanly and efficiently, before deciding to head straight for the boss. At the central square, he landed softly on a wall down below. The group conducting a ritual spotted the intruder immediately. They shouted to turn him into a sacrifice, but in the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from his spot. He reappeared right behind the leader, his mutation ability wrapping tightly around the guy. The guy struggled in vain, while the rest of them drew their swords and surrounded them. When their attacks came crashing down, he erected a shield to block it all. The system notified that he had defeated the Dark Priest, awarding 45,000 experience points and an option to absorb blood essence. He smiled with amusement, confirming that he could indeed use devouring evolution to exploit the demon bloodline. He slammed his hand onto the ground, causing sharp spikes to burst up and immobilize all the remaining demons. He gathered the loot, and the system extracted a crank demon bloodline potion from the miniboss. He analyzed the monster corpses, realizing that only elites and bosses yielded potions, while normal monsters did not. Outside the city at the village secret realm entrance in Vu Suang, Mong Mong sat slumped on a rock, bored out of her mind because her master had already cleared the boss, the miniboss, and the elite monsters. She pouted, muttering about being left behind and wondering how she would get experience points if she did nothing. Just then Tranbok's voice roared out, startling her awake as she hurriedly prepared her skill. He ran while shouting orders for her to maximize the range of her destruction skill, assuring her that the enemies weren't at full strength, so her mental power was enough to handle them. She didn't fully understand what was going on, but she listened and obeyed immediately. She opened her mouth and unleashed a wide area sonic wave at the rushing crowd. The system notifications popped up continuously. Defeated corrupted villagers, women, travelers, butchers, and farmers, causing the experience points to stack up rapidly. She stared at her status board with her mouth wide open as her level ticked up, and she received 2 additional free attribute points. The system notified them that all missions were complete, and they could choose to leave whenever they wanted. She cheered loudly, bragging that she had reached level 6.5, while he laughed and she was up to level 9. Then she jumped down and hugged him tight to say thank you, even blurting out, "I love you, master," in the heat of the moment. Right at that moment, the system dinged to Quinn had started a video call through the private chat. Tranbok paused for a few seconds before pressing accept immediately. His face turned serious as he asked what was wrong, and on the other end, Quinn frowned and reported that a goblin calling himself the God of Trade had appeared in the residential area, and she needed his help urgently. He remained silent for a few beats, a name surfacing in his mind, the God of Trade. He was slightly startled, thinking, Ledoux, why has he made his way to the residential area already? Quinn swallowed hard, asking if he knew him, then explained briefly that after spending a day at the settlement, Ledoux had approached them and intended to invest using a Silver City building token. She said his condition was to establish a Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the prime location once the city was built, and that the guild would be tax-exempt for life. Tranbok rested his chin on his hand to analyze the situation. High-level city building tokens were extremely rare, and a city-state recognized by the Universal Will came with many benefits, so this deal would only be a profit for him, not a loss. Quinn agreed with his assessment, but added that the token had to be used immediately, which would trigger a monster siege. He replied that the settlement would struggle to defend against it right now, but told her not to worry, because he would be back within a day. She was surprised and asked if she should stall for a day to wait for him to return before accepting the investment. He politely refused, reminding her that this investment was for her, and then casually told her to just praise Ledoux as much as possible and drop his name lightly in conversation. Quinn happily agreed, and at the same time he called Mong Mong over as several cards floated in the air. She replied cheerfully, "Coming, master." The cards contained equipment he had prepared in advance, items that boosted constitution, and he told her to choose whatever she could use to maximize her stamina. She was surprised but accepted them politely. He smiled and explained that there was an urgent matter at the base, and he was afraid she wouldn't be able to keep up if he ran at full speed. She nodded understanding, equipped all the gear, and reported that her constitution was now over 30 and her defense had increased significantly. He gave her a thumbs up and said good. Tu Quinn walked into the room with an air of confidence, apologizing for keeping him waiting, and declared to Li Du that they had decided to accept the investment. In the living room of the Dongsan Villa area, Li Du sat leisurely with his legs crossed, praising her ability and saying that someone daring enough to manage 1,000 evolved ones was truly rare. She replied humbly, addressing him as the god of trade and saying the entire settlement was honored to be chosen. He smiled slyly, expressing his belief that she would build an excellent city-state. Li Du reminded her to look after the Goblin Chamber of Commerce when the time came, and Tu Quang happily agreed. She told him directly that the manager of the settlement had admired him for a long time, and upon hearing about the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, he had dropped all his outside work and was rushing back here. He was surprised and asked who it was, so Tu Quang introduced him, saying his name is Bak, and he has actually received an investment from you before. Upon hearing that, Li Du's eyes went wide, showing a flicker of panic mixed with surprise. He stared at the red cards, looking a bit flustered, and stammered that it wouldn't work. This level of investment just isn't going to cut it. Tu Quinn panicked and asked why, but Li Du hurriedly explained that he simply hadn't expected that guy to be in charge of this zone. Since he's here, using this thing would be much more appropriate. Seeing the card, her eyes went wide with shock. Is that a Golden City Building token? Li Du tossed the card over, saying it was an S-rank Golden City Building token, triggering an A-rank city construction quest. He figured that for that kid it shouldn't be too difficult. He seriously added that if the main character made it back in time, there might even be a chance to encounter an S-rank siege monster. The system notification popped up. Li Du has sent an S-rank Golden City Building investment quest. Tu Quang read the text, her voice trembling with hesitation. This is... The system unrolled a long description. Use the token at the center and surrounding monsters will be buffed and attack continuously for 5 days. Upon completion, the territory will be recognized by the Universal Will within a radius of 10,000 meters. There were options to accept or decline. She held the card and examined it closely. The range was definitely larger than a standard A rank. Li Du reminded her that the danger level would also increase, asking if she dared to accept it. Tu Quinn replied instantly with confidence, "Why wouldn't I dare? With the White Emperor here, what is there to fear?" One day later, on the large terrace of the villa zone, she spotted a figure leaping through the treetops. Finally, he was back. Tranbak was holding Mong Mong, explaining that the return trip took longer because monsters were gathering and he had to clear a path. Tu Quinn welcomed him joyfully, but he told her to take the girl to her room first, and then report on the current situation. She reported as they walked, "There are less than 20 minutes left until the siege begins. We've set up 3 defensive lines, with the direction of Jiangthang being the key point. The defense plan is ready." Inside the villa bedroom, she finished saying that was all they had prepared. He praised her. "You did a great job." Tu Quinn handed him a black suitcase, saying she had cleared the sewer dungeon and gathered the rest of the plague equipment. He hugged her waist to thank her, and she responded with a suggestive remark. She confessed she was feeling nervous, but seeing him calmly bring someone back made her feel relieved. The main character explained that she wasn't just some woman he brought back, but his disciple, possessing a talent that wasn't inferior to his own. He instructed her to have Tonka take care of the girl and notify him the moment she woke up. He emphasized that she was the key to protecting the settlement and couldn't be neglected. Tu Quinn obediently replied that she understood. Tranbak picked up the suitcase and left. "Let's go, it's time to face the siege monsters." She followed him happily. Outside the forest, a swarm of monsters had gathered. Even from a distance, the area looked like a glowing red mass. Monsters of all sizes were packed tight, surging toward Dongsan Mountain right up to the foot of the city walls. He narrowed his eyes. So this is what an S-rank siege looks like. He briefly thought about his past life when he established a city at only Brank. The number of monsters back then compared to this time was truly... Beneath his feet, the monsters were pitch black, covering the entire mountainside. The main character let out a faint smile. It's a world of difference. 3 minutes remained. Below was a sea of monsters, and above he stood looking down. Tu Quinn held a child in her arms, announcing that everyone gathered at Dongsan Mountain would face continuous monster attacks for the next 5 days and 5 nights. But there was no need to panic. She spoke into the loudspeaker. "Listen up, people of Dongsan Mountain, the 5-day, 5-night siege is about to begin. But don't worry." She reassured them that the walls were solid, resources were plentiful, and reinforcements were stable. Plus, they had over 100 teammates with Brank talent. She glanced over to where nearly 10 experts with A rank or S-rank talent were standing ready. She emphasized further that there were even 2 experts with SS rank talent. Tu Quinn concluded that in 5 days, they would have the finest and largest territory. The defenders would enjoy infrastructure at discounted rates. Hearing this, the crowd roared in agreement. Then she shouted loudly, "1 minute left. Are you ready to harvest some money and experience?" The crowd shouted back in excitement, "Ready." Tranbach praised her spirited speech. She said she was only confident because of him and the girl he brought back. He ordered for the girl with the sound amplification talent to be taken to a safe place. The main character turned to ask Loklai how the live stream preparations were going. She replied that she had chosen the highest-end camera provided by the Universal Will. He looked toward the sea of monsters. Good, start the live stream. Loklai replied with a crisp yes. The comments section exploded, announcing that there was only 1 minute left until the siege. The evolutionary forum was in chaos. The stream title read, Building a City with Ensrank Golden Token. Many were shocked that they had to pay 1 gold coin just to watch. Someone commented that their whole zone fought a boss and only got a drank token. Someone shouted that it was real, noting how many zombies there were. They asked where this was, saying they would move there if the city was built successfully, and wondered why everyone looked eastern. He counted down to himself, 5, 4, 3, 2. Here it comes, 1, 0. The preparation time for the city defense has ended. The monsters simultaneously changed color, becoming much more ferocious. They had clearly been buffed. The system panel popped up with a single sentence. The siege begins. Langswang lamented that it was a waste for them to be buffed only after the siege started, thinking they should have cleared some zombies beforehand. Tu Quinn calmly replied that the main character knew that long ago, but buffed monsters give multiplied experience and copper coins. Tranbach didn't hesitate. He dove straight down into the area where the monsters were packed the tightest. He lowered his altitude, muttering to himself, zombies with triple stats mean triple experience and copper coins too. The main character grabbed one by the head and activated the plague transmission. The system displayed plague combo 5 out of 5, all attributes plus 15, accompanied by a resistance reduction debuff for anyone in contact. He just waved his hand once, and 3 of them were blasted out of formation. Along with the plague infection effect, the cooldown time is 5 hours. The monsters are getting worn down to the bone, and the plague is spreading at breakneck speed, causing lasting corrosion and stat reduction. He nods with satisfaction as he fights. The damage output isn't crazy high, but with the potent spread and debuffs, defending the city feels a whole lot lighter. Looking at the pile of infected bodies, he asks himself, where is that mental shockwave coming from, and why are the other monsters actively avoiding them? He comes to an immediate conclusion. There must be a lord controlling this horde. That is the only reason the zombies are advancing in such an orderly formation instead of trampling over each other. He dives deep into the enemy ranks to hunt down the lord, knowing that leaderless zombies are much easier to deal with. But if he abandons the front line, the city defenders will take the full force of the attack, and casualties could start piling up. He grits his teeth, his mind racing and calculating probabilities like a computer. If he acts too slowly, zombies from other areas will close in on the gathering zone. Once the survivors get scattered, it will be even harder for him to leave his post. As he mows down the monsters, he figures out a way to call for backup. He knows that to keep the formation solid, he needs Meng Meng's support to set up a shield and block the poison attacks. Then he calls out to her in his mind, "Wake up, Meng Meng." She slowly opens her eyes, and there are still glistening tears in the corners, as if she has just been crying. Tong Ka is overjoyed and asks if she is awake. She blushes in embarrassment and looks around in panic, asking who she is, and where her master has gone. A message pops up on the screen. Meng Meng is awake. I am currently briefing her on the situation. Tranbach's face lights up the moment he sees the message, and he thinks that is great news. She sends a message apologizing, explaining that because he ran at full speed earlier, the wind pressure was too much for her, causing her to pass out from exhaustion. She says she understands the situation now, and will enter the dream world to kill monsters. He replies not to rush, saying he will describe a specific type of zombie so she can locate the right target in her dream. She reads the description carefully. It has a humanoid shape, shoulders bulging like pads and a massive head. Its bones are covered in a mesh layer. There are long tentacles extending from its shoulders, and it possesses incredibly strong mental power. She turns to Tong Ka and asks him to keep watch so no one gets close while she enters the dream. He looks at her blankly and asks how she manages to fall asleep so quickly. Inside the dreamscape, Meng Meng gasps. There are so many zombies right at the base of the Dongsan mountain wall. She extends both hands to channel her energy. Huge boulders fly into the air. She manipulates the dream creation. The massive rocks crash down, crushing the zombie formation. She grins with delight and thinks, the dreamscape really is awesome. She takes a deep breath and reminds herself to find the zombie her master described. Then she dashes forward, not daring to delay the mission for even a second. On the first day of the siege, late in the afternoon, Tranbach jumps back down to the lower defense line. He asks Su Quinn about the casualties and the damage to the wall. She hands him water and a towel, reporting that thanks to him sweeping the front lines, there have been no deaths, only a few people with minor injuries. She adds that the damage to the wall is minimal and advises him to take a break while others stand guard. He shakes his head and says, "We cannot be optimistic just yet." Tu Quinn suddenly screams out in terror, "A lord." She stammers in fear, realizing that this type of zombie actually exists. He explains that today most of the enemies were just enhanced common zombies, with only a few special ones scattered around. His eyes turn cold as he senses that the Lord is gathering its strength for a massive, loud attack. Just then Tong calls out, and Meng Meng comes running over. Someone reminds her to slow down. She keeps rushing forward, calling out to her master. He glances at the two of them and greets them. "Meng Meng, little brother." Tranbach orders Luck-Lai not to livestream this specific location. She obeys immediately. "Yes, sir." Luck-Lai reports that she has already moved the flycam. He nods, thinking that her ability is too special and must absolutely not be revealed to the public. He pats Meng Meng on the back and asks urgently, "Have you found the Lord yet?" She gasps for air and replies, "Not yet." She looks up and explains that she only caught a few very brief mental shockwaves. She has narrowed down the general direction, but hasn't been able to lock onto the exact location. She adds, "I am sorry, master." He reassures her, "Don't always apologize, I know you have done your best." She wipes the sweat from her forehead and says that even though she hasn't found the Lord, she has some clues. She asks for a map, and Tonka hands it to her immediately. She points out suspicious locations that are swarming with hundreds of special zombies. She circles an area near the Jiangthan agricultural market and says, "There are 200 to 300 fat, red zombies here, all standing over 2 meters tall." She continues reporting like a news anchor. Dongjiang Square is full of strange zombies with no arms and no chins. The TV tower by the river is covered in crawling ones, and they are all moving at incredible speeds. The Vinho commercial street is packed with muscular zombies with solid limbs. He rests his chin on his hand, calculating fatties, tanks, hunters, screamers. They are all stage 2 evolved zombies. Tu Queen nods and says, "You are right, they are planning to finish us off." She asks him directly, "In your opinion, just how strong is a stage 2 evolved zombie?" He replies that stage 2 zombies are at least level 10, and based on the description, they have gathered more than 1,000 of them. He smirks and says, "I can still win if I fight alone. But under the Lord's command, they won't try to surround me. Instead, they will focus all their force on breaking the walls and causing panic. If that happens, the survival rate won't be higher than 10%. Tu Queen turns around sharply and says with determination, "We have to eliminate the Lord first. I will go find someone with the talent to track mental fluctuations and hunt down monsters right now." Tranbach stops her and says, "Wait a moment, I remember a candidate who is much better suited for this." He sends a message to Hantio asking if he can track the source of the mental shockwaves. The boy replies, "Are you kidding? My mental grasp talent is extremely sensitive." He then asks if is the Lord from the livestream. Tranbach confirms it and shares the plan. On the afternoon of the second day of the siege, inside the villa dreamscape, Hantio looks around and praises, "I can't believe there is such a huge villa outside the city walls." He jokingly asks if he can move in. Tranbach nods instantly and says, "Make yourself at home. There are plenty of empty villas up on the mountain peak." Hantio blushes with excitement, promising to do his absolute best. He then asks, "Should we head out right now?" Meng Meng asks which type of special zombie they are going to deal with. He looks up and says, "We are going to the TV tower by the river." The scene shifts to the TV tower on the banks of the Dongthang River. In Jiangthan, zombies were crawling thick over the tower, emitting horrifying, high-pitched chittering sounds. Tranbach explained that scent hunters were the biggest threat because they could bypass the defense walls. He was sure the warlord wouldn't let him kill it easily, so he was relying on Hantio to step up. The boy replied confidently, "I got this." Tranbach sprang into action and dashed off, yelling, "Let's go, Meng." She flew right after him, replying, "Yes, sir." Hantio scratched his face, looking bewildered. "Should I research how to fly with mental power too?" At that moment, she unleashed a powerful sound wave and giggled softly. "In the dreamscape, I'm still pretty strong, you know?" Suddenly, the horde of zombies lunged forward all at once, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Her smile vanished instantly, and her eyes went wide. "They're too fast." She was targeted and couldn't dodge in time. In that critical moment, Tranbach rushed in from a distance, shouting, "Meng Meng, freeze." He conjured a defensive barrier right in front of her. The system displayed Hellfire Incarnation Level A. The body is enveloped in hellfire, consuming mental power to maintain. Enemies who touch it suffer 2 layers of burning damage to both body and soul. The zombies were immobilized by giant spikes rising from the ground, and she coordinated with Tranbach to wipe out the statue guards. He placed his hand on the head of one zombie, finishing off the last of them. The system reported, "Devoured Elite Scent Hunter Zombie, Speed Type Stage 3. Received 200 virus points and 50 ultraviolet virus evolution points. Repeated devouring adjusted rewards by -60%. Meng Meng looked at the number 297 in shock. It was only day 2. too, yet so many evolved elites had gathered. Tran Bak explained that speed types gathered very quickly. This was nearly all the zombies in Jiangthan and the surrounding area. More would come later, but once the warlord died, they would scatter and wouldn't be worth mentioning. She whispered, so do we need to pick a gathering point to sweep them? Just then, Tran Bak noticed something unusual. He grabbed his knife, gripped it tight, and gave a faint smile. No need, he opened a map, found it. Han Tiu sent word that he's locked onto the warlord's location. The two rushed toward the northeast mountains, the gathering point of Jiangthan. In the dreamscape, Han Tiu pointed to the ravine ahead as the source of the tremors. Tran Bak was surprised. It's hiding right behind us. Proves it's not stupid. Han Tiu grinned excitedly. Emperor Bak, are we doing the boss raid now? I'm fired up. Tran Bak said they had to return to the real world before fighting the warlord. Han Tiu looked confused. Why? Tran Bak replied calmly. Gotta live stream it. This one's a stepping stone for my reputation. Tran Bak patted his back, telling him he was a big help this time, and promising to save him any gear that suited him if it dropped. Han Tiu smiled softly and thanked him. Thanks, Emperor Bak, sounding both respectful and like a hardcore fan. He looked up at Mong Mong, mentioning it was time to wake up. Then he assigned her to lead Han Tiu to take out a few stage 2 elite zombies. She asked immediately, which type? Tran Bak said the target was the Screamers. Zombies evolved with mental power, a perfect match for the two of them to suppress. They weren't strong in melee, but their screams caused extremely annoying interference, remaining a major threat when buffing other zombies. She accepted the order, and Han Tiu also promised to get it done. The scene shifted to the northeast mountains, the gathering point of Jiangthan. Tran Bak looked down at the deep pit below and stated simply, "This is the spot." He narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. Even without a detection skill, he could still sense the aura of a high-level evolved virus nearby, like smelling premium goods. While he was thinking, a zombie lunged at him from behind. It swiped with a heavy blow, but Tran Bak dodged neatly to the side, moving as fast as a frame cut. He was slightly surprised. Hunter, this type was even faster than the Scent Hunter, a truly annoying upgraded version. Tran Bak guessed this was a guard the warlord brought along. This zombie loved close combat, hitting extremely hard, and its speed was barely inferior to his own. He calculated his moves while parrying. I need to feign weakness, open up a gap to lure them in. If I drag out a melee fight, I'll waste time. If the warlord uses the chaos to escape, I'm screwed. And that's the craziest part. Just then, another one popped out from behind. The corner of Tran Bak's lips curled up. Here it comes. He attacked immediately, striking straight and taking down the one that just closed in, clean and no nonsense. The two-headed zombie didn't even understand what was happening before it was lifted into the air. Immediately after, he slashed a horizontal line, and both heads went offline in a single beat. The system reported evolution: Elite Mutant Punisher, Speed Hunter Zombie Stage 4, Ultraviolet Virus Ability Enhanced, received 1000 Virus points and 750 Ultraviolet Virus Evolution points. The system continued: Elite Mutant Punisher, received 900 Virus points. However, due to repeated gains, benefits were adjusted, minus 10% to prevent overfarming. Tran Bak raised both hands, revealing a new form. Ultraviolet Virus unlocked Sharp Blade form, but suddenly his body shuddered, his mind jolted, feeling as if a massive mental force was crushing down on him. He glanced up at a dark shadow on a high branch and taunted, I thought you'd use that moment to run away. Or did you actually think you could kill me? High above, the zombie warlord revealed itself. Tran Bak leaped up, his voice cold. Then you made a huge mistake. He didn't hesitate to slash straight at the tentacles on its body, then landed where the boss had fallen. Tran Bak dropped a provoking line. This one's a bit weak. Suddenly a voice called out, Emperor Bak. Tu Quinn rushed over and hugged him tight, praising him that thanks to him taking down the warlord, the next siege would be much easier since they had lost their commander. Her voice sounded like someone who just survived a disaster, but also wanted to brag about the victory. Tonka also appeared to congratulate him, even teasing, you big bad bully. Luk Lai winked, saying he was extremely reliable, and Lingok softly called him master. The team clung to him like glue. The group swarmed him, making Tran Bak flustered, feeling surrounded by affection. He muttered, seriously, you guys really know my weaknesses and hobbies. But then the smile on his lips vanished completely. His eyes turned cold and the atmosphere instantly shifted gears. An illusion screen popped up, but Tran Bak snapped out of it immediately. He stated bluntly, showing off an illusion at this level is just embarrassing. He turned back to look at the zombie warlord and chuckled softly. Your illusions can't even break my basic judgment. Put simply, your mental power is lower than mine. The boss monster opened its mouth and roared, its body trembling violently, as if it was suffering from the recoil of the attack it had just unleashed. The protagonist politely mocked him, saying, excuse me, Lord Zombie. The system warned of hallucinations, which explains why the viewers saw him slashing at thin air 2 times, since the livestream couldn't capture the illusions. The chat exploded with controversy, with some people doubting everything and others calling him a clown, but he just retorted, saying if he isn't strong, go try killing one yourself. Everyone was redirected to livestream room number 3, initiating the heavy attack mode, signaling that the pace of the battle was about to speed up significantly. At the gathering point on the city walls of Jiang City, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, signaling that a massive battle was imminent. The system screams out, Stage 2 Strength Type Evolved Zombie. The Berserk Giant variant has appeared. Everyone stay alert, prioritize taking out the ones being thrown up first, don't let them land on the city wall. Class B Talent Throwing Mastery. Every shot hits hard, damage massively increased. Class C Stringless Void Arrow bends the arrow's path in midair. Class C Invisible Resistance chokes the air in an area. The zombie lands with a heavy thud, its massive body shaking the ground. The space trembles, everyone's clutching their heads in panic. Wall Section 4 is breached, and they're starting to throw zombies straight at it. The situation is tense as a bowstring. Tu Queen throws a dart and shouts to hold positions. Don't panic, everyone stay exactly where you are. In that exact moment, the purple crystal corpse blade rushes out, unleashing a rapid flash slash, counterattacking relentlessly. The zombie screams miserably, she snaps her fingers in annoyance, her eyes filled with killing intent. With a single snap, the purple crystal spike pierces straight through the target, clean and decisive. After the moment of chaos, she reassures everyone, the White Emperor is about to take down the Lord. If we survive this wave, victory is in the bag. The crowd goes wild. Some are obsessed with the Queen, others demand to see the White Emperor, and some are shocked by the sheer number of high-level zombies gathering thickly in the northeast mountains. Someone asks, what kind is this? That's a Strength Type Evolved Tyrant variant zombie. Their names were given by the White Emperor himself. Newcomers listen with wide eyes, realizing the MC has encountered them before. A loud explosion rings out in front of Tranbach. Some hater sarcastically remarks that he waited for the Lord to call for backup before acting typical jealousy toward the talented. Someone immediately explains, that is the Phosphorus Fire Aberration. Same level as the Lord, a mental power variant, specialized in offense. Someone asks why it keeps attacking but the MC ignores it. Simple, his target is the Lord first. If he gets caught in an illusion, he's screwed. This is the final assistant. A strength type variant mountain of flesh appears. Someone says they've seen one even bigger, that swallowed an entire city. Just hearing about it sends shivers down the spine. Tranbach clenches his fist, hellfire erupting. He says coldly, you think this is enough to block my path? A strike slams straight down, the shockwave leaving the zombie Lord stunned. It tries to run but gets blocked, the Lord falls, and the frontline zombies go into chaos, trampling each other. Without a commander, their formation crumbles. Suddenly, a giant hand appears from above. The pressure crashing down is suffocating. The tyrant slams its palm down on the MC's position, kicking up dust and smoke as its body slowly reveals itself. But the one who got grabbed was the Lord. He stomps hard on the tyrant's trembling hand. His eyes are cold as ice. Who gave you permission to eat my stuff? A single slash splits the tyrant in two. Someone wonders why he didn't absorb it, but this mob isn't on the same level as the previous enemies. The tyrant refuses to give up, unleashing a horizontal slash as sharp as a steel whip, but he effortlessly neutralizes it, slashing it away in the blink of an eye. The MC chuckles, realizing the weakening effect of the plague is working, then unleashes his aura crashing toward the tyrant. He slashes across its hand, teasing that the aberration's resistance to phosphorus fire is pretty decent, so he'll borrow it. As soon as he finishes speaking, a critical punch is thrown. The tyrant and the aberration are dealt with cleanly. Items appear: bones, heart, and the Lord's brain. He collects the items and activates the Class C biochemical disaster blueprint. He has enough elite materials, even exceeding the standard. Just hearing that smells like top-tier gear. Classy Corpse Claw shows its attributes, adds agility, strength, and has the Ghost Shadow Claw speed boost, requires a level 2 evolver or higher. Everyone discusses loudly, curious about the attributes after crafting, but the Class C rating leaves a few people disappointed. Biochemical Disaster, special gauntlet-type weapon, Class C, all attributes plus 35. Some notice he doesn't look happy, thinking Class C isn't worthy of the pile of high-level variants he just took down. The Spirit Lord Brain allows control of 3 lower spirit creatures. The Pursuer Bone massively boosts agility, strength, and speed for a limited time. The Flesh Mountain Tendon activates regeneration upon killing an enemy and adds temporary attributes, lasting for 20 minutes. The Phosphorus Fire Aberration Core creates a mental magnetic field for both offense and defense, resisting mental oppression. The equipment has a rare effect, Disaster Evolution, when enough targets are met. The MC looks at the remaining variant corpses, wondering if the Blacklight virus can evolve further. Notifications pour in: devoured multiple stage variants, received thousands of virus points, unlocked thermal vision virus tracking, new Hammerfist form, awakening progress reaches 30%. A new virus form appears on his hand. He opens the awakening and skill panel to take a look. The interface pops up, and he scrolls through each attribute slot like he's shopping for gear. For now, he dumps all his evolution points into the blacklight virus. He clenches his hands, buzzing with excitement. If he evolves into a mature immortal host, just imagine how terrifying he'll be. The system announces that the mid-air charge now allows flight and directional changes. Then the scene shifts to the Jiangthang Villa, where Luklai is coordinating the battlefield cameras. Inside the base, Tu Quinn is treating her wounds while listening to the report, simply replying that she understands the situation. She reminds Tatam to get some rest, pointing out that the girl hasn't taken a single break since the siege. Tatam insists on treating the wounded, but she is strictly ordered to rest the moment this current wave ends. She even jokes about the celebration party needing a recovery talent, making the girl blush with embarrassment. Lin Ngok rushes in with news shouting that the situation isn't stable at all yet. Even though the boss is dead, the zombies within a 1 kilometer radius are still attacking in a frenzy, and high-level mutants are gathering into dangerous groups. 3 sections of the city wall have been breached, with the most critical danger being at sections 6 through 8 in the west. The observer reports they can only hold on for 3 more minutes, as the wall of flesh and blood is eroding faster than it can regenerate. Blood is streaming from her eyes, a side effect of her errant talent that allows her to lock onto targets and integrate information within her field of vision. Ling Gok realizes that she has been straining herself to monitor the entire battlefield, and her condition is critically bad. Tu Quinn thinks of Tonka, and a flicker of worry crosses her eyes. She decides to head to the front lines, ordering them to keep the observer there to rest, and the scene shifts to the city wall where Tonka has arrived to help. Lan Duang tries to stop him because the zombies are too fast, fearing they won't be able to handle the intensity. Tonka shouts loudly to Lang Zhuang, refusing to back down an inch. Just as she yells for everyone to charge, Tran Bak appears and tells them not to interfere, leaving her stunned. He orders them to retreat and spread the news that the boss is dead, declaring, "Leave the rest to me." She is astonished to learn the boss has been defeated, realizing that the White Emperor has returned. The main character unleashes an internal energy strike, then whips out a beam of energy, his aura exploding with power. Everyone shouts in unison to kill the enemy with full force, their morale soaring and hearing the boss has fallen. He stands amidst the tracking virus smoke and thermal surveillance, confidently stating that victory is already decided. He unleashes a massive seismic strike, and Tu Quinn joins in with her purple crystal pond, coordinating perfectly. Mong Mong also charges in, refusing to be outdone, and continues cleaning up the battlefield. 4 days later, white dust and smoke are still drifting everywhere. Tran Bak looks at the nearly destroyed city wall, admitting the losses are immense, but Tu Quinn says that without him and Mong Mong, Jiangthang wouldn't have lasted those 5 days, and this is just the crazy part. Ludo's lips curve up as he says in a casual tone, "I think you guys should lighten up a little, don't you?" He chuckles softly, remarking that while the battlefield looks tragic, the casualty count is lower than predicted, so congratulations, the mission was completed. Movie perfect. He declares it's time to build the city. The post-sent challenge the #1 city-state. The universe will announces investment mission. S-rank golden city creation token completed. Rewards distributed. Tu Quinn thinks that's it, asking if there's nothing else, but Tran Bak shakes his head and says not yet. He turns around, grabs her hand, and says, "Come on, let's go to the spot where we use the city creation token." The scene shifts to the foot of Dongsan Mountain, where everyone is buzzing, asking, "What the hell just popped up out of nowhere?" The system reports exclusive city heart, only usable by the evolver and authorized personnel. Once used, the city-state is established. The crowd freezes. The city heart belongs to Lady Tong Tu Quinn. Then they scream, "The White Emperor and Queen Tong have arrived." Tran Bak walks over with a surprised, "Oh," asking if they are using it here. Tu Quinn nods. "I already had experts plan it out. This location is perfect." She explains that this place has mountains embracing the plains, making it logical for important structures, plus a large flatland and waterways for easy transport. The main character laughs, "As expected of you. So thorough. Let's go establish our city." She glances back and says, "Wait, I want to ask Miss Ledoux something." She speaks plainly, "Even though this is your investment in me, I want to make back the city lord." He pulls his hat down low. "Don't ask me. The city heart is yours. Just keep your promise to build the Earth Star Chamber of Commerce in the center." Tu Quinn pats the main character on the back. "Go ahead, I've authorized you." The system asks, "Authorization received. Do you wish to use the city heart?" Tran Bak nods instantly yes. The universe will prompt, "Please name city-state number Sarozarun." The main character pauses briefly at the Sarozarun, then calmly names it White Emperor City. Naming successful, unlocking the city management dashboard. Notifications spam continuously. S-rank city heart. City lord receives plus 20 per experience and floor climbing rate within the city. Optional toggle for 100% stat boost. Enemies inside the city suffer a 50% stat reduction. The universe will continues. You are granted top-level management rights. Stats within the city increased by 80%. It also announces globally, Evolver Bak has established White Emperor City Sarozarun, receiving 10 reputation points. The crowd roars in excitement over the stat points. Some get 3, others get 2, while some regret not risking a bit more. Then they chant in unison, "Long live the White Emperor, long live the Queen." The universe will concludes. The city defense mission has ended, receiving 100% bonus experience and 3 free attribute points based on contribution. Propriety clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. To Queen glanced over. Why are you so happy, sir? Did something good happen? He explained the protagonist has become the city lord, holding power and the strongest backing, which is exactly what I wanted. It is a perfect transaction where everyone gets what they need. The corners of his lips curled up again. Consider this investment concluded. I am extremely satisfied. He said he would continue his journey and told the boy to complete the investment mission soon. Tranbach reached out. That mission was hard enough to make me faint. Do you know that, sir? He pulled his hood down to cover his face and laughed aloud. I believe in you, young man. The main character handed a paper to Tu Quinn. Take this. It is the Golden City Building Lottery reward. Since you have already done the preliminary planning, place it in a nice spot. Information appeared. Stargrade Supercalculation Core, the peak of cosmic technology. Mechanical blueprint design used in trials with extremely high growth potential. The more operations, the more beyond imagination it becomes. She froze. This is integrated automatic production line A can be paired with the core. You just need to load materials and it runs the full process, automatically outputting finished products. Tranbach said that vehicles and machinery created by it could be used in the trials, and with this set, the gathering area would switch to acceleration mode. Tu Quinn worried that times had changed and even with guns it might not matter, but the main character cut her off. Things made by the line are not like pre-apocalypse guns. They have attributes. Drop that old mindset. Plus, look at the city-state management board. It is currently empty. The main character kept a serious face, but later on, the exclusive blueprints of the city-state will be so numerous they will dazzle your eyes. For example, the S-rank architecture biological backup center, it can clone the body to have a second life. Then the S-rank gravity split foundation, which helps build a city in the sky. Those are blueprints only S-rank city-state can use. Hearing this, she was overjoyed. I understand in the future, our city-state will definitely be #1. Suddenly a shout rang out across the sky. Master. Mong Mong waved her hand, boasting that she just fought monsters in the dream world and unlocked 3 new skills, telling her master to look immediately. The system reported that Mong Mong shared the description. Strengthen Dream Totem. The Dream Totem emits white noise to pull people into a dream, and Drowsy Surge increases hypnosis, accompanied by mental suggestion to make the opponent relax. Tranbach praised it as accurate. Now the totem does not need to stare to pull people into a dream, and pairing it with Drowsy Surge means they will suffer the effects even when fighting in reality. She giggled. You praise me too much, master. Didn't I learn how to combo from your skill tree? Mong Mong leaned in close. Look at the third one. A newly unlocked skill tree that I chose myself. The system displayed Strengthen Dream Entry Lucid Dream. Dream Realm Visitor can return to reality from any active totem, and pull the dreamer to reality from there. Tranbach was slightly surprised. That sounds like a teleportation ability. She nodded furiously. Exactly. If I pull Hentiu into a dream, I can use the totem to teleport to his side, or I can choose not to go and just send you over, master. The main character analyzed. Your skill choice is fine, but the other aspects still need a long time to train. Mong Mong asked if he was free to test, and he replied immediately. Okay, go to the Mountside training ground and wait. I will be there shortly. She ran off and Tranbach turned to Tu Quinn. Choose a few people with different mental strengths to come here, so we can test skills in actual combat. She nodded. Okay, I will gather the people and assemble at the mountainside. Tu Quinn hugged him tight, telling him not to train until late, because she had prepared a reward for the Lord City Master. Tonight, the main character laughed. I know. She whispered, I heard that Tiuka also prepared a surprise gift for you. The scene shifted to Tu Quinn's villa in Jiang City. Someone praised TV did a good job. Let's lock in this team. The girl turned around and called out, Sisters, are you confident in following me to subdue Tranbach in tonight's battle? Everyone responded confidently but reminded Tiuka not to be like last time, fainting before anything happened. Tonka blushed and shouted, No way. I put all my free attribute upgrade points into Constitution. Tranbach crossed his arms and asked, What did Mong Mong look for you for? Tu Quinn replied. She asked if there were any dungeons nearby, because she wanted to farm experience points. The main character said and told her to meet him after clearing the dungeon, because he had a favor to ask. Tu Quinn leaned on Tranbach's shoulder. Okay, I already told her. She looked up. That is right, Emperor back. Everyone wants you to give pointers on combat techniques and skill selection. At that moment, Tonka popped up from below. Exactly. The main character pinched her cheek, saying that her C-rank natural skill tree clearly has few branches, yet she still demands pointers. Tonka replied immediately, I want them. He laughed. Alright, you two take screenshots of your skill trees and send them to me. Everyone was as happy as if they had won the lottery. The main character rested his chin on his hand and read, S-rank purple star pupil has 3 evolution paths and many A-rank branches. Tu Quinn asked how it was, and he hesitated. But you are a queen, not a warrior. The focus should be upgrading the purple pupil evolution and mental strengthening. The main character said branches like mind seeing pupil, boundless depth, and noble pupil help understand the opponent. Plus control is very suitable, Tu Qing muttered to herself, seeing through attributes, reading minds if there is a large mental gap, and boundless depth too. She pondered, making people lose their spirits and lose direction just by looking at me, and noble fits the queen style perfectly. Tranbach turned to TV. Now it is your turn for a rank skills. She was shy. I only have 2 trees. The main character pointed straight at it. That tree is okay. Prioritize vision threat to create a threat target. Then see what I see to pair resonance with teammates. Later on, you will be a god tier support. TV replied that she would unlock it quickly, and the main character encouraged her, go for it, your foundation is already extremely strong. He turned to Luck Lai, your B rank illusory knowledge image has a skill that creates miracles. She froze. Me, I checked carefully. It has no damage. The main character shook his head. Look at perceive illusion as reality. This move is very weird. If the enemy does not understand the illusion, it becomes real. If he believes the thing in the illusion is real, he will bear the consequences himself. He smiled slightly. That is why the description does not list damage, because anything can happen. Tu Quinn was bewildered. This ability is too unbelievable. The main character said not necessarily. Ali's talent does not create momentum or aura, so pure illusions are easily seen through. Victory or defeat lies in Ali's technique. He turned to Tam. Now it is your turn with your B rank high-speed recovery. The main character advised balancing 3 recovery directions: stamina, flesh and blood, and spirit. Since your skill affects yourself first, you must be active to support others. He said bluntly, simple but practical. Currently I have not seen any healing talent better than yours. Tonka hugged Tranbach. Is sister to Tam done yet? Can it be my turn? He looked up at Langok and told her to speak quickly. C rank dream release. And then your B rank focus concentration. Langok bowed her head. Thank you, master. The main says her ability looks like quick thinking, but it's actually top tier combat talent. Set a goal and focus on it. Speed up the thought process. Dump trash info. She should pick judgment support skills and train Onyanan with various talent types. She bows down. Thank you, master. Let Ling Gok use action to repay your guidance. Some people think she is now so focused on him that even if she gets poked, she won't feel pain. Tranbach ponders deeply. Well, that definitely won't work. The main flicks her forehead light, making Lengok cry out, ah, then reminds her to control the target and duration of the focus state. Otherwise, the talent becomes a burden. She nods. I understand. I will practice controlling it. Tonka pokes her face out, smiling smugly. It is finally my turn. She lies propped up on the bed, legs swinging back and forth, reading her crank intelligence talent. Increases EXP and proficiency, so delicious. Tranbach instructs, don't skip any usable skills. Once you add enough points, your enlightenment will increase tenfold. The main continues, 10 times learning speed, 10 times technique mastery. Tonka is excited. Basically 10 times the growth of a normal person. Learning every posture, practicing techniques, grasping combat methods. He teases, your stamina will never surpass mine in this lifetime, but your technique might actually be able to take me down. She gets angry. Tranok is so hateful, always bullying me. I am going to bite you to death. Tu Queen speaks up to conclude. Alright, the White Emperor has outlined the development path for everyone. Ling Gok steps forward. Let's work hard. Don't let the people of the White Emperor Palace look down on us later. Losing face for the White Emperor is extremely embarrassing. Lang Xuang hears the commotion inside the room from outside and immediately responds, yes, we will definitely try our best. She sighs, craving for the main to guide her on the rank skill line as well. A moment later, Hantiu opens his eyes and wakes up. Switching to Mado, at Hantiu's house, he throws off the blanket and sits up abruptly. That old guy's skill is truly top tier. She actually pulled the team leader over here. Meng sends a text. Master, the teleportation distance was too far. I am dizzy. Tranbach replies. It is just a sudden consumption of mental power. Go rest immediately. Hantiu curiously asks about the situation in White Emperor City. The main says everything is fine. Everyone is working hard to build it to perfection. Then he asks straight away, how many attribute points was the city building reward? After all, you two dealt with quite a few special zombies in the dreamscape. Hantiu trembles uncontrollably. Only 1. Because when Elder Mong and I were destroying the screamer zombies in the dreamscape, we encountered an incident. They screamed in unison. The mental pressure was too great. I flew up using object control, but got hit, fell down and lights out. Immediately. After speaking, the air goes dead silent. Hearing it makes one want to be at a loss for words. Tranbach turns away helplessly. When you go out, do not tell anyone you are a member of chat group 001. Hantiu wails, don't be like that, White Emperor. Only you and Mong know about this, because that chemical plant, I will take you to see it right now. The main turns back smiling. Hey, just kidding. If you are ready, then let's set off. Hantiu is overjoyed. That is great then. At that moment, Tranbach's hand suddenly glows. A warning appears in his head. The plague mark of the Triples rank mission has been acting up since teleporting here. It seems what Hantiu said about the chemical plant having zombie plague is actually related. He goes goes to the window. White Emperor, fly in this direction. The main curls his lips. White Emperor City just returned to order. I have to go back quickly. But how crazy will the reward for a triples rank mission be? He thinks to himself, I did not dare to check this mask in Jiang City, afraid that Lai Duo would discover I had hidden it. The system displays high-level demon bloodline essence rank, item or potion type. It is refined demon blood crystal, with power that is purer and stronger. Usage requirement, none. The main is surprised. I did not expect the refined bloodline potion to come out as rank, and it does not even need usage conditions. That is too precious. Hantiu points ahead, right over there. White Emperor, the place with the green mist. Both of them immediately speed up, stepping forward without hesitation. The main asks if he understands the factory. Hantiu replies that he investigated it before the apocalypse. He praises him and says to start. The guy turns pale. I have to go too. That green mist and those mushrooms look extremely dangerous. Tranbach reassures him, don't worry. Staying within 10 meters of me is fine. I will take you to where your father worked while we are at it. Maybe it will trigger your mission. Hantiu puts on his clown mask, stammering all. Right, White Emperor. The main's hand glows again. System reports, Plague Seal triggered. Opening the next mission of the Plague Sect Kopamang Plague Factory Arink. A special mutation has turned this place into a virus paradise. Objective, reach the source of the mutation. Reward, 10,000 EXP and Arank bacteria culture skill. His eyes turn completely cold. Here we go. Very quickly, the virus starts clinging to the main's body. He thinks after reaching level 10, my talent has been enhanced. Although not described, my ability to control viruses has clearly increased. The main laughs inwardly, so cool. Within a 10-meter range, microorganisms and viruses are all my hands. Hantiu's voice trembles. You can still enjoy a place this terrifying, truly top tier. The main asks, you plan to say pervert, right? He hums, Hantiu points up at something hovering in the sky. White Emperor, there is a monster over there. Tranbach's hand twitches and transforms into a blade. He chuckles softly, a mosquito, huh? Before the other guy can recover, the main has already jumped up, rushing straight at that monster, delivering an extremely clean strike. Tranbach lands lightly, dropping a single sentence, I hate mosquitoes. Hantiu calls out, White Emperor, look at this. That plague mosquito was guarding near the mushrooms. This must be a material for the dungeon. The main warns, do not touch. If you want to go quickly, just one sniff is enough. Starting from the lungs will be less uncomfortable than starting from the hand. Hantiu is startled and retreats hurriedly. Tranbach picks up the mushroom. This is a combination of plague virus and bacteria. After speaking, the main takes a bite right there on the spot. Hantiu panics. Eating, you are eating it, be careful. He remains calm. It is fine. I am immune to these things. Notification, absorbed deadly fungal virus combination. Received 150 virus points. He continues eating and even praises it as not bad. One mouthful is worth more than a few elite zombies. The system reports again, absorbed deadly fungal virus combination. Received 350 virus points. Tranbach turns and walks away. Let's go first to the workshop area and the break room where your father worked. Hantiu nods vaguely. Okay, White Emperor. Switching scenes to Mado, the employee housing area of the Plague Factory. Hantiu points forward. I already checked the place where my father worked. There is nothing special. The clue is probably not here. The main says, then follow me to find the source of the plague, but if I tell you to run, you run immediately. He replies, instantly understood. I will not hesitate. I won't be a hindrance. The main points up high. That area has the highest plague level and virus concentration. Do you know where it is? Hantiu answers. It must be the wastewater treatment tank. The chemical plant's wastewater flows there. Hantiu's face tenses up. There are two extremely large and deep lakes. I used to just stand and look, but breathing the air alone made me want to faint. Right now, toxic mushrooms are releasing their scent, luring insects to swarm all around. This is happening right inside the wastewater treatment area of the disease factory in Mado. Hantiu is starting to get genuinely scared. Tranbach reminds him, wrap your body in mental power to block the corruption from invading, just in case you drift too far from me. He replies instantly, yes sir. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, the children of the plague, the servants of the virus. 10 men raise their hands high, shouting loud chants for their sect. Tranbach kicks off the ground and launches himself forward, moving at a speed that defies description. He closes the distance and strikes directly at the guy in front of him, attacking with absolute decisiveness. Tranbach widens his eyes in shock. I can't break his defense. My blade form is my strongest attack. Yet an Arank difficulty boss is actually this tough. Pukasumi kneels down and chuckles softly, praying to the god of destiny, hoping the holy fire lights up soon so the grace of the plague can spread across the world. Hantiu stammers, White Emperor, are they bowing to you? Tranbach replies, I'm not sure myself, but it looks like it. He places a hand on his chest and speaks directly. Yes, we are kneeling before you, the great deity arranged by destiny. Fukasumi is ready to dedicate everything, including life and soul. Tranbach is surprised, a third transfer saint, level 71. In my past life, my highest was only 79, so how does someone like this exist in the early stages? When Meng Meng took a master, she only sensed drank, yet despite the huge gap, I can still see his name and level. He understood that Hantiu was completely unguarded against him. Tranbach asks straight, "Am I the god of destiny to you people?" Bukasumi replies, "Correct. The Grand Priest paid with his life to guide you here. The person who received the plague mark from the start of the trial is definitely our god of destiny." Tranbach curls his lips into a smirk. "In my past life, I heard that high-grade talents all come with their own unique opportunities, and this is the most precious kind. Perhaps this is the special destiny of the Virus Monarch, a plague body that feels even more potent than Hantiu's demon bloodline." Tranbach asks, "So, what can you do for me?" The man laughs loudly in excitement. "We paid a huge price to enter the trial early, just to assist you during your trial." Bukasumi says it's fortunate he met him this early, and every member can offer a treasure based on their power. He apologizes for not being able to give everything at once to avoid attracting the attention of the universal will. Tranbach replies. The man thanks him and asks, "What kind of treasure do you need?" He gets straight to the point. "Do you have a class change scroll?" The man freezes, muttering to himself, "A class change scroll." He puts his staff down. "Of course we do." Bukasumi presents the class change scrolls, Srank Plague Knight and Srank Parasite Rider. Light flashes from the scroll accompanied by a soft chuckle. Then he adds that they also have the Child of Calamity rank SS, the most precious treasure of the sect. Hantiu is in shock, an SS rank class. Tranbach sighs and asks if there is an SS rank one. Bukasumi explains that an S rank class right from the start is almost impossible. Many gods also started from SA, or even B before ascending to SSS. He repeats himself, "I know that, but I only need an SS rank class change scroll." The man sheds tears, still repeating, "Only need an SS rank scroll." Bukasumi spreads his arms and shouts loudly, praising the future god, saying the plague sect has hope. Tranbach scratches his forehead. "If you don't have it, then forget it. Just let me see something else." He replies hurriedly, "No, we do. We have a way to obtain an SS rank scroll." Tranbach's eyes light up. "Good, speak." Bukasumi says success isn't guaranteed, and he has to go get it himself. He explains, "We can open a special secret dimension leading to the greatest plague event in the history of the Blue Star. You enter to collect life seeds of the plague recorded in history, use them to condense a class change scroll, and there is a chance it will produce SSS rank scroll." Bukasumi grips his staff tightly. "Since there is a chance, we absolutely must try." He raises his staff high, declaring he will sacrifice his life, power, and soul to build a staircase leading to his god, opening the divine path of the plague. As soon as he finishes speaking, he roars ferociously. Open immediately, an aura surges and erupts outward. The staff slams hard onto the ground, creating a chilling echo. The system asks if he wants to enter the private secret dungeon. The wailing of 80 million souls, time remaining 2 minutes, 56 seconds, and 13. Tranbach laughs. "A separate dungeon, I can't drag you in." Hantiu rubs the back of his neck and swallows hard. "You mean a boss that strong sacrificed everything just to open the door? Then I definitely don't dare to go in." Tranbach looks up at the countdown timer. "The door opening has a limit. I'll send you out first if you try to crawl out yourself. If the insects don't get you, the corruption will." No need to say more. Scene changes back to Mado near the disease factory area. Hantiu stares at the pile of rubble, completely frozen. "What in the world did I just go through?" The chat system pops up and he types, "Han King here, I just said goodbye to the White Emperor. You guys won't be able to guess what happened." Diep2 asks, "How is the White Emperor?" Also ask him when he and Mong Mong are free. Others start mocking him, but Ba Vuong threatens, "Keep hiding it and I'll put a few holes in Mado." Hantiu panics, "Don't, brother Ba Vuong, I'll tell you. There was a super strong NPC who knelt down and offered a class change scroll to the White Emperor, but he actually turned it down." Ba Vuong asks, "How super strong are we talking?" Hantiu replies, "He was just wearing cloth clothes, but no matter how Tranbach attacked, he couldn't break his defense." Ba Vuong is like, "How is that even possible?" Someone asks what kind of class change scroll it was. Hantiu replies, 2 Srank scrolls, 1 Srank scroll, and Tranbach still wasn't satisfied, because he said if it's not SS rank, then forget it, don't bother giving it. Hantiu continues his story. "Then that NPC sacrificed himself to open a dungeon so Tranbach could go get an SS rank class change scroll. Just hearing about it gives me the creeps." Diep2 sighs, "The gap between the White Emperor and us is even bigger than the gap between us and regular evolved humans. Every time I hear news about him, my confidence just evaporizes." Don't compare who is stronger, just use the White Emperor to elevate yourself. Diep2 admits that chat group 001 is cool, but says he wants to do the opposite. He doesn't want to rely on Tranbach's reputation. Tranbach looks at the bracelet that resembles an hourglass which suddenly appeared, confused about how it got there. He tucks it into his shirt. "This is..." Tranbach looks suspicious. A Roman stone gate? This secret realm is southern Florence. He glances around. This is Florence in the Middle Ages, the capital of art, holding true to its reputation. But Tranbach scratches his head, looking at the empty scenery. Why is there no one here? After exploring for a while, he sees a person curled up in a corner, coughing continuously. Tranbach immediately goes on alert. There's someone. He approaches, and the person panics. No, stay away, stranger. I am a filthy sinner. I was punished by God, so I am infected with the plague. He placed his hand on the person's head, sucking the virus out. You poor thing, do you want to keep living? The system reported that the Black Death virus had been absorbed. Virus points +3. He looked at his hand and tutted softly, so it turns out this is the Black Death. The system triggered a quest, contact the Black Death, opening the hidden scenario. Seed of plague, the whales of 80 million lives. The objective is to collect the seeds of the plague, and completing it will convert them into a plague class change scroll. He wondered what the seeds were and how to collect them, figuring he needed to clarify that first. Just then the girl pulled down her hood and snapped awake, completely cured, muttering as if she realized something. Elena turned around and made the sign of the cross, smiling radiantly. Thank you, divine envoy, for driving the plague away from me. I vow to follow and serve you. Tranbach held the beak mask and smiled faintly. That's right, I need followers and a reputation. It will be much more convenient to have people to run errands, gather intelligence, and find items. He put the beak mask on. No need to make the sign of the cross. I am not a messenger of the gods. Elena froze. Then which god are you the messenger of? He stepped back. I am not a messenger. He spoke with absolute certainty. I am the god of plagues. Go and tell everyone that I can cure their illness, and tell them to come to the Lord's Square to find me. Elena shouted loudly through the streets. Everyone's suffering from the plague. Listen to me. The god of plagues has descended and is the Lord's Square. Let's go. The god will drive the sickness away for us. And behind her, someone was hiding in a doorway watching. She ran everywhere shouting, everyone go to the Lord's Square, don't suffer anymore. The townspeople poked their heads out to look, still in disbelief. Elena screamed, come out and look at me, you all know me. Inside the houses, people whispered, who is screaming like that? Someone replied, it's poor Elena. She must be so sick that she's gone delirious. But she kept shouting Henry's name, recounting how her family died from the plague, and insisting that she had recovered. An old woman opened her door a crack and asked with a trembling voice, are you really healthy? Elena replied succinctly, Grandma, you've been listening to me scream all this time. Did you hear me cough even once? Elena persuaded them. The god of plagues healed me. No need for donations or bloodletting, and no need for prayers. Just go to the Lord's Square. A hand was placed on her forehead and the woman burst into tears. It's true. No cough, no fever. She covered her face, stammering, oh ye gods, is my child saved? Tranbach stood in the Lord's Square in Florence, muttering to himself, judging by this situation, it must be the 14th century, where treating the Black Death relies entirely on faith and bloodletting. In the 14th century, Europe lost about 25 million people, and globally over 80 million. Truly heavy. He looked up and thought, if the source isn't here, does that mean I have to run around the whole world? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, great and benevolent god of plagues. Elena fell to her knees. Please forgive me for not knowing the proper etiquette. I tried to lead everyone here just as you commanded. Tranbach said, come a little closer, don't be afraid, bring those poor children here. Everyone carried their children forward, and he extracted the virus quickly and efficiently, hoping they would all escape the plague. Wispies of virus gas rose up, and were immediately absorbed by him. The children who were coughing their lungs out just a moment ago had now calmed down, their eyes wide open as if they had just survived a disaster. Tranbach flew up high to absorb the virus, and the whole square fell into a dead silence watching him, no one daring to breathe loudly. Voices calling out Mom, Dad rang out, children comforting their parents. Mom, don't cry, I feel better. A mother sobbed, it's okay. Mom feels relieved too. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, this is wonderful, I have no fever, no cough, my strength is coming back, this is truly a miracle. Someone shouted, the great Lord of the Church of Light, but was immediately scolded, you idiot, that's not the God of Light, don't insult the God of Plagues. A man knelt down crying, thank you for saving us, I vow to believe in the God of Plagues forever. He replied, stand up, if your body still feels uncomfortable, it is because the disease left some damage, go home and rest for a while and you will recover. He urged them on, hurry up, there are still many children behind you being tormented by the plague. Tranbach turned his back, worship is not what I need, I only want everyone to stop being tortured by the plague. A believer wept and trembled, you care for us sinners so much, how can I ever praise you enough? Elena raised her hand and shouted, do not disturb the god anymore. Everyone who has recovered, follow me away from the Arno Bridge, let's go spread his benevolence throughout Florence. Just then, heavy and powerful footsteps approached, bringing a crushing oppressive atmosphere. The joy turned into anxiety in an instant, and the crowd fell into turmoil. The church knights have arrived. A shout rang out, we received a report that someone here is claiming to be a god and spreading heresy. Unrelated civilians clear the way. The captain pointed his finger straight at him, is it you? you? I heard you call yourself the god of plagues." He drew his sword and charged forward. "The plague is a punishment from the gods. There is no such thing as a god of plagues, you ignorant heretic." The corners of his mouth lifted up. An opportunity. It came at just the right time, came so naturally. The knights swung their swords in unison, passing right through Tran Bak, as if to prove that the heresy had been wiped out, but this was actually an opportunity for him to play the role of a deity to perfection. The captain raised his hand high, declaring that the heresy had been destroyed, then shouted at the people, "Why haven't you repented yet? Kneel down and confess. You are suffering from the plague because you were bewildered by heresy." One soldier stammered, "See, Captain, he..." Everyone was shocked to see that he was still completely unharmed. Elena grabbed a stone and screamed, "Damn you, how dare you do that?" Tran Bak raised his hand to stop her. "Stop, Elena, I am fine." She looked up. "I understand now. How could the great god of plagues be harmed by mere swords? But they dare to raise their hands against you." Elena gritted her teeth. "You must handle these foolish knights of light. Bring down divine punishment upon them." The captain and the soldiers were dumbfounded. He spoke gently. "No, you are wrong, Elena. They did not injure me. I do not hold grudges. I bear no hatred, and I certainly will not punish them. No matter how many times they stab me, I will still help everyone escape the plague." The crowd raised their hands in unison and shouted, "This is the true God, the true benevolent Lord. O benevolent God of plagues, we vow to follow you forever." All three knights stood frozen in place, their eyes wide open, their brains feeling like they had just short-circuited. The scene shifts to the light church cathedral. Haken stands there with hands on his hips, screaming his lungs out. In just 3 days, that heretic turned at least 90% of the city into his believers. It is Sunday, yet only 7 people came to the sanctuary. He blames Ron, saying they should have sent the whole night squad to deal with him that day, but Ron stopped it. Now their people have run over to that side, leaving only 5 knights, not even enough to guard the church. Ron responds calmly, "I remain firm in my decision, Archbishop Haken. You also witnessed exactly what happened over the past 3 days." He says that the man appeared too suddenly and revealed the ability to drive away the plague. In just 3 days, he traveled across the entire city and healed absolutely everyone. John adds that he taught believers how to prevent and contain the epidemic. He even guided them on how to care for those who had just been cured of the filth, but had not yet fully recovered their health. Ron frowns. His doctrine is incredibly strange, filled with new words like tiny organisms, hygiene, reproduction, and bacteria. However, he does not restrict his believers at all, nor does he force them to make offerings. John adds that the man also said a benevolent deity would not want good people to fight each other over faith. If we had made a move that day, it would have been immediately clear to the people who was the god and who was the devil. Haken chuckles softly. "You sound like you have become a believer of the plagues yourself." John grinds his teeth. "Are you not worried about the Church of Light and our master?" Ron answers directly, "Our master is the supreme true god, so there is no need to worry about him. The ones we need to worry about are ourselves. I have already written a letter reporting everything to the Pope." Tran Bak raises his hand, looking at the condensed mass of viruses. This is the plague life seed. In a nobleman's room, the main character thinks, "I had to extract viruses from all over Florence just to condense this tiny bit." Knowing how to get the life seed is good news, but the progress across the whole city is pitiful, which is bad news. The system reports that the Black Death Plague seed progress is at 0.001. I received the player ability to erect a plague column. Anyone who prays and undergoes baptism can transfer the filth into the column, and the disease will turn into a plague life seed. Tran Bak falls into deep thought. Looking at it this way, I will probably have to run around the entire world to condense enough plague life seeds. Elena suddenly walks in and interrupts. "My lord, your most loyal believers are waiting for you." He nods. "Okay, I understand." The main character steps outside, and the whole crowd looks at him with admiring eyes, as if they are witnessing a true miracle. They chant the doctrine in unison. All things decay, but living beings are imperishable. Tran Bak smiles gently. "The plague in Florence is considered dealt with, so I must go elsewhere. Before I leave, I am leaving something behind for everyone." He raises his hand to summon the plague pillar. This is the column of plague. Anyone who prays and receives baptism before the column can eliminate the disease. The people are moved and shout, "Thank you, great deity, for granting us this miracle." The main character immediately reminds them, "Do not depend on it too much. When I take this plague away from the world, the column will lose its effect. Remember well the knowledge I have passed on regarding the origin, prevention, treatment, and even research." The corners of his lips curl up. "Do not be afraid, my people. Everyone can live together in this world. If used correctly, they will also help you. And finally, do not forget the doctrine of the plague sect." Elena swears to remember establish a plague sect church here. and spread the teachings throughout the world. The main character pats her head. Thank you, I am counting on you for the future. Then he whispers, I hope you all never have to suffer from the epidemic again. Goodbye, my children. The shouting still echoes, all things decay, but living beings are imperishable. The main character looks back one last time and repeats, all things decay, but living beings are imperishable. He exclaims that he can still hear the people chanting the doctrine even from far away. The fanaticism of this era is beyond imagination. His eyes turn cold. But this is exactly what I need, because it helps collect the plague life seeds faster. Tranbach thinks to himself, the reputation of a god draws people together, saving countless amounts of effort. Without the divine name, it would probably take at least 10 years to finish condensing. Now it is much less of a struggle. In that case, I will just use the identity of a god to clear this dungeon instance. A few days later, at St. Pietro Basilica in the Vatican, a person kneels to report. The Pope speaks in a low voice. The war in the East has failed. The demons released a plague to harm living beings, and right at this critical moment, a heretic is using the plague to steal believers from the Radiant Church. Temple Knight Captain Sauron asks, do you mean the one calling himself the god of plague who can cure it? Then he speaks with disdain. If their faith is not firm, and they believe such a scam, then they are truly beyond saving. The Pope stands up, leaning on his hands. No, he walked straight from Florence to here, and he truly did repel the filth. Sauron is shocked. He actually eliminated the plague. Could it be? The Pope cuts him off. No, because he could do it, he is definitely a demon. The demon released the plague and then took it back, pretending it was a miracle to deceive believers and keep them from ascending to heaven. The old man shouts loudly, cunning demon, to dare play such a dirty trick. The Pope continues, the heretic has arrived in the Vatican. I ordered people to lure him to the square and also gathered the public to watch. The old man urges, Sauron, take the lance of Longinus, kill the demon in front of everyone to proclaim the prestige of the Lord for the believers and to cleanse the evil spirits. Sauron presses hand to his chest. May the Lord protect us. I will kill the demon so the world can see the truth. The scene shifts to a large square. Coin Jiang introduces this as the largest square in the Vatican. The little boy says excitedly, sir, please wait a moment. I will go tell everyone you have arrived. Everyone is looking forward to seeing you. The main character replies, thank you, little kid. Go quickly. I will wait right here. Tranbach crosses his arms and smiles slightly. After leaving Florence, the churches in other places blocked me outside the city, closed their doors, and fabricated stories about me being a demon. But here there are healthy people coming out to welcome me. He laughs. What a dirty trick. A sculpture bearing the symbol of the Church of Light. The main character mutters, it seems they have run out of patience and decided to deal with me right here at their headquarters. He looks up, but this is also a chance to wipe out this annoying church once and for all. Come on, let me see what tricks you people have prepared. Someone shouts, come here quickly. The Holy See is judging the heretic who claims to cure the plague. The guy points straight at the main character. Can he really cure it? It must be fake, otherwise why would the Holy See condemn him? The Pope grinds out his words, demon, the Lord has granted his will, you must be destroyed. Sauron continues, with the lance of Longinus here, you cannot escape, you devil. The main character observes their outfits. The Pope and knights are all here. The preparations are quite thorough, and the stage is set. Then he speaks, I came to the mortal world to destroy the disease. How dare you borrow the name of God to slander me as a devil? The Pope points his finger, that is all a lie. The Lord has made it clear that you are a devil from the abyss, using a poisonous scheme to shake our faith. His eyes are sinister. First, you released the plague to harm living beings. Then you cured them to lure those who do not know the truth into abandoning the Lord. The crowd is confused, but he really did cure people, didn't he? Someone they saw it with their own eyes on the road to Florence. A woman cries, why doesn't the Holy See let him save my son first and then punish him later? He cannot hold on much longer. The Pope thinks to himself, the fear of the plague has shaken the faith of the people. He growls again, if you truly could eliminate the disease, the Lord would have mercy and spare your life. But your mistake was daring to secretly put a curse on them. The old man furrowed his brow, his voice dripping with venom as he declared that their souls would be tormented in hell after death. The manipulated crowd began to nod along, murmuring that he was right. That is truly a vicious demon. Roaring chants erupted from the mob, kill him, condemn his sins, judge him now. Charon gripped his spear and charged forward, while the devout believers screamed out, die, you filthy demon. But Tranbach simply raised a single finger, completely halting the spear tip, causing Sauron's eyes to widen and tremble in sheer shock. The main character spoke calmly, let it go, for this spear already made a mistake once when it wounded the Son of God, now has no desire to repeat that sin a second time, so do not force its hand. Sauron stood there dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Tranbach spoke up, from Florence to here. I always wondered why the Holy See of Light kept stopping me from eradicating the plague. He curled his lips in a sneer, but now that I've met demon wearing the skin of a Pope I finally understand. The Pope laughed loudly, I am a demon. What nonsense are you spouting? The crowd laughed along with him. How could the Pope possibly be a demon? Tranbach clenched his fist and charged forward. Whether you are a demon or not, everyone is about to find out right now. He threw a punch that made the Pope stumble back. The guards screamed in panic. The Pope, he actually attacked the Pope. Get over here, quickly. Sauron swung his spear and charged again. Damn it, you distracted me. You really are a demon. The main character said lightly, reveal your true form, you demon who has usurped the papal throne. Sauron froze in place. Suddenly, the Pope's body twisted and deformed, horns spreading from his head, and sharp fangs exposed as his aura completely changed. Panic swept through the crowd. Those are devil horns. What is happening to the Pope? The old man gritted out every word with bitter hatred. I am going to kill you. Tranbach chuckled internally. This is playing out exactly as I planned. He thought to himself, my imagination filter is too terrifying for people of this era. If I used it wrong, the citizens would have believed every slanderous word the Pope said. The main character reminded himself that arguing with the Pope was stupid, and even releasing a virus to take him down might not convince the people. Luckily, I have the Agrade Demon bloodline essence that I condensed when I went to pick up Mong Mong. He calculated his move, used the memory filter to force it into the Pope's body, crush it, and then inject the zombie virus as double insurance. The system announced, item use demon bloodline essence A+. No matter which one takes effect, the Pope will be suspected by the believers and seen as a monster. At that moment, the Pope opened his mouth to gather energy, and a fireball appeared as if he were about to spew flames. The citizens screamed in terror and panic. It's a demon, run for your lives. Tranbach understood clearly. The manifestation of a demon breathing fire was the effect of the bloodline essence, so the outcome was set. The conditions for using the Agrade Demon bloodline were originally very strict. Sauron stood there in shock. The Pope, he really is a demon. The main character determined that the Pope's body would soon collapse, because it could not withstand the power of this bloodline. Tranbach shouted loudly, a demon from hell has possessed the Pope, twisted the scriptures, and harmed the believers. Do you still dare to stop me from eliminating the plague and healing the living? Your sins cannot be forgiven. He pointed straight at the enemy. Today, I will bring down divine punishment upon you. The main character struck the final blow, leaving the crowd in awe. He has destroyed the demon. Sauron knelt down in repentance. My mind was blinded by the devil, and I committed the sin of obstructing you, so I am ready to accept my punishment. Tranbach helped him up. I appreciate your courage and your faith, but remember, God does not punish humans, nor does God care about such things. I came here for only one purpose, to take the plague away. Sauron rejoiced. I understand now. Oh, great and benevolent God of plague, I will bring everyone infected in the city to you immediately. Since the Vatican was cleansed, the Holy See declined rapidly while the plague sect rose to power, so his actions in Europe were no longer obstructed. The title God of Plague spread everywhere, and every city with an outbreak prepared to welcome him. But condensing the survival seed took a long time, so the main character had to continue to Africa, Asia, and Oceania, encountering all kinds of races, religions, and dynasties. Tranbach chuckled softly. 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days, it is finally done. The main character continued. Now I just need to retrieve the root of the disease. This dungeon didn't have any overly powerful enemies, but their stubbornness was off the charts. He looked into the distance. If I had known it would take this much time, I wouldn't have wanted to enter this dungeon. Since a year and a half before the apocalypse is as precious as gold, the system asked, do you want to recall all the plague survival seeds from the outbreak? Tranbach replied yes. The scene shifted to the courtyard with the plague pillar in Florence, where a woman was kneeling in prayer. Oh great God of plague, I hope your journey goes smoothly and you complete your plan soon. Beside the plague pillar in Florence, Elena froze, her eyes widening. A man asked what was wrong. High Priestess Elena, what is happening with the God's pillar? She replied, the God has completed his journey, and now he wishes to return to the divine kingdom. Elena urged them, everyone, recite the teachings the God gave us, so he knows we have engraved them in our hearts. The commander acknowledged the order. Yes, High Priestess. She wept tears of joy. We are called the plague sect not because we worship disaster or destruction. The man finished the thought, and it is certainly not because we praise corruption and death. At that moment on the streets of medieval Florence, everyone prayed in unison, because we wish for peace in the human world, and for everyone to be healthy and happy. Energy surged and wrapped around the plague pillar as the people whispered, that is why we must understand the plague, so that it can never harm us again. She continued, therefore we want to control the plague, turning it into something that helps us extinguish evil. In the past, due to ignorance, we used to slaughter each other. Now that we understand the plague, we no longer violate each other. In the future, when we can control it, we will stand shoulder to shoulder. And finally, the plague will transform into our weapon. All of us regard this as a combat ritual to protect all living things. It will make that bunch tremble in fear. It will make even the bloodthirsty and fierce ones hesitate. It will cause the enemies of all living beings to fall completely. All things will eventually decay, but billions of living beings will stand shoulder to shoulder, constantly developing, never fading away. The main character pondered, all things decay, yet living beings are immortal. He heard it, the sound of their prayers. May the glory of my master shine upon the world forever. He opened his eyes. Is all of this a devout prayer? The system reports the mission is complete, now leaving the instance. Scene change. The plague factory at Mado. The reward is generating. A scroll appears. The system announces the class change scroll for the life and death catastrophe. Rank SSS. Creation opens up countless possibilities. Touching creates infinite surprises. Conflict brings endless disaster, and destruction opens up infinite new life. Do not be afraid. You are a part of the life and death catastrophe. It is also a power that inherently belongs to you. Requirement. Possess the talent Virus Monarch. Rank SSS. The main character calculated mentally. It sounds majestic, but it is unclear what it actually is. I want to change classes right now to find out, but the mission only requires seeing 2 scrolls, does not force me to have 2 SS classes. He thought while walking, I already have 1 SSS scroll. I must prepare to get the second one. As far as he knows, deep in the abyss, there is another SSS scroll. The system suddenly reports, the plague factory mission failed. He stood frozen. What was that? Did I not already find the source of the plague factory? He refuted himself. No, when I met Bukasumi it did not report completion, so the source in the mission must have transformed because of his existence. He sacrificed himself and disappeared, so the source also dissipated because it lost its power support. That is why it failed. His eyes glanced toward the mushrooms. Could it be these guys? Then the main character worried again. I do not know how Back to City is doing now, and the rest of the group. A chat pops up. He asked Tong Tu Quain about the situation in Back to City and everyone's strength. She replied that they have officially rebuilt, and finished selecting the location for the supercomputing center and the production line. A few days ago everyone had a direction to strive for, but since only 4.5 days have passed, their strength has not changed yet. His eyes widened. 4.5 days. Clearly, I was in the instance for 1.5 years. He looked at the necklace. This must be related to the time clock. When it bound to him, it merged as one, appearing or hiding according to his consciousness. The main character clenched his hand. It appeared on its own in the instance, but this style of 1 year like 1 day seems to only affect him. The system displays the chat. Han Vuong said he just received a report that the plague factory mission for him and Bakti failed. The whole gang asked repeatedly, where is Diep 2? Did Thai Swine get the SSS scroll yet? Someone mentioned not to worry about the scroll. They do not even know if Bak D is alive. Someone reassured them. Failing one mission does not necessarily mean something bad happened. The main character laughed. It turns out Han Tiu also received the mission, but it must be different from his because he has the plague seal. He felt helpless. What have these guys been saying in the group chat these past few days? Then he saw a whole row of teasing. Since it failed, is Lord Bak D sad? I will give you a hug. Liu Ho even played along by offering to adopt the sad Bak D, conveniently flirting nonstop. Then the mockery continued. Come here and duel. The failed crow. Thai Xuan reassured the team leader, praising him as the strongest she ever met. Ba Vuong flexed. Men do not fear failure, only pity the SS class. Han Vuong concluded. The instance opened by sacrificing a level 7 boss, so failing is normal. The information is displayed clearly. The life and death catastrophe SSS scroll did not fail at all. The failure was because the key NPC who was sacrificed as the mission target disappeared, so the factory mission failed. The whole group went chaotic, calling for Diep 2, calling for Liu Ho, mocking, is this even human speech? Someone congratulated him on the SS scroll. Ba Vuong suggested upgrading the chat group to an alliance. Diep 2 explained that upgrading would attach the alliance name when speaking. Liu Ho read the guide, saying there are many benefits but the fee is a bit steep. The main character spoke straight. He planned this a long time ago. He just did not know if the brothers would agree. An alliance is an organization. If one person prospers, then the whole gang prospers, and the group will have more surplus. He opened a vote on whether to upgrade the chat group to an alliance group, telling everyone to consider it. If more than 2/3 agree, they will upgrade. Han Vuong messaged that it was clear, asking if Boss Bak needed to come over to rest. When he returned, the bed is already warm. The main character replied briefly, who wants to sleep in your warm bed? Give me a villa in Mado. I will tidy up a room to rest. Han Vuong said okay. Scene changed to a high-end villa area in Mado. He praised the place for being really spacious. He scanned the surroundings. Thermal tracking and virus tracking both showed no living creature as it is temporarily safe. In the basement, Nguyen Tuat spoke with a trembling voice. Sister, someone came in. I am scared. Nguyen Kai comforted her. Do not be afraid, I will handle that guy. The younger sister pulled her back. No, do not overdo it, just chase him away. The main character lay with his legs crossed, leisurely. Indeed, being outside is better. I just need to spread a little virus and then rest easy. He took out the Chinese medicine pillow from the instance to test it, in the bedroom of the Mado villa, and as soon as he put it down he felt sleep would be much better. He was slightly surprised. The system displays Dragon Country Medicine Pillow rank, da daily use item that helps calm the mind and spirit. Long-term use improves sleep, and it also has light defense against mental invasion. Using it for a long time helps the spirit become steadier and grow. He sat up abruptly. Why did it turn into a prop? In the instance, it was just a normal medicine pillow. The main character was confused. What is going on with my inventory? The item appears Dragonflower Blue Vase, rank Ka City State Display Prop, suspected to be the lifeblood of a craftsman. Placing it in the City State Architecture Museum will increase base performance. Living Buddha Sarira, rank Ka Special Rare Material, carrying it increases luck by +1, and defense against evil energy by +5. Murabit Gold Coin, rank Da City State Display Prop, placing it in the Architecture Museum will increase base income. Horus Golden Eye Ring, rank Ka Jewelry Ring, symbolizing the Eye of Horus, recovery +5%, can actively create a shield once, recharges by moonlight. The main character froze, so over half of the items brought out from the instance turned into props. He had never heard of bringing items out and having them turn into props like this. Suddenly he remembered, right, there is still the Spear of Longinus. In his previous life he saw the SS weapon of an emperor, so he had noticed it a few times. He reached for the spear. The knight commander of the Sauron Temple saw that he liked the Longinus spear, so he gave it to him before leaving the Vatican. The main character was excited. The Longinus spear also turned into a prop. The system displays Spear of Longinus contains Awakening rank F, a special long weapon, increases all attributes by +3, drive away darkness, pushes back evil creatures. Darkness, the Fallen, the Abyss, and Filth, deals an extra 200% damage to them. Seal Dust, defeating evil creatures will gradually awaken the spear. Number of times needed for initial awakening, 0 out of 10. He narrowed his eyes. These items originally existed on the Blue Star, but because the will of the universe descended, they became props, so they have hidden and unique traits. The main character was still suspicious. The reason is unclear, but currently the unique spear is in his hands. Without it, can that guy still become a powerful emperor? Miss Laka. Suddenly his hand tingled like it was being bitten by ants. Why does my hand hurt so much? He flipped his palm over. A whole patch was red. Is the spear pushing back against him? He pondered. It seems I belong to one of the 5 types that counter Seville: Darkness, the Fallen, the Abyss, or Filth. The main character concluded, I cannot use it. It is only rank F, and it already reacts like that. If it goes up to rank S, I am surely done for. He took back the spear and threw it into storage to gather dust. At least this world has one less thing that can threaten him. Suddenly, the room door opened on its own. The main character was stunned. I definitely locked it, didn't I? A knife flew out of nowhere, but he instinctively clamped it between 2 fingers. His gaze turned ice cold. His virus detection and thermal imaging didn't see a target, so there must be a spiritual creature controlling the knife. If it's only controlling items, its level can't be very high. He flicked his wrist and slammed the knife down. If he used incineration, it would kill the target instantly, but the room would be destroyed along with it. He frowned. What a headache. His spirit stat was nearly 300, yet he only had one skill that inflicted damage on spiritual bodies. Main looked down at the system interface, planning to use his virus points accumulated from the tower defense and dungeon to find a more effective skill with a reasonable price. The blacklight virus didn't match with spirit types, so what about a mental virus? He stood up slowly. Without a pathogen, he couldn't unlock the skill tree, so let's see if he had any virus on hand that could evolve into spiritual power. And he found it right away, got one, and his points were enough to cover it. The system alerted, enhancement successful zombie virus evolves into progenitor virus. Continued success progenitor virus evolves into T-virus. Continued success virus evolves into T-virus spirit enhancement type. He glanced at the knife rolling on the floor. His voice dropped to a freezing temperature. Why did you stop slashing? Did you run away? Let me see what kind of spirit you really are. The system displayed, special skill of T-virus spirit enhancement type unlocked. Telepathy mastery unlocked. Telepathic perception unlocked. Improvement successful. Subskill telepathic vision unlocked. The moment he entered a focused state, telepathy activated. At the same time, Ngan Tuite hugged Ngan Kai tightly to stop her sister. Don't. Let's just go. She screamed, I'm going to deal with him. That jerk just barged into our house. He thought quickly, such a complete spiritual form. And they possess intelligence, so they definitely aren't low-level. So why do they only use a kitchen knife to attack? He watched them with an indifferent gaze. I can lock them down with psychokinesis now, but let's test the spiritual perception first. Nonkai stood rigid as steel. She had to eliminate the intruder to protect her sister. System report. Nonkai Volver talent twin spirit, evil spirit, level 5, tier 2 spirit stat, 15, ability telekinesis evil karm intrusion, yin level. Ngan Tuad tried to convince her. He doesn't intend to harm me, please calm down sister. Information display. Ngan Tiet Evolver talent twin spirit, good spirit level 5, tier 2 spirit stat, 15, ability telekinesis soothing benevolence, yang aura. Main crossed his arms and considered, so these two are evolvers. Since evolvers change forms based on their talents, he hadn't encountered many types like this before. Ngan Kai swung the knife and lunged forward, but he flicked his finger, using psychokinesis to lightly lock her wrist. Calm down, I won't hurt you. You know the gap between us. My spirit power is 20 times yours. Last chance, if you keep messing around, I will deal with both of you. She gritted her teeth while Ngan Tiat hurriedly begged, please, please don't hurt her. He laid out his conditions, I won't touch you too, but you have to obey me. She screamed, you bastard brother, my ass, you have dirty intentions, don't you? Come at me. Don't you dare bully my sister. He let out a faint smile, pervert, huh? Or is that just where your mind went first? She was furious. Main raised his hand to stop her. Still, I have a few questions. Do you two know what's happened to the world? Do you know how to use the Evolver mask? Ngan Tuat replied, we know everything. We know how to use the mask, and we often check the Evolver forum. The other girl wore a look of disdain. Yeah, we know lots of people died. Just a bunch of bugs. They deserve to die. He was puzzled. If you know all that, why are you only tier 2? Don't you dare go out and farm monsters for experience. The younger sister stammered. It was me who stopped her. She mumbled, they used to be human. I couldn't bear to hurt them, and besides, they couldn't hurt us anyway. His voice turned ice cold. Idiot, people who want to hurt you will show up sooner or later. Will you be able to handle it at tier 2? Remember, your talents are very dangerous because your power is tied to your emotions. He warned them, do not let your emotions drag your power astray, turning you into some stupid, holy mother or a weak lunatic. Main began to instruct them, close your eyes, feel the power, and control it precisely, then use your reason to decide what you must do. A tremor erupted and Ngan Tuat cried out, I should help others, be a good person, do my best to help everyone. Ngan Kai roared, kill every dog in this trash world. Anyone who bullies my sister must pay. Main watched the two of them shaking violently. Their reason has been heavily invaded. He kept a serious face. If you aren't trained properly, you two will soon become low-level spirits who only act on instinct. You'll become true monsters. Main calculated quickly to train spiritual bodies dominated by emotion. I first need to reduce the energy impact on them. He reached out his hand, might as well use telepathy to give them a little homework, and practice my skills at the same time. Then he released full suppression, causing both of them to jump and yell, what do you think you're doing? He chuckled softly, that's right, resist with all your might, resist until your energy runs dry. He calculated in his head, I'll try training shape formation and telepathic control. In my past life, I didn't specialize in spirit, so this area has always been a weak point. Main watched the two of them twitching uncontrollably, then withdrew his hand. Controlling two spiritual bodies at once gave me the general idea, but the details are lacking. Plus, since they were resisting, the movements looked awkward. The two girls were frozen in place, unable to even twitch. He observed them, done resisting. You clearly still have energy, so your intelligence has returned a bit, and you think I won't hurt you. He stepped closer. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. If you don't learn to control your emotional energy, you'll soon become unconscious monsters. He shouted loudly. In that case, I'll just kill you right now and get it over with. In that very instant, the clothes on both of them were shredded to pieces. Ear-piercing screams rang out in the room, and it was chaotic for a while. The two girls huddled together, wrapped tight in a blanket. Main sat nearby and asked, now, if you see a monster attacking someone, what do you do? Ngan Tuat replied, save that person and take down the monster. The other girl concluded, act according to our strength, and if we can do it, prioritize taking out the monster first. He nodded, good, it seems your reason has returned. Even though you're still polarized between good and evil, the energy isn't dragging you into extremes. The younger sister whispered a thank you and called him Big Boss, while the older sister just snorted coldly, I'll make you taste your own rough methods sooner or later. Main stood up. Before you didn't know how to control it, but your negative and positive talents still naturally absorb energy. Start over from zero. I'll teach you a basic technique. He raised his hand, try releasing your accumulated energy outwards, and manifest it as clothes on your body. That sentence made both of them freeze, like someone hit the pause button. They looked down at the gear on their bodies. Main turned his back and spoke. How much energy you keep depends on your individual strength. Once you master this, I'll take you out during these days off to gain a few levels. Scene change Demon City, Dungeon, Red Star Mental Hospital. Ngan Tuat threw a punch and unleashed her move, Benevolent Spirit Remnant Heart Salvation. Ngan Kai also activated her skill, Evil Spirit Malice Waltz. The two girls coordinated perfectly, with the rapid notes holding the rhythm of malice, while the circling yang gathered thoughts of kindness. The system announced, Miniboss head nurse has been eliminated. She clung to his arm and pressed him. How else are we supposed to show off now, boss? The main character warned her immediately. Don't try sneaking your malicious karma into my body. It's useless. She huffed and turned away. Having been called out, I bet it's just because you're something too twisted for bad karma to stick. Just then, the system screen popped up with a message from Mong Mong. The message appeared. Mong Mong reported that Sword Immortal needed help clearing a Nightmare Inc. secret realm dungeon. He was spamming the chat. I really am not a Sword Immortal. Boss Bak, please help if you're free. I sent the invite privately. I really am not a Sword Immortal. Then he asked urgently, Diep 2 has one slot left. Can my little sister go? Introduction to the Mount Shu Mountain Path Dungeon. Nightmare Difficulty Special Edition. The road to Mount Shu is harder than climbing the blue sky. Ancient fairy mountains are desolate. Only the echo of swords remains. The long path is blind with fog. Every step is a trial. If you aren't accepted, you fall into the abyss. Entry conditions. Only the evolved class. I am not a Sword Immortal. Code 098 can be captain. Maximum team of 4. Team level must not exceed 10. The main character chuckled softly. So that's why he's in such a rush. He's level-locked. He thought to himself, I never heard of a Sword Immortal in my past life. Probably because he couldn't find reliable teammates and died in this very dungeon. The chat popped up. Sword Immortal said Bak arrived at the perfect time. He hadn't changed classes yet, so he was stuck at level 10, urging them to form a team. Bavuan did the last slot be rolled for Fairly Liu Hoi cut in saying there was already an announcement she was going this time. Sorry everyone. Han Vuong mocked that it was backstage manipulation, asking the old Taoist if selling his backside yet. While Bavuong offered double the price, he explained he really wasn't a Sword Immortal, and since the dungeon related to traditional cultivation he was bringing Tren Hu, promising to prioritize everyone next time. The main character said, alright, we're stopping for today, let's go back. The older sister was surprised, we aren't fighting anymore, I can still kill more, you know. He replied curtly, no, you two can't handle the monsters ahead. The boss attacks with mental energy. Going in further is just throwing your lives away. The older sister scoffed lightly, while the younger sister happily accepted the order. We'll listen to everything you say, boss. Inside the Mount Shu Range dungeon, at a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain, Meng Meng saw him appear and called out, Master. She introduced him. This is Tran Hu Bat Hu, he said. Senior Bak, just calling me Tran Hu is fine. Suddenly another person stepped out from behind Tran Hu. Tu Tuan patted his shoulder. Big boss Bak, I finally get to meet you. Then he introduced himself. I am So Tuan. I really am not a Sword Immortal. The main character waved his hand. Hello everyone, Tran Hu Tu Tuan. He was startled. Tu Tuan, why are you carrying so many swords? Is your talent related to weapons? He nodded. That's right. The system displayed Sword Immortal Meluza's sword equipment to activate Sorai. Strength depends on mental power. Can self-create sword techniques. Each time a sword technique is created, all attributes permanently increase, with the increase depending on the rank of the technique. The main character praised succinctly. Not a bad talent. He smiled shyly. It's nothing special. Big Boss Bak is too kind. He turned around. If we have enough people, let's head out. The scene shifted into the dungeon at the start of the Mount Shu Mountain Path, where Tu Tuan spoke. Has everyone received the mission prompt? Climbing from here to the peak completes the Mount Shu Mountain Path. Mong Mong remarked, with such a short introduction, this path must be tough. The main character replied, I'm looking forward to some surprises. Let's go up. The team stuck close together as they walked, and Tran Hu frowned. The fog is rolling in. He warned, be careful, watch your step, and check your surroundings. This is likely the first trial. Suddenly, an old man up high grumbled. The mountain road is hard to travel. The mountain road is hard to travel. The main character rushed forward to greet him. Hey there, old man. But his feet stopped dead in their tracks. He was confused. I just ran at full speed but still didn't get any closer. Could this be? He spread his arms and pulled out a strand of aura. Then he wrapped it straight toward the man, who kept repeating, the mountain road is hard to travel. The heaven and earth 5 elements are all hard to pass. Very quickly the old man reset and walked normally. The main character concluded it's an illusion. Tu Tuan asked, Master, what's wrong with that old man? He suspected a guiding illusion. Everyone remember the words he sang. He pointed and laughed loudly. I heard it clearly. He said the heaven and earth 5 elements are all hard to pass, singing it so slowly. Tran Hu rested his chin on his hand and thought, this fog counts as water in the 5 elements, and with visibility like this, is this the first trial? The old man chanted again, water rises, mist is thick, flowers seen in the fog, hard for one to return. The main character was startled. Not good, there's danger, the system announced. The biohazard disaster gloves have been equipped. His eyes narrowed, entering a state of maximum alert. A sudden force struck, shocking him heavily. Something rushed in fast, and he raised his shield just in time to block. But the sword's force was too solid. Even with his constitution plus the shield's defense, it still pierced through. This was crazy. Immediately after, a sword sword was pulled out and revealed itself. Then it vanished again. Meng Meng panicked. Master, are you hurt? Tuan darted his eyes around and shouted, careful, my senses can't pick up its sword intent. Tranhu turned back. Got it, activate the talisman I gave you. My mental power can't detect its position either. He raised the talisman in his hand high, deploying a protective layer. Golden light defense talisman. Tranhu confirmed quickly. It's coming straight from the east, lightning guiding art. Right at that moment, a sword zoomed in, pinning straight into the protective layer right above his head. He glanced at it. Yeah, that's a really high-quality sword. Tranhu shouted, Emperor Bak, watch out, the golden light barrier won't hold much longer. The protective layer shattered with a snap, and he grabbed the sword. It's fine, I've subdued it. Meng Meng gasped in awe. Master is so cool. Tranhu's face went blank. Wait, when did you subdue it? Tuan was also confused. This flying sword has consciousness. So why isn't it resisting at all? He chuckled softly. Let me show you guys just how intense this thing really is. The system display appeared. Level 12 Water Jade Swimming Dragon Sword Spirit. Strength 60, Speed 120, Constitution 60, Spirit 60. Passive skill Jade Water Swimming Dragon Power Scales with Water Vapor, submerged in water. All attributes times 10 armor penetration plus 10. Without water, stats drop to 1/10. Battling metal type sword spirits grants bonus metal attributes. The system logged the details. Level 12 Water Jade Swimming Dragon, Strength 60, Speed 120, Constitution 60, Spirit 60. Jade Water Swim. The more water vapor, the more explosive it becomes. Submerged. All attributes times 10. Armor penetration plus dry land, reduced to 1/10. Elemental interaction. Fighting metal grants metal attributes. Fighting earth causes reduction. Possessing all 5 elements doubles all attributes. Sword fusion. Allows attaching multiples to boost skills and attribute rewards. Tranhu scratched his head. The high water vapor really pumps up its power. No wonder my golden light shield couldn't last even half a second. With fog like this, its power probably increases 3 to 5 times. Tuan looked grateful. That is a fine sword and an excellent sword spirit. He spoke plainly. Ideally giving it to him would maximize its potential, but I controlled it using a special method so it cannot be transferred. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I prefer raising my own sword spirits. That is the only way to truly build a bond with them. Meng Meng asked, Master, does the phrase heaven and earth 5 elements are hard to cross mean that one possesses all 5 sword spirits? He shrugged his shoulders. It is unfortunate that I can only control 3 right now. If I get the chance later, I will come back and collect the full set of 5. The system displayed the description for the skill Biochemical Calamity, Heidi or Overlord Brain Active, allows permanent control of 3 creatures with spirit power no higher than the user's own. He spun around. The danger has passed. Let's keep climbing. Tuan followed behind, offering genuine flattery. Senior Bak D is both powerful and versatile. This dungeon is going to be a breeze. Now I understand why Ona handed over equipment and skill books just to beg for a spot on your team. 10 minutes later, the whole team regrouped, and he announced the fog has lifted, so the first gate is cleared. Meng Meng raised her hand. This road is so long. If there are 5 elemental gates, does that mean we have only finished 1/5 of the journey? Tuan suddenly pointed and shouted, Hey, look up ahead. He observed, it is that old woodcutter again. He looked in the direction where the finger was pointing. The man mumbled again. The road to Shu is hard to travel. The heaven-earth 5 elements are hard to cross. There are monsters in the forest, and even the grass and trees turn into soldiers. It is truly terrifying. He leaned forward and smirked. So we have reached the chaotic melee stage. That actually sounds pretty good to me. Suddenly, countless monsters surged out from the ground ahead, completely blocking the path. He smiled with a slightly wicked edge. Because I love these kinds of stages the most, Tranhu analyzed. According to the song lyrics, this gate hides monsters in the bushes, so the sword might be hidden in there as well. Tuan waved it off. Stop trying to decipher the woodcutter's hidden meanings. Suddenly he froze in place. Is it over already? Because by that time he had already wiped out the entire horde of monsters. The system display appeared. 5 elements wooden water sword spirit level 12, strength 50, speed 120, constitution 70, spirit 60, skill resilient grass flask power scales with vegetation quality, max attribute multiplier of 5 hides within plants or wood charged shower fully chimes the power and penetration, elemental generation and inhibition apply, sword fusion available. He praised it. Water generates wood. Nice, blending into the vegetation for an ambush is an extremely solid strategy. Meng Meng waved her hand. Stop standing there spacing out. Let's keep climbing. Tuan scratched his face, slightly confused. Wait, what exactly did I come here to do again? The woodcutter continued his rambling. Do not enter the difficult road to Shu. Dangerous rocks. Falling into the abyss of sorrow. Then, from high above, an earth formation crashed down like a storm. All 4 of them reflexively crouched low, raising their hands to shield themselves. Tranhu gritted his teeth. We can't move forward. Golden light defense talisman. Meng Meng stopped him. Wait. She handed him a blindfold. Your talismans are hard to craft. Just use this instead. He put it on and let out an impressed sound. Big boss Meng Meng really came prepared. She replied nonchalantly, I just used my dream creation skill to make it. He nodded. Good, at least we do not have to cover our eyes manually, he thought to himself. The sand does not actually hurt my eyes, but the wind blowing dust everywhere is truly annoying. Suddenly, the tremor started again. The rocks next to them exploded, knocking Tuan and him flying to the side. Tran Hu and Meng Meng shouted out, fellow Daoist so, senior backmaster. Tran Hu panicked. What do we do? The cutting wind is too intense. I cannot see where they landed. She stammered. It is okay, I will go find them. A vortex of sand and dust formed as Meng Meng jumped down to search, calling out, Master, wait for me. Tran Hu ran over, shouting, Boss Meng Meng, watch out for the water. Tuan yelled out, I just ate a whole mouthful of sand. He panted, reminding them, this dungeon prohibits flight, and my equipment consumes a lot of energy. I have only used it a few times and I am already sweating. Jumping down now would be troublesome and exhausting. Tran Hu crossed his arms. We have to figure out a way to avoid being pushed down by the cliff-severing sword. He looked up. This wind blocks my spiritual probe. I cannot predict the timing or location of the next attack. He replied concisely, it is simple. Before the wall attacks, there is a half-second vibration. Use your heart to feel it, and do not let the wind confuse you. As soon as you feel the vibration, dodge immediately. Tuan looked grateful, truly worthy of being senior back. You picked up on the details after experiencing it just once. He turned around. Alright, stand here and wait for the next wave. Anyone with slow reactions, stay close to me, Meng Meng replied. Yes, master. The other two responded in unison. Yes, boss Bach, understood senior. Suddenly, another tremor rolled in. The group immediately sprinted upward. He laughed. Nice. We have solved the pattern for dodging the cliff-severing sword. We will clear this level in no time. Meng Meng asked, Master, this place probably houses the Earth Spirit Sword. Do you not need it? He shook his head. I do not need it. Tran Hu explained, the Earth Spirit Sword is not compatible with Senior's water and wood spirits. In fact, Earth counters water. He glanced over. Correct, I can only control 3, so I will likely choose metal or fire for the remaining slot. A while later, the woodcutter began singing again. The road to Shu is hard, the heat is intense, making one dizzy and speechless. Tran Hu gasped for air. I am done for. I am about to be grilled alive. I have stopped sweating. I am dehydrating. Tuan wiped his sweat and complained. Is the fire spirit sword trying to turn us into jerky? This is the most vicious trap I have ever encountered. Meng Meng was so hot that any water she created evaporated instantly, and her umbrella was useless. Master, your disciple is about to turn into dried disciple jerky. He reminded them, do not rush. It is coming. Fire is not just about explosive power. His voice turned cold. There is also the slow burn, forcing people to endure the torture. As long as there is enough fuel, it will burn persistently. That is also the nature of fire. Tuan asked right away, Bakdai, did you figure out when the fire spirit sword would show up from what he said? Main replied, of course. The woodcutter made it clear, wait until you're dizzy, blurred, and can barely get a word out. Tran Hu was dizzy, swaying and stammering, teeth and eye. A sword thrust straight toward his face, then stopped dead. Main caught it, chuckling softly, gotcha. The system displayed 5 elements: sword spirit, burning heart fire, level 12, power 70, speed 100, physique 70, spirit 60, passive skill, burning heart explosion. The hotter it gets, the stronger it becomes, above 100 degrees. All stats are multiplied by 10. It can hide within sunlight, ignore environmental effects, and evaporate water within a specific range. He concluded, I've tamed the fire spirit sword. Let's get through this section fast. Well, rehydrate later. After drinking water, everyone looked euphoric. Ah, that hits the spot. The woodcutter chanted again. The road to Shu is hard, lightning flashes, the body and the path separate, difficult to return whole. Main thought to himself, sounds like the metal spirit sword is a combat trial, perfect timing. I'm actually pretty ticked off about getting roasted in the sun. I've already tamed the fire spirit sword, so, metal spirit sword, sorry but you're going down. Tuan remarked, up ahead must be the metal spirit sword's territory. Meng Meng nodded in agreement, a simple, straightforward combat stage. He looked at the sword, confused. Is this an unrefined sword? Tran Hu replied, unrefined, unsharpened. But there's a golden glint. It's definitely not simple. Main agreed, spot on, but don't overthink it. He charged forward, swinging his blade, just hit it and well find out. In that instant, his entire body was blasted backward. Fragments of the sword shattered like they'd hit a concrete wall, but the blade regenerated instantly. The corner of his mouth curled up. I get it now. Main leaned in. So you're the type that gets stronger the more you get hit, huh? He settled into an attack stance, 100 refinements into steel, true gold, whatever you call yourself. Let's see if you can power up infinitely. As soon as he said it, he leaped high into the air. He clenched his fist, winding up for a punch packed with internal energy. A series of explosions erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tran Hu asked, did you hear what Senior Bak said? Tuan replied, I heard him. I was just wondering, can that sword really upgrade infinitely? He froze. That's exactly what I was thinking. When the smoke cleared, the sword gleamed brightly, looking as fresh as if it had just been quenched in water. Tranbach held up the trembling sword. The golden light was as thin as a cicada's wing, but the recoil was intense. He chuckled softly, doing a quick calculation. Powers nearing 200. It must have dumped physique to boost power and speed. The other swords totaled 300 though. He gripped the hilt tighter, glanced at his opponent, and asked point blank, "So, what's your physique stat exactly?" He snapped the blade with a clean crack. The system immediately reported the destruction of the 100 Refinements Metal Spirit sword and awarded 25,000 experience points for combat contribution. Main felt a bit let down. It felt like it only had 10 points in physique. Good thing he didn't pick the Metal Spirit sword. He hated the style of losing repeatedly to get stronger, not to mention dying that easily was a joke. Mong Mong suddenly spoke up. "The woodcutter is out." The woodcutter raised his voice in song. "The mountains of Shu are hard to tread. The mountains of Shu are hard to tread. The 5 elements hall of heaven is hard to pass." He drifted past the power of the 5 elements flooding the mountain and offered a warning. "The endless road is difficult enough, but if your Dao heart isn't steady, the path will not open. It is best to turn back." As the woodcutter walked inside, he kept repeating, "Turn back. Do not seek immortality." She looked flustered and asked her master what to do, but he immediately felt something was wrong. He gave the order, "So to Tuan, we're taking the long road from here. You take the lead." Tran Hu nodded. "I get it. This instance belongs to you. You're the only one with the true heart to seek the Dao. If my resolve wavers, I'm done for." He praised the other's intuition, then asked about the woodcutter descending the mountain. The man laughed, saying it was hard to say for sure, but Main lowered his voice. "I think it's a trap, his trying to lure people into taking a shortcut. The real path is down below." His gaze sharpened as the fake woodcutter passed by them again. A chill ran down his spine. That guy could probably finish off anyone who dared to try going down the mountain. Tutuan clutched his head, moaning that he couldn't see anything and fearing he wasn't qualified. Main told him to just have the heart to seek the Dao and stay firm. Tutuan shouted back that he did have it, and was very firm. 4 hours later, the system announced that the Shu Mountain Path's secret realm had been cleared. Streaks of light flashed, sweeping across the sky like divine currents. They dropped into everyone's hands like special deliveries. The system announced that those who cleared the stage received the special reward, the Shu Mountain Token. A chest appeared. After accepting the reward, they could leave the instance at any time. The instance would not reopen. Instead, it would convert into a one-time normal dungeon for evolvers. The Shu Mountain Token was a special item. Holding it granted the title Shu Mountain Disciple. Equipping the title allowed entry to the special map, Shu Mountain Level 10. 8 tokens were personally bound and non-transferable. He looked at the Level 10 requirement and clicked his tongue. This map was going to be brutal. He did a quick calculation. The white rank mission now is to find the second triple scroll. I need to finish Li Da's mission before I can change classes. If I don't change, I'm stuck at level 10. I'll wait until after the class change to come back to Shu Mountain. Tutuan said, "Let's have Bak Dai choose first." He nodded in thanks, then assigned the order, Bak Dai first, Mong Dai second. Tran Hu spoke up, "You guys don't need to yield to me. Just getting this token is enough for me to be grateful." Scene changed to the villa area. He lay with his legs propped up on the mattress, staring at the ceiling. Nguyen Tuat came over to ask if he was awake, while Nguyen Kai teased, "Sleeping in the middle of the day. Your body must be weak." He pushed himself up, laughing. "If I were weak, you wouldn't be able to touch physical matter even if you used your entire spirit body. How would you beat me then?" She shot back, showing off. "Are we want to test that? I think 3 seconds is all I need." He swung his legs down and said simply, "I picked up a skill book in the secret realm that suits you." He winked, "Knock me down and the book is yours." Nguyen Kai floated up, yelling, "I'm about to dissolve." Nguyen Tuat joined in, "Me too." He sat on the bed with a nonchalant smile, and asked if she knew how to be polite yet, pointing out that he had stood still the entire time, without even trying to fight back. Nguyen Kai tilted her head and teased him, asking if he had a crush on someone, wondering if was why he felt the need to go so easy on everyone he met. He pulled out a book explaining that his high physical stats gave him excellent control, and since he saw how hard they were trying, he decided to reward them with this before tossing it straight at her. Nguyen Kai reached out to catch it, but the book passed right through her hand and hit the ground with a dull thud. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he stood there frozen, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Nguyen Kai held her chest and laughed, saying they would study after they recovered since the book wasn't going anywhere. He immediately stood up, stating he had to go handle some business now, prompting Nguyen Tuat to widen her eyes and ask if he was really leaving, reminding him that he promised to take them to Jiang City. He took out a mission scroll and replied that this matter was urgent, promising that he would take the 2 of them there as soon as he returned. She beamed with a bright smile after hearing his words, cheerfully exclaiming that they would be waiting for him to come back. The system notified him about the Srank Demon Hunter class change scroll, and he calculated that he had reached his limit, realizing he had to go to the Abyss to get the triple rank scroll, because if he didn't finish the Ikikat mission, he would be stuck at level 10 forever. A selection panel popped up explaining that the Shrank Demon Hunter scroll only dropped from the first pureblood demon killed, and there was a unique special mission available that would convert it into a class change scroll upon completion, asking him to choose yes or no. He stared at it calculatingly, remembering that when he first got this scroll, he hadn't even dared to think about it because this trial was known as the one that not even gods could survive. He reached out and pressed accept, telling himself that since there were no other clues for the triples rank, he had to take the risk. Immediately after, he was teleported to the first floor of the abyss, where the surrounding demons started hooting about eating the human. The corners of his mouth curved up as he muttered that in his past life, he used to come here often when changing his class to Demon Hunter, so this time it actually felt like he was returning home. He adjusted his gloves and efficiently disposed of 3 demons, causing the system to report that his progress for killing fallen demons was now at 3 out of 100. A reminder flashed up stating that using the scroll would grant entry to the first floor of the abyss, where he had to kill 100 hunter demons and 100 fallen demons. If he left the abyss, he would be kicked out, so he calculated that he needed to hide himself well. He stared straight ahead, thinking it was simple enough. He was just using the scroll to get in here, but his real target was the trial located at the abyss well. One day later, he leaped up to escape the swarm of demons at his feet, thinking that this type of mission was truly annoying since the first floor was packed with fallen demons and hunter demons that were stupid, but incredibly persistent in their chase. He dashed away, telling himself that if he slowed down to shake off one group, another would just gather. Suddenly he looked up and saw lava ahead, realizing that the abyss well had already erupted. The main character froze, thinking this was just his rotten luck. While the eruption didn't affect the trial itself, it filled the abyss with energy, strengthening every creature that possessed a demon bloodline. He glanced at the surrounding rocks and the sea of demons behind him, noting that the eruption was about to spew out countless blood eggs to spawn a new horde. With tens of thousands of enemies approaching, stopping now meant he would easily be surrounded. He moved like the wind, worried that if he broke through the siege he might accidentally complete the mission and get kicked out of the abyss. Just then, a sword flew at him from behind like a fired arrow. He jumped to dodge it cleanly, letting the sword slam into the ground with a sharp thud. A level 16 demon warrior named Fergus stepped forward, stomping right onto the sword hilt as if he were stepping onto a stage. The creature sneered in the demon language, calling him a premium dinner and demanding he kneel in gratitude. He replied in fluent demon tongue, sarcastically noting that a pureblood demon on the first floor was rare, and asking if he had come up from the deeper levels. Fergus smirked and nodded, admitting it was true and acting surprised that a thing that only knew how to run could speak their language, but he added that food understanding its master didn't change anything. He gave a scornful laugh and asked if the demon really thought he only knew how to run, challenging him to figure out why only the low IQ hunter demons and fallen demons were still chasing him. The demon grabbed his sword and charged, roaring that he didn't know but would force the answer out before the human left the stage, declaring he would start eating from the head. The main character calmly replied that there was no need to wait, because he would tell him right now. Fergus was sliced through cleanly by him, his eyes bulging as he screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that this was happening. He turned his head to watch the body fall from high above, crashing heavily onto the ground like a lump of iron. He smirked and finished his sentence, explaining that the reason was because he had already wiped out all the other species. Glancing at the demons crawling out from the rocks, he urged himself to move fast, or risk being surrounded. 6 days later at the Abyss Well, he looked ahead and sighed with emotion, thinking that while it looked close, running here had nearly broken his legs. He leaned his back against a rock and exhaled, recalling that he used to take refuge around here in his past life, since most first-floor demons didn't dare come near, so he decided to rest a bit before starting the challenge. He opened the system and told his mask to devour the pile of demon bloodline potions he had picked up over the last few days, noting his backpack and storage were full, wondering what grade of bloodline essence would result from combining tens of thousands of B and D rank items. Just then, Du approached from the distance and laughed, saying this was interesting. Hearing the voice, he immediately sat up straight and looked over. The creature opened its mouth to show off its sharp teeth, saying it had received news from a servant that a human was heading straight for the Abyss Well. The level 18 island maw fish demon named Du held a trident, boasting that wiped out almost all the other species except for the hunter demons and fallen demons, then roared excitedly that it seemed the culprit was right here. He narrowed his eyes and thought, realizing that an island maw fish demon appearing on the first floor was definitely something that shouldn't be happening. He stood up abruptly and asked bluntly if they had all decided to come here for a stroll, just because the abyss well was erupting. Du accelerated towards him, roaring that he was a demon prince coming to send him off, swinging his trident as if he wanted to close the deal right there and then. The demon activated Water Blade Slaughter, sending sharp currents of water curling up and rushing straight at him. Opposite him, his entire body burst into flames as he prepared to confront the rushing torrent of water. He used Burning Body Refinement to block the water, and as the flames on his body were dampened slightly, he asked if the demon was really a prince and which floor's lord his father was. Du opened his mouth and roared with pride, declaring that his father was the lord of the 17th floor. The demon thrust his trident forward, but he leaned to the side to dodge. Du then cursed in a hateful voice, insulting his flames by calling them cheap trash. The main character raised his hand to activate muscle enhancement, chuckled softly, and then threw a punch straight at Du's face. He grabs its head and slams it straight into the ground. Bam! The ground cracks like a truck just ran over it. Just looking at it makes me feel the pain. Tranbach slowly stands up, swords hovering around him like the opening act of a feast. His voice is cold as ice as he says he was just getting ready for a good meal when this thing jumped out to ruin the party. He warns that the arrow in his inventory is definitely not happy about it. The main character stands perfectly still, letting his swords pin the opponent all over. His expression doesn't change one bit. He casually declares that since it already interrupted him, he might as well use its blood as an appetizer. Its mouth hangs open, and vial after vial of bloodline potions flies out, whooshing through the air like they are being sucked right out of him. He looks at the pile of potions getting sucked into his backpack and lets out a sigh. A rough count puts it at around 10,000 vials. He wonders what grade of item he can synthesize if he combines all of them together. The system goes ding and a grade C black water appears. It adds 25 strength and 25 agility. Holding it lets you breathe underwater, see through the darkness, and even grants wave treating level 1. It requires level 15 and 60 strength. He smirks, thinking breathing underwater sounds pretty decent. He looks at the lava that has finally stopped erupting and whispers that the waiting game is over. Now the real show is about to begin. He stands silently at the edge of the abyss, his gaze piercing straight down into the bottomless depths. The main character focuses on the abyss. A purple light flashes alongside red text that says, "When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you." He understands exactly what that warning means. His eyes flash a brilliant red and his heart starts pounding in his chest. It is finally here. The system displays red text stating that it has detected you are a creature with intelligence. A chill runs down his spine, but he tells himself he cannot back down. Retreating means losing everything. The system continues to report that it has seen your level is 10. He clenches his trembling hand, remembering his past life where countless level 10 geniuses fell right here. Only 1 in 10,000 could escape this gaze, but absolutely no one returned alive. The red text keeps popping up. It has seen that you have not changed classes yet, and you possess no bloodline. It scans him completely clean, no strength gear, no external buffs. His strength comes from what he seized himself. He has enough self-control, yet he has no idea what he is about to face. It sees his name, his fear, and his hatred, and yet he still stares right back at it. Finally, a line of text appears, judging him qualified and opening the path to the Abyss trial. Tranbach is startled and snaps his head up to look toward the flashing light. He rests his hands on his knees to read the notification. Completing this grants a bound SS rank Abyss Lord class change scroll. He smiles with pure excitement. He actually succeeded. The next instruction appears, jump down to begin. Stepping back means giving up forever. The main character springs up from his kneeling position, lets out a loud roar, and charges forward. Dust rises high as his figure disappears. A mission board appears before his eyes. Defeat the level 10 Demon Lord Illusion. Each floor has its own conditions and a rest time ranging from 1 minute to 1 hour. A notification rings in his ears, all stats restored to maximum, items and cooldowns reset, and equipment repairs complete. The trial officially begins. He is startled, thinking that if all cooldowns are reset, does that mean the 7-tier clock gets reset too? But immediately after, the system reports an error. It cannot restore him to his peak state. He just lets out a curse word at this sudden plot twist. The return to the past skill pops up. It allows him to return to any point in time but wipes out all achievements. The cooldown is still 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days, and it cannot be reduced by any effects. He looks at the hourglass appearing, realizing that the Abyss cannot reset this skill. He starts calculating his escape route. A series of error messages appear and then update. It is still returned to the past, but he cannot go back to before he entered the Abyss. The cooldown remains unchanged. As soon as he touches the ground, the system confirms his status is fully restored, and the trial begins. The hourglass fades away. He breathes a sigh of relief. At least the cooldown has vanished within this scope. It looks like passing the trial is actually possible. Floor 1, Level 10 Akma Warrior. No special conditions. He looks at the opponent and thinks to himself that this thing isn't scary at all. In the blink of an eye, he takes the opponent down. The system reports he passed floor 1 and asks him to select his recovery time. Floor 2 ends just as quickly. The next illusion falls, followed by another notification to choose a rest break. Standing next to the demon corpse, he hears the report of clearing floor 5, then floor 17. Every punch sends his opponents flying. His speed is just like he is power leveling in a rank match. The sound continues to ring out. Pass floor 26, choose recovery time. He handles the demons with ease. The system reports passing floor 34, and his pace remains incredibly stable. Notifications come rushing in, floor 41, floor 59, then floor 66. The numbers are climbing at a dizzying rate. Lord Aldu level 10 appears. Special condition: can only be killed by hitting a weak point. He swings his sword and roars, wanting to put an end to this human's journey. The main character grits his teeth and steps back. Since floor 50, his stat advantage has dropped. 2 lives of experience can hardly make up for a demon's lifetime of slaughter, especially with such a tricky condition. His sword pierces the opponent's neck, spraying dark red blood, but he realizes that relying on skill alone isn't enough anymore. He has to find the exact weak point and accept the risk. Aldu swings his sword with extreme force, knocking him flying backward. He immediately springs up, retreating continuously to widen the gap. Suddenly, the opponent hurls his sword straight at him and screams. The main character's eyes go wide as he sees the blade hurtling toward him. The sword pierces right through Tranbach's stomach. The impact throws him backward in midair, and this is where it gets absolutely crazy. Adu stepped up, yanked the sword right out of Tranbach's body, and smirked. Human, that recovery is impressive, but stupid is still stupid. It flicked the blood off its blade, bragging that the abyss rules buffed it to the teeth, making it invincible. Tranbach lay motionless, activating Poison Hand to fake his death perfectly. He raised an eyebrow at the creature. You are celebrating a little too early. Adu froze, grinding its teeth as it turned its head. And here's the crazy part: the main character sprang up and slashed across its waist, shattering its body like glass. It widened its eyes. How is this possible? The system announced clearing the 66th floor. Tranbach looked at the dissolving corpse and coldly replied, "The stupid one is you." He raised his hand, explaining calmly, "I took that hit on purpose. I didn't dodge or block, just to make you careless. That is the only reason I cleared it so fast." A moment later, he reached the 100th floor. A notification popped up. Swordsman Fallen Imp, Rupert level 10. No special conditions. Tranbach scratched his head in confusion. Fallen imps are the weakest race, right? And no conditions at all. He rolled his eyes, scanning the area. Where is the boss? Is it hiding? He fell into thought. The abyss is a chaotic mess. Even the weak can become lords. Maybe this floor really is just a game of hide-and-seek. Just then, someone lunged from behind, swinging a weapon. Tranbach sensed the danger and spun around with lightning speed. But he was still a beat too slow, and the slash took him down, waking up back on the first floor. He gasped for air. I just died twice in the blink of an eye. Even Poison Hand couldn't save me. The first floor appeared. Lord Demon Hunter, Demon Warrior level 10, no special conditions. The blade came crashing down again as the monster roared, "Lowly human, die." Tranbach countered gently to take it down, thinking that if he hadn't activated the time regression in time, he would have been gone for good. He asked straight out about the Lord of the 100th floor. The monster coughed and replied, "I wouldn't tell you even if I knew." The system announced clearing the first floor. He calculated, "These guys know I am just a projection, so they aren't afraid of death. I need to change tactics to dig up info on the 100th floor." On the 72nd floor, Tranbach faced a fallen imp. The weakest species became a lord. It roared, "You will die at the hands of a fallen imp." He put his hands on his hips and smirked, "I go deeper, and it is still just fallen imps running the show." The demon screamed. Lord Rupert of the 100th floor, the legendary Shadow Sword Demon, defeated even a demon Grand Duke. Even after being kicked away, it still screamed, "You will die." Tranbach smiled. "Thanks for the tip." The system announced clearing the 72nd floor. Back on the 100th floor, he analyzed the Shadow Sword, an S-class job of the 3rd Advancement Dark Knight class, specializing in on-hit kills and controlling shadows for bizarre attacks. Tranbach gave a slight smile. "Thanks for the compliment, but I am not that stupid." He dashed around constantly, staying far from any shadows, moving while detoxifying his body, keeping his distance to avoid showing any openings. The green virus silently waited for its chance. A while later he stopped, bending over with a sigh. The tension was draining his energy. He had to activate Poison Hand to recover, or he would lose focus. Suddenly he froze, his eyes scanning everywhere with high alert. A sword stabbed out from the darkness. Tranbach barely dodged it, gritting his teeth as he realized, that's not right, there is another move. He summoned his sword, blocking the attack instantly. He retreated quickly to widen the gap. Swordsman Fallen Imp Rupert level 10 appeared holding dual swords. It coughed, admitting restricted by the trial and your virus. That was my last full power move. Tranbach raised his mutated arm and gave a faint smile. Is that so? Its body began to fade. If you pass the trial, come to the real 100th floor to fight me again. Even if you aren't enough right now, I will wait. The system announced, clearing the 100th floor. He laughed loudly. I will succeed, Rupert. Tranbach watched the shadow disappear. Next time we meet, I will properly learn from your swordsmanship. On the 200th floor, inside a magnificent palace, he greeted respectful greetings to the lord of the 200th floor, fallen angel Elmia. He asked if the trial should begin. The system confirmed Elmia, level 10, with no special conditions. She leaned back lazily on the sofa. Fighting ruins the palace. It is so annoying. Elmia smiled softly. I want to let you go, but I am curious. She waved her hand and tables, chairs, and wine appeared. Come sit over here first. Tranbach sat down and asked, what does my lady want to know? She chuckled softly. With this level of strength, how did you climb to the 200th floor? Beating Rupert is only the beginning. Elmia mentioned there were many tougher enemies. He smiled. My ace in the hole. I can't reveal that to a lady. She proposed, have a drink with me, tell me how you passed, and I will let you go. He poured the wine but remained on guard. What story would you like to hear, my lady? Elmia rested her chin on her hand. Floor 105, that slimy monster. Tranbach recalled Sarubis on floor 105, the swamp of flesh and blood. He recounted, it was like a giant puddle of meat. Touch it, and you get swallowed instantly. It was even faster than me. Elmia asked, so how did you win? The protagonist replied calmly, if it likes to eat, I let it eat, but I'm not exactly easy to digest. He raised his hand. I let it swallow hundreds of mutated arms. In the end, it collapsed because it couldn't handle it. Elmia smiled with interest. He replied, it wasn't easy at all. Ripping off your own arms hurts like hell, you know. She asked next about Fingo on floor 136, the stinky old man hiding under the sea. He recalled the lord of floor 136. Tranbach raised 3 fingers. I have to thank his grandson for gifting me some top-tier gear. She laughed. What about the girl on floor 153? He remembered the mutated insect lord of floor 153 residing in the middle of a lava lake. He raised his glass. She killed me 15 times in a row. He explained that high temperatures don't affect the virus, but the lava made it hard to get close. She kept diving down there to recover. He sighed. It took me 5 days to level that lava lake just to force her to show her face. He admitted she was the toughest opponent within the first 200 floors. Elmia mentioned that floor 186 was even harder. Tranbach quickly interrupted her, the image of the terrifying mutated insect queen flashing through his mind. He gave a forced smile. In the entire abyss, no one is as grotesque as her. She lives amidst a stench that could make you pass out. He covered his nose. Just mentioning it kills my mood for wine. Elmia laughed. Her strength isn't that great, but no one dares to take over her territory. By the way, you haven't taken a single sip yet. Tranbach laughed loudly. I wouldn't dare drink wine created by the spiritual power of a fallen angel. He thought to himself, I already died from drinking once. I'd be an idiot to let it happen again. Elmia gritted her teeth. If you had just drunk it, a single thought from me would have been enough. Too bad you found out. He stood up. So, are we fighting? She lay back down. No need, I'm too lazy. Tranbach froze, the corner of his mouth twitching. This lady is lazy to a legendary degree. Elmia casually waved her hand. Hurry up and fight, I need to sleep. Creating a projection takes a lot of energy. She gave a cryptic smile, hinting at the lineup of powerhouses behind her, including 6 beings with the title of Godso. She didn't need to lift a finger. The system immediately announced, floor 200 cleared, please select your recovery time. Tranbach frowned and asked if those 6 were true gods, but the system had already locked in the 1 arrest option. He left quickly. With other lords he could return infinitely, but facing a god was different. The rest space opened up, and he sat on the bed, calculating. Each god possessed the power of the laws. He pursued his lips, hoping they couldn't execute him instantly or wipe him out of existence completely. He looked at the hourglass. If necessary, he could still turn back time. Even a god must have a weakness. Immediately after, he appeared on floor 235, facing the level 10 variant lord, Salisbury, special condition, hypnotic energy, forcing eternal sleep within an illusion. He opened his eyes wide, then suddenly smiled. Salisbury stared at him and laughed loudly. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? In the dream, Hirose knelt prostrate, begging to offer herself. Tranbach sat high above in his own demonic realm, looking down with crushing pressure. She swore to give everything to be a slave or a tool, as long as she could stay by her divine master's side. He smiled and asked, what if I make you hand over your power and then disappear? She shed tears, pleading her absolute loyalty. He burst into mocking laughter. Stop acting, you just want to live. The word loyalty has never existed in your life. He lifted her chin. I can spare your life. He held out an iron chain collar. Put this on, chain yourself to the gate and be my watchdog. She bowed her head, remaining silent for a long time. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, "We don't want to." She put on the collar herself, saying she was willing to be a dog. Back on floor 235, Tranbach leaned against a rock and laughed loudly. "Yeah, now that sounds like a dog." Salisbury clicked his tongue, admitting that this game was quite interesting. It spread its arms wide. "Don't be afraid, I'll devour your soul so you can sink into a beautiful dream, forever." Three swords behind the main character shot out in unison. The system flagged a special condition: see through the illusion and break free. He sprang up. "No matter how sweet the dream is, it ain't reality besides. Sleeping forever sounds boring as hell." Salisbury panicked, unable to comprehend when he had broken free without her even noticing. The main character smirked. "You can't simulate the pressure of a god. In this trial you're only level 10. My sword spirit wasn't dragged into the dream, so breaking out was a piece of cake." Suddenly, a fluctuation appeared right behind him. Startled, he whipped around instantly. Baphomet swung its massive arm down, but the main character sidestepped and knocked it back. His arm immediately mutated. He swung his arm, landing a counterattack right on Baphomet's chin. It tumbled to the ground. The main character approached to observe, thinking it was over, but the body started sinking into the ground. He dashed back to keep a safe distance. The main character struck down with full force, but that body dissolved like liquid. Is this a mechanism to prevent clones from entering? Looks like he needs to learn more about the Beast Monarch. 10 minutes passed, and there was movement behind the wall again. He grinned with excitement. Here it comes again. This time, the fight was more comfortable, as his spiritual perception had increased significantly. Information popped up: Baphomet level 2, talent War Hormone. The more it craves battle, the more its stats increase, up to 5 times. The main character stepped back. It was only level 2, but its talent was already that overpowered. It charged in aggressively. He figured that when he first entered the maze, it must have only been a level 1 Baphomet. Before long, it had already leveled up to 3. The main character realized the pattern. The deeper he went, the higher Baphomet's level rose. The system showed a level 5 Baphomet with stats equal to his own. He tensed up ahead. He might have to face 10 of them. He told himself this wasn't the time to worry, and continued pressing forward. 30 minutes later, every time it leveled up, its power far exceeded his expectations. A level 7 Baphomet appeared. The main character's spiritual power could no longer read its stats clearly. He only knew it was nearly twice as strong as him. It was knocked into the wall. He calculated that using the virus would take too long, so he had to find another way. The main character decided to return to the maze entrance and start over from scratch. He got serious. "Let's see what happens if I don't take down the low-level ones." The main character dashed past the level 1 Baphomet without engaging in combat. He reached the level 2 area, but it didn't show up. What was going on? He continued plunging deeper into the level 7 area he had never stepped foot in before. He stayed on guard, sensing that things weren't that simple. Suddenly, Baphomet appeared behind him, and he spun around in a split second. A streak of energy shot out, causing the very space to tremble. The main character gasped for breath. He almost didn't activate his resurrection in time. Its speed exceeded the limits of his reflexes. He realized that attack was at least level 8. Perhaps there was only one Baphomet in the maze, and it was always chasing him. If he killed at a low level, it would respawn deeper and stronger. If he didn't kill it, it would follow him forever. He remembered that at the start, it was weak and easy to dodge. But the deeper he went, the more it leveled up and increased its stats. Sooner or later, it would catch up. The main character stroked his chin. If that was the case, he had time to weaken it with a virus before it leveled up. He opened the screen to check his remaining virus points to upgrade his skill. A notification appeared for the mental worm skill, converting spiritual power into infectious worms that disrupt the target's emotions and reduce mental stability. The main character grinned. It was a new skill unlocked after he got telekinesis. He was certain that negative emotions would suppress Baphomet's battle-hungry talent. Get ready. Main taunts the level 1-3 format for being too weak, causing it to immediately charge at him. The level 1 monster growls and rushes forward. He runs while provoking it, waiting for it to level up on its own. As he drags it deeper into the maze, its eyes glow brightly, and its aura explodes. 3 format unleashes its power, knocking Main far away. The level 2-3 format displays new stats. Its battle blood hormone talent has tripled, and its aura has visibly skyrocketed. It grits its teeth but suddenly kneels down, muttering about an infection status and the mental larva. Main is satisfied. Just as calculated, leveling up doesn't clear negative effects because it essentially just removes restrictions. He crosses his arms and smiles confidently, certain that victory is in his grasp this time. 1 hour later at the central arena of the maze, he throws 3 format into the air, keeping it suspended while it levels up to easily control it. Even while falling, it still manages to reach level 9. Main leaps up powerfully to confront it head-on. The two collide in midair, and he gets tense seeing that even though it's dying, it can still block him, meaning level 10 must be even more terrifying. 3 format roars furiously again. The level 10 3 format reveals massive stats along with an indestructible body status, ensuring its attributes don't drop below the baseline. Main lands on the ground, understanding why it surpassed him, but then it sits down and calmly asks why they even have to fight. It insists that fighting is meaningless, confirming the mental larva is still taking effect. He raises his hand and suggests that if it's tired of fighting, it should just let him pass the level. 3 format size, recounting how it destroyed 44 floors just out of a lust for battle, but now finds life meaningless. Main smiles and says, "So you were the one who did that, thanks a lot," and offers to help liberate him. It mentions that even being defeated is useless, which confuses him. 3 format explains that in the maze, one can respawn infinite upon reaching maximum status, then asks if there is something wrong with itself. He scratches his face and admits it's a bit abnormal, thinking that if it respawns with full stats, he is in big trouble. Finally, it admits defeat, wanting to contemplate the meaning of life outside of battle. The system announces clearing floor 279, and he chooses recovery. Inside the rest room, Main sighs in relief, noting the opponent's stats were nearly 3,000 while his were just over 500. Luckily, he had the spirit worm. He wonders curiously who the next god will be. A red warning appears, indicating that floor 350 is the pillar space holding up the continent. Arriving at floor 350, Main waits, having only reversed time 3 times since floor 279. He is curious about the Lord this time. He detects movement from afar, realizing it has arrived. Winifred reaches out, the Lord of floor 350, the snake demon. It declares it has found a human, and Main realizes this is the second god, a 9-headed snake with the power of devouring, thinking he might have to die a few times. As it approaches to tease him, he immediately compliments its beautiful, shiny scales, shifting the atmosphere to an intense flattery session. Winifred is pleased and tells him he has passed the trial. He bows, and she wakes up another head, saying it is time for number 8 to test him. Number 8 asks extremely seriously what 1 + 1 equals. Main answers 2 without hesitation. Number 8 declares he passes, explaining that it doesn't like fighting and wanted a gentler test. Number 5 and 6 cut in, demanding to go first, and number 8 agrees. Number 5 introduces itself as controlling the devouring of water, while number 6 controls fire. The two sides argue whether water extinguishes fire or fire evaporates water, forcing Main to arbitrate. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this question is truly a life or death proposition. The trial involves supporting one side and making the other admit they are weaker. Main understands that any answer could lead to ruin, while number 5 presses that water extinguishing fire is the natural law. Number 6 retorts that it is stronger and he shouldn't be blind to the truth. He makes a decisive move, knowing the only way out is to break the deadlock. Tranbach throws a direct attack right at them, causing the whole group to panic. Number 3 and number 4 show up, mocking the other two for asking such difficult questions. Number 6 objects, insisting that the trial is not difficult at all. The other two suddenly realize that he probably thinks any answer he gives will be wrong, and Tranbach just forces an awkward smile. They declare that he has passed the stage, so he does not need to answer anymore. He feels exasperated, thinking that these gods are truly childish. Tranbach suggests they test each other using projections, because fighting with full power would only harm themselves. The two sides start arguing again about who would drain or incinerate the other. He reminds them that using a projection to test their strength would be much more reasonable. This idea gets them excited, and they prepare to teach him a lesson. Number 1 demands they finish the trial before fighting, and the other two agree. Number 6 summons a book and demands he tell them about the blue star before the cosmic trial begins. Number 7 number 2 chime in, wanting to hear about history, beautiful scenery, and human thinkers. Number 2 pokes his head out, eager to hear the story. He demands to hear about human philosophy in exchange for letting him pass. Number 3 gets angry, not wanting to listen to any tall tales, and launches an attack directly. He boasts about his unique skill after receiving the devouring authority, daring Tranbach to block it. He looks up, realizing that creating a skill at level 10 is impressive, truly worthy of a god. Tranbach analyzes that the skill moves slowly but has a massive suction force. He tries using psychokinesis to block it, but devouring power far exceeds his own virus. Number 3 arrogantly says this is just the first version of the devouring bomb, waiting to see if he can withstand it. He steps back to maintain some distance. Number 2 points out that he is using regeneration to buy time, while number 3 warns that it will explode once it reaches the energy limit. Tranbach is shocked as the sphere cracks open. Number 3 brags that the damage is equal to 3 times the absorbed energy. Winifred worriedly asks if the explosion killed the human, then sighs in relief when she sees he is still alive. Tranbach calmly steps out, stating that the explosion was not enough to take him down, and asks if he has passed the trial yet. Number 3 still wants to do it again, but stronger this time. Number 2 stops him, declaring the trial over, and demands to hear about human philosophy. Number 4 and number 7 are excited, wanting to hear about history, cuisine, and beautiful scenery. Tranbach winks, thinking that this task is far too simple for him. After the storytelling session, the gods nod in agreement, praising human culture as interesting, and one by one declare that he passes. Tranbach looks up and asks directly, "So what is the final trial?" Number 1 gives a faint smile and says, "The rules are simple, you just need to survive until number 5 and number 6 determine a winner." Tranbach glances around, thinking that since this floor is so vast, staying away from the fighting should be enough. But he is still suspicious. The 9 trials were strangely easy, so are they just lazy? Or are they planning something deeper? In the center of floor 350, the devouring one laughs loudly, leaning in close to ask, I won, are you convinced yet? Number 6 growls, you only won at level 10 when I was still small, so I do not accept this result. The other one sticks out his tongue to tease him, saying he always has an excuse, while number 3 gets angry and tells them all to shut up. He is annoyed because the second brother and old fourth let Tranbach pass the trial, showing clear discomfort. Number 4 softens his voice, explaining that this is an investment, and letting the human proceed is beneficial for them. If he defeats Baphomet, he has a chance to become the Lord of the Deep Abyss. Having someone who owes them a favor and possesses the devouring authority would be a huge profit. But number 3 is skeptical, noting that floor 375 has the wolf god who masters assassination, so will not be easy. Number 2 shudders, adding that the guy can use stealth without consuming energy and is extremely vicious. They are sure it will be hard for Tranbach to pass, but he has already arrived at floor 357, the domain of the Wolf Lord. He looks at the information panel, and the word assassination makes the atmosphere turn heavy. Tranbach admits that he hates this style of onidecidical combat the most. Suddenly finding his leg tied up, he instantly morphed his limb into a blade to slash through it. The rope fell away as he reacted with lightning speed. Sharp spikes shot up from the ground, making him glance around with high alert. He flipped backward to dodge, then retreated to put some distance between them. Above him, something looking like a preset spider web appeared. The protagonist swung his sword to slice it apart, refusing to get tangled up. But something triggered, an explosion came rushing in. Using his agility, he scrambled away from the blast epicenter. Dodging while forced to use poison hand, he still hadn't caught a glimpse of the actual enemy. He roared out, wondering just how many traps were set, then activated Hellfire Body Incineration to boost his power. Energy flared up beneath his feet. He gritted his teeth, wondering if this guy was the god of assassination or the god of traps. Just as he cursed silently, a voice rang out from behind him, saying, "Thanks for the compliment." The space remained empty, without a single soul in sight. He activated thermal tracking and psychokinetic vision. Something plunged down from above, and he took a hit in the blink of an eye. Turning back time, he looked at his hand, realizing that was way too fast. The opponent's stats were higher, the traps were endless, and his stealth was beyond tracking range. He decided to release a virus first this time. Once infected, he could use virus vision to pinpoint the location. He unsheathed his claws, getting ready to destroy the traps. He slammed the ground, diffusing force to shatter the terrain. Thick layers of traps were revealed as he cautiously stepped forward. Spiked nooses, heaven and earth nets, beast trap nets, quicksand, ghost grass, and violent thorn trees. It had everything. Just a few dozen meters held nearly 100 traps, and not a single one was repeated. Jin-Ok-Hyu flickered into view behind him, claiming this forest was his territory before launching an attack. He rewound time again, realizing the enemy had been right beside him from the very start. He frowned, wondering how to break this deadlock. Rewinding to the 5th time, he still got punched back. On the 8th attempt, another explosion hit him. The hourglass screen appeared yet again. He realized that even though he was weaker by 3 formats, this wolf was 3 times stronger than him and had dangerous traps. The only way was still the virus, but the moment his stats dropped, the enemy would finish him off instantly. He believed the spirit worm would cause it to lose patience. He climbed up high, spreading the lung virus and spirit worms down below first. He stood watching, seeing that it was coming. His legs sprouted tentacles, using the traps to buy time and wear down the opponent. As Jin-Ok-Hyu approached, the protagonist smiled. The plan was starting to work. He continued laying out a trap path. He just needed to drag the enemy's stats down to his level to feel confident. The wolf roared, chasing right on his heels. It unleashed a fierce attack, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. The hourglass appeared once more. Rewinding for the 10th time, he felt even more confident. Each time he went back, he ran further, repeating the tactic even on the 15th try. The hourglass was working nonstop. He glanced back to observe the reaction. On the 23rd attempt, Jin-Ok-Hyu started to look up with suspicion in his eyes. Another explosion triggered right in the middle of the trap forest. It charged forward, roaring in rage, determined not to let him get away this time. The protagonist grew more confident, knowing that the more rushed the enemy was, the easier it would be for him to fall into the traps he had personally laid out. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to face his opponent head-on. Then, the protagonist stepped back a bit further to maintain a safe distance. He analyzed that this attack was twice as strong as his own defense. If the beast kept charging, it would walk right into the trap, and sure enough, it got blasted back. The protagonist smirked and said, "Perfect timing." The opponent's stats were no longer overwhelmingly superior, and on top of that, he was heavily injured. The protagonist leaped high into the air, knowing the moment to put his life on the line had finally arrived. Jin-Ok-Hyu also launched himself into the sky, determined to chase him down to the very end. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air in a battered state, but a faint smile crossed his lips. He had finally taken him down. The system notification popped up, stating, "You have cleared floor 350. Please select your recovery time." Tranbach chuckled at his luck. Until the very last minute, The enemy's stats were still higher, but his melee combat wasn't too overwhelming. After resting for 1 hour, he looked at his tattered equipment and noticed the plague status had also dissipated. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and calculated. Out of 6 gods, now only 3 remained. Suddenly he remembered something important. Heroes had once mentioned Macanthus, the succubus queen, somewhere around floor 400. Just thinking about it made him feel the pressure. She was the ruler of pleasure, someone who made even Heroes wary. He walked deeper inside, his heart pounding in his chest. Would she be his next opponent? Floor 400 appeared before him, with countless arms reaching up from the darkness. The protagonist tightened his gloves. It wasn't Macanthus, but an endless army of the undead. He summoned his sword, feeling that this floor might actually be easier to handle than that snake pit from earlier. The monsters went into a panic as soon as they saw him appear. The system continuously increased his strength, agility, and constitution after every wave. He handled each wave like a tower defense game, but he didn't have anything he needed to protect. With the addition of his long-range flying swords, his stats remained stable above 2,000. The protagonist backflipped to dodge an attack. He unleashed an earth-shattering strike, slamming it into the ground. A telekinetic shield appeared, but he shattered the protective barrier with his sword. His head felt dizzy, and the mental pressure was just too intense. The opponent's telekinetic spear was incredibly heavy. His spirit stat hadn't been buffed, so he had to end this fight quickly. He threw a precise punch, making the Red Rider's face turn pale. It turned out his position had already been discovered. The protagonist poured all his strength into the attack, giving him no chance to resist. The opponent exclaimed in admiration, noting that while his strength wasn't outstanding, he always made the right decisions at critical moments. He remained calm. After all, he had already been taken down by this guy twice before. 400, the Red Rider Gabun, resurrection count 2. The protagonist nodded in thanks and continued to move forward. Gabun reminded him that he would be waiting for his triumphant return on this floor so they could talk. He urged him on, saying Macanthus was waiting ahead. The protagonist etched that name into his memory. The scene shifted to a splendid room on floor 437, the domain of the ruler of pleasure of the succubus clan. Macanthus level 10, no special conditions. She was sitting on the bed, surprised that a human had made it this far. The protagonist stepped forward with total composure. He had to admit, her beauty and aura were enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. For a brief moment, the protagonist almost drowned in that sensation, but he shook his head to snap out of it. He had almost fallen for her charm skill. Macanthus waved her hand seductively, telling him not to suppress his primal desires. His breathing started to become heavy and ragged. She teased him, saying, "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Your desire is about to break you apart." She taunted him, ordering him to kneel down and become her pet. Macanthus commanded him to humble himself and obey if he wanted to be rewarded. Her tail grazed his face, mocking him with the certainty that all males eventually yield. Tranbach dropped to his knees as if obeying a command, but in reality he was recalling Hirosi's teachings on controlling desire, a special technique specifically designed to resist charm magic. Hirose had mentioned she developed this method personally to counter the goddess of lust, and she shared an interesting story about Macanthus. When she inherited her powers, the man she admired became enchanted, behaving so grotesquely that she was completely disillusioned. That experience made her grow to despise weakness in the face of desire. Since then, whenever she met someone she liked, she tested them with seduction. Yet ironically, the goddess of lust had never truly been satisfied. Hirose warned that if he ever truly got charmed, things would get very interesting, but he was not the type to submit easily. He replied that he knew how to yield to the strong, for instance, to someone like Hirose. She asked him again to be sure, and he affirmed it with absolute certainty. Back in the present, he charged straight forward, proving that he naturally had no intention of submitting. Macanthus leaned back in surprise. She swung her whip of power, confidently ordering him to kneel and seek pleasure at her feet. He gritted his teeth and declared, "It is either victory or death, but I will absolutely never beg." She let out a cold laugh, eager to see just how long he could endure. His body trembled as he realized there was something wrong with that whip. Thorns wrapped around him, and the sensation shifted from pain to a tingling itch, which was extremely dangerous. Macanthus licked the handle of her whip, asking him how the flavor tasted. She introduced the enhanced love punishment whip, boasting of its powerful control abilities. But seeing he kept his spirit, she realized that alone was not enough. Sweat poured down his face as he taunted her, daring her to hit him harder. She stepped forward in anger, intrigued that he still managed to stay conscious. Macanthus pressed in close, cranking up the charm pressure, causing his eyes to widen in shock. His consciousness felt like it was drifting into another dimension. For a split second, he thought he was about to lose to the power of a god. But Hirose's words echoed in his mind, saying the thread of reason does not need to be rigid, it just needs to pull you back in the end. His hand began to glow. Regaining his clarity, he realized the reproductive virus possessed the most intense desire of all. He let out a loud roar and counterattacked, leaving Macanthus stunned, as her charm should have broken his will. Before her very eyes he vanished. Then he reappeared right behind her back. Macanthus was hit by the counterblow, and both of them launched into the air. They landed on the bed in the middle of the room. Her face flushed red as she gasped for breath, starting to consider killing him. Her tail raised up but hesitated, realizing this was the first male who did not submit. He chuckled softly and asked if she was stopping, adding that if she gave him a chance, he would not be polite anymore. Macanthus turned her face away, telling herself to let it go, since it was just a projection clone anyway, and not worth the trouble. Her gaze shifted, curious to see what he would do if he lost his mind. 3 days passed, and Tran Bak collapsed gasping for air, after what was truly a fierce battle. System update: Abyss floor 437, Charm Queen Macanthus, return count 0, state extraction count 21. A notification popped up stating floor 437 cleared. Select recovery time. He jumped up and immediately locked in 1 hour. Macanthus struggled to list the Minotaur, the 9-headed snake, Thailand Vong Lin, and herself. He smiled faintly, noting that he had passed 5 gods, wondering what the 6th one would be like. A maid returned and whispered, asking what the queen commanded, here in the Charm Demon Palace of Abyss floor 437. She reached out her hand with deep regret, surprised that her clone had experienced something so interesting. Her eyes filled with infatuation. Realizing that this was what it felt like to be conquered, she then hatched a plan to go down to floor 500 and deal with him personally. She would let him pass the trials and charge straight to the floor of the gods, just so she could taste that sensation once more. A sudden idea flashed through the mind of Macanthus. She snaps awake, realizing that trying to kill the guy on the 500th floor is just laughable. She knows she is no match for a monarch. She lets out a regretful sigh, then decides to give up on that idea. The scene shifts to the 500th floor, where a silhouette high above speaks up. A human actually made it here. If you clear the final gate, this miracle will become a legend. Agaris smiles confidently, saying that you cannot become a legend. Your journey ends right here on the 500th floor, in the domain of the Akma royal family. Monarch Agaris is level 10, and this floor has no special conditions. The main character isn't scared at all. He rushes forward, telling the guy to cut the chatter. But suddenly the main character freezes, completely confused. He switches his vision, activating thermal tracking and spirit sense. He is on high alert since thermal tracking is useless and his telekinesis is blocked. He figures he is going to die a bunch of times here, but it is strange that his opponent hasn't attacked yet. Just then, the system announces that he has cleared the 500th floor and asks him to choose a recovery time. The main character's jaw drops, wondering what on earth is going on. Agaris smiles, calling it interesting. The main character turns back to observe him, totally bewildered. The silhouette dissolves into thin air, leaving behind only a wish to meet again someday. He breaks out in a sweat, unable to understand why he was let through so easily. He is confused, thinking it should have been a tough fight. The system notifies him that 1 second of recovery has been selected, warning that if it is under 1 minute, he will enter the next floor immediately. It asks if he wants to confirm. The main character nods without hesitation, confirming the choice. The system announces that the 501st floor has collapsed. Entering the 502nd floor, he feels both nervous and curious. He has already passed 6 gods. The system continues reporting that the 600th floor is extracting the Lord's phantom image, telling him to get ready. Hearing there are another 100 floors to go, he breaks out in a cold sweat. The system updates. Floor 600, level 10 demon avatar. Reading this, the main character is stunned. It is Satan, the legendary ruler of the Abyss. A voice rings out, saying her consciousness has been awakened again. She tilts her head in boredom, complaining that this trashy 600th floor still hasn't disappeared. His face turns pale. Satan claps her hands and walks over, realizing that a challenger has actually passed the trials to reach this place. She curiously asks for his name, praising his incredible power. The main character gives a faint smile, thinking this demon sure talks a lot. Behind his back, he quietly spreads a virus. Satan suggests they sit down and talk, saying she doesn't like fighting. She adds that if her main body weren't dead, she would have arranged to meet him somewhere else. Hearing that her main body is dead, he is shocked. She guesses that he doesn't want to talk much. Satan gives a sly smile, saying she will see what he relied on to get this far. As soon as she attacks, she freezes, asking if he knows how to use hell power. She controls the hellfire, criticizing the main character for using fire against the Lord of Hell. She declares that using it is a mistake, as she is the master of this place. His body goes stiff, unable to move, and he can't even recall his hellfire. If he doesn't use fire, he can only dodge, but if he does, he gets controlled. The situation is a complete deadlock. The main character is about to look for another way when Satan suggests working together, saying that dying again would be a waste. He trembles slightly and asks back, wondering if this is her way of cooperating. She apologizes and releases the pressure. Now free, he asks straight out what kind of cooperation she has in mind. Satan explains that while her main body is dead, the trial revived her consciousness. The Abyss creates a phantom image based on the life imprint. If that imprint is taken outside, she can come back to life. The main character looks up and asks bluntly what the price is. She says he just needs to get her out of the Abyss. There is no price to pay. In fact, he will even inherit a portion of the hellish assets. He doesn't believe something this good could be true, but he still asks how to do it. Satan brings out a ring, explaining that her life imprint will reside inside it. He just needs to carry it out of the abyss. She promises that after they leave, the ring will belong to him. The main character examines it carefully. It is the Ring of Solomon, SSS rank. It massively boosts attributes, reduces cooldowns, opens the Hell Gate, and activates the Hell King mode for 15 seconds. Holding it, he is shocked. This item is insanely powerful. But he tells himself he can't trust her, he can't beat her in a fight and doesn't know her true motives, so he wonders how to break this stalemate. Even so, the main character puts on the ring and activates the Hell King mode. Nothing happens. Satan explains that the ring doesn't belong to him yet, since she is just a remnant soul, only she can use it. Having no trust left, he rushes straight at her, saying he is sorry, but he doesn't believe a word she says. Satan simply smiles. He swung his hand to counterattack, declaring that as long as the hellfire burned inside, you couldn't defy his orders. The main character was forced down to his knees. Satan was annoyed, saying he didn't want to finish him off because waiting for someone else to pass the trial would take way too long. He offered another choice, saying he could stay here forever until someone willing to cooperate showed up. Finally, the main character decisively agreed. The system announced he had passed floor 600 and completed the Abyss trial. He calmly planted his feet on the ground. He opened his eyes and looked around, wondering where the hell this place was. The main character froze when he spotted the Voidfire scroll. A stream of black power began to gather around him. It paused, needing time to condense. If that was the case, he needed to get ready first. He checked his status and saw everything was normal, meaning he could still turn back time. Then he called out, "Hey, are you coming out yet? We already left floor 600. A stream of power flew out from inside the ring. Satan appeared right in front of him. He pointed at the scroll, saying this was the authority of the Abyss, the class transfer scroll for the Overlord. Satan laughed. "Tran, you'll be praised for doing what no god has ever achieved." But the main character shook his head. "I didn't really defeat anyone. I was even dancing in the palm of your hand." Satan laughed loudly. "Not at all, just taking down Macanthus is a miracle in itself." Tranbach gave a slight smile of realization, figuring out that Agaris on floor 500 was his subordinate. He nodded, saying that among the 72 demon gods he conquered, Agaris was the second one. He raised a hand to remind him, "Now that you've left floor 600 of the Abyss, can we wrap up our cooperation?" But Satan shook his head. "There is still one final step." He asked back, "You haven't received the ring or the inheritance of hell yet, right?" Hearing this, the main character narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Are you seriously giving it to me?" Satan smiled with certainty. "I'm a demon who keeps his word. If I say it, I do it." He emphasized, "Your body will inherit everything, and I can also use that vessel to reach the pinnacle." Hearing this, a chill ran down his spine. Realizing the target was his soul, it was a body takeover, plain and simple, and Satan laughed loudly, declaring a new beginning to transcend the heavens. The main character gritted his teeth, knowing his soul had no defense and he had to turn back time immediately. But he rushed forward and then froze, wondering what was up with this mortal soul, asking what the hell was blocking him. The ring went dark, and the boy clutched his head to check. Finding his soul unharmed, he figured Satan failed thanks to the time clock binding him. But a new problem arose. He wasn't sure if the guy had completely vanished or was just hiding somewhere. The main character raised his hand and asked sarcastically, "Hey, you still okay? I'm still waiting for you to use my body to rule the heavens." There was no movement, so it was best not to gamble. This ring used to hold a soul imprint and greed kills, so he took it off to destroy it. Ring of Solomon, damaged, +3 attributes, 70 seals weakened to a tiny fraction. It required collecting demon god souls to unlock and could open the gate of hell. Reading the info panel, he was totally stunned. He sneered, saying he wouldn't regret destroying such defective junk. Suddenly, Satan popped out begging, "Wait, let's talk this over slowly." He tried to regain his composure and asked, "You're not serious, are you?" The main character calmly retorted, "Whatever you want to say it fast." Satan bowed down to butter him up, praising his strength and wisdom while begging for a way out. He waved his hand, cut the act. "You're not trustworthy, so hand over all the goods." He started sweating, saying he had nothing right now, but the inheritance in hell was still there, begging him to believe it. The main character emphasized that he needed a guarantee. The other hurriedly said he would definitely be able to verify it. Finally, he agreed, saying he would let him out when needed, but for now he had to rest in the backpack. Satan clasped his hands and pleaded, "Can't you take me with you?" He cut him off, saying only the inventory protected by the universe's will was safe, so he didn't have a choice. He then held the second SSS scroll and got excited. The system displayed the Abyss Lord SSS class transfer scroll, requiring level 10, and passing the trial, the ultimate place of despair and darkness. The main character decided that keeping it in the backpack wasn't enough. He had to store it together with the living calamity to be sure. He calculated that he just needed to call Lidu to finish the mission to get the jewel class, and then return to floor 1 of the Abyss. He chose to summon Lidu at floor 1 for safety. An object was activated. The structure materialized, and Lidu appeared, sighing and complaining about why he was summoned to this godforsaken hellhole. He grumbled that even hell has merchant guilds, but the abyss is just full of demons who don't have a clue how to trade. The main character smiled and asked if he didn't like this place. The old man nodded, saying that besides the demons, there isn't anything of value here. Li Du asked about the purpose of the summoning, reminding him that the first mission coin could only be used once, and any future summons would cost extra fees. The young man asked if the contract and the rewards had been prepared yet. The merchant confirmed that everything was ready and had already been recognized by the will of the universe. Li Du was skeptical about whether he had actually completed the task. In response, the main character pulled out 2 SSS rank scrolls with a confident smile. The scrolls floated silently in the air right in front of him. He looked excited, noting that this was the power of the virus, which he found to be truly interesting. Li Du curiously asked about the second scroll, but then he froze as he realized exactly where he was standing, the abyss. He shook his head, thinking it couldn't possibly be that scroll, considering that even Satan himself had failed to obtain it. The main character calmly held it out and asked if this was the one he was talking about. Li Du's jaw dropped, cursing under his breath as he realized this was the Abyss Lord scroll. He let out a laugh, confirming that it was indeed the Abyss Lord's advancement scroll. Suddenly, something came rushing toward them from the distance. He sensed a killing intent and thought Li Du was trying to rob him, but the merchant just gave a faint smile. Then he praised the main character for always creating miracles that went far beyond anyone's expectations. Finally, he handed over the dual-class scroll, confirming that it now belonged to the young man. He accepted it, but was still suspicious. The contract clearly stated that in exchange for the 2 SSS scrolls, he would have to pay an equivalent value to Li Du in the future. Li Du emphasized that the investment phase was over, the contract was now in effect, and they were long-term partners from this point on. The main character realized the contract only specified value and didn't limit the location, which meant the old man clearly trusted him a lot. Li Du suggested that if he ever took control of the Abyss, he should let him open a merchant guild there to teach the demons how to trade. The young man smiled and replied that it would not be a problem. In his mind, he understood that this old guy was incredibly calculating and shrewd. Each floor of the Abyss was as wide as a planet with countless resources. After shaking hands, Li Du became the investor, and he became the one receiving the investment. The merchant laughed heartily, declaring that the deal was sealed. Li Du suggested he use the scroll right away so he could witness the miracle with his own eyes. A system panel appeared, stating that the SSS dual-class scroll allowed for the possession of 2 classes. He crushed it to activate the item without hesitation. His body absorbed the power, and the system reported that his class advancement limit had increased to 2. The main character looked up and began the class advancement process. Li Du put on a mask to watch. Elsewhere, Rupert noticed the phenomenon in the Abyss and wondered if a human had actually made it through. Fu Met was furious, thinking about how that guy had made him lose his will to fight, and wondering how he could possibly pull this off. She slammed her hand down on the armrest of her chair, refusing to accept it. The others were excited, while Macanthus lay back and waited to watch the show unfold. Agaris smiled, thinking that the monarch had finally succeeded. Satan raised his hand and declared his return, vowing to make Hell the supreme ruler of the heavens. The will of the universe announced that Bak had completed the first-class advancement, opening up the regional rankings. Meanwhile, Anthony was still struggling to hold his ground on top of a rock. The clown activated a mechanism inside its body. The gears spun violently, but Anthony laughed smugly, shouting that he had already figured out every single one of its moves. His body glided smoothly around the rock, dodging attacks as if he were doing parkour. Just as planned, Anthony managed to pop one of the balloons, opening up an opportunity for a counterattack. He jumped up from below, screaming that he had won, and the impact caused the clown's head to spring loose. Anthony clenched his trophy tightly in his hand, his face beaming with joy, thinking he had finally succeeded. He shouted loudly that he was definitely the first person to change classes this time, telling Bak to listen closely to his name. Anthony Bob crushed the item in his hand just as a notification popped up from the Cosmic Will, congratulating the evolved one. But the name announced was Bak, who had completed the first-class advancement. Anthony froze. Say what? He was furious, one step behind again. The system notified him that he had advanced to the Shrank Performance Clown class. The chat group went wild. Diepte cheered that Boss Bak was definitely SSS rank. Hanvuong regretted not meeting the requirements yet, while Bavuong grumbled. Everyone was arguing about the class advancement axis. Din Din asked if everyone had seen the new leaderboard yet, and Hanvuong replied that he had. The system announced a successful advancement, default faction Dragon Nation, 10 minutes for adjustments, after which changing factions would cost a heavy price. He confirmed joining the Dragon Nation. The system reminded him that only those over level 10 who had advanced could enter the leaderboard, and the top 10 would add reputation to their entire faction. The global #1 title increased item drop rate by 20% when activated. The MC nodded. With this extra drop rate, the endgame profits would be huge. He realized the leaderboard hadn't revealed all its benefits yet. It would definitely become more valuable later on. He opened the class interface, time to check out the powers and skills properly. Class, Scourge of Life, triple S rank. Each level increased strength and agility by 10, constitution and spirit by 15, plus 20 free points. Authorities included Plague Control, Immunity, Plague Sun, and Black Death. They inflicted infection and effects based on the target's attributes. He analyzed it, only 2 main skill directions. He would have to test them in combat to be sure. The MC immediately activated Plague Sun. A green sun appeared, the creatures hit by the spell panicked, then collapsed one by one within seconds. He deactivated the skill. Ledoux marveled, 3 seconds to wipe out a huge area. The MC humbly replied that he was flattered. Ledoux warned that even he had been slightly infected. However, the MC's spiritual power wasn't enough for full control yet, so he had to be careful. The MC admitted it. Not being able to observe from afar could easily hurt allies. He thanked him for the reminder. He switched to his second class, Lord of the Abyss. Combining 2 triple S classes would surely bring more surprises. The system stated that the triple S Lord of the Abyss class didn't increase attributes upon leveling up. Power depended on the number of floors conquered. Authorities included Infinite Abyss, Endless Abyss, and Lord of the Abyss. They increased attribute percentages based on the floor and unlocked authority for each floor. He figured it out. The more floors he conquered, the stronger he would get. His level cap would far exceed everyone else's. The system also had the skill I Am the Abyss. It allowed free entry and exit, immunity to crowd control, and rebirth in the Abyss well. The MC laughed out loud. Free movement, 9 bloodlines, resurrection. This was totally overpowered. He assessed that aside from the unclear assimilation part, everything else was extremely powerful. Ledoux took off his mask and smiled. It seemed the boy had understood the value of today. He offered a drink to celebrate. Srank Life Wine permanently increased attributes by 50, boosted recovery, and increased experience gain and drop rate by 30%. The MC took it, praising the high-quality goods. Ledoux said a partner like him deserved it. The system opened the Goblin Pocket Store Lido version. He could call Ledoux anytime and buy exclusive goods from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. The two clinked glasses to toast their future cooperation. The MC stood on the stone steps, currently on the 19th floor of the Abyss, ready to continue his conquest. Floor 19 was completed, adding a total of 45 attribute points. The system reported failure on floor 19. He had to conquer floor 18 first. He realized he couldn't skip floors and decided to try Abyss absorption. Only an Arank demon mask remained in his backpack. After absorbing it, the system showed the mask added 3 attribute points and a lifesteal effect, but modifying it like that seemed a bit wasteful. He was curious. What if he used absorption on living creatures or weapons? Suddenly he remembered something. The MC summoned the Arank spear that had once resisted him and proceeded to absorb it. The spear vibrated as if it were resisting. He praised it, saying an evolvable weapon was indeed different. But the energy consumption is way too high, and his current power isn't enough to fully remodel it. Inside the Abyss well, where power is suppressed, the remodeling process becomes much easier. The system notifies him that the Spear of Longinus is currently Arank, adding 2 attribute points, and it can accumulate experience to evolve further. The protagonist grabs the spear with excitement as the holy artifact sinks into the abyss, and Agaris immediately speaks up to pledge his loyalty. Down on the 500th floor, Agaris still mistakes him for Satan. Seizing the opportunity, he demands a demonstration of that loyalty right and there. Agaris offers up a significant amount of magical power. The system announces that Agaris' soul has returned to its place, causing the Ring of Solomon to upgrade to Arank. The protagonist accepts the soul, feeling his power increase significantly, and curiously checks to see what else is available. He asks if there's any way to boost his strength quickly, so Agaris presents him with a strength bloodline essence. He accepts it, feeling a bit regretful that it isn't triple rank, but decides it's still usable. Hearing that remark, Agaris suddenly knits his brows. He starts doubting the protagonist's identity, since this elixir was originally bestowed by his true master. The protagonist gives a sly smile and declares, "Right now, I am the one who is your master." Agaris asserts that he won't submit that easily. He demands news about his former master, but the protagonist just laughs and reminds him of his current class. He proclaims himself the Lord of the Abyss, stating that unless he actively causes harm, no one within the Abyss can touch him. Agaris is still frustrated and snaps, "Even so, I refuse to accept this." The protagonist praises his loyalty, noting that Satan's remnant soul far away can also sense Agaris. He gives a faint smile, remarking that at that level, loyalty is the only ladder one can use to climb higher. The atmosphere grows heavy as Agaris insists he just felt his master's aura, asking he's still alive, isn't he? Tranbach nods, confirming that Satan hasn't disappeared and telling them to wait there, before teleporting to the 437th floor of the Abyss. Upon seeing him, Macanthus smiles and purrs, "I knew you'd come back." The protagonist gets straight to the point, saying, "I need someone who understands the Abyss inside out to answer a few questions." He asks with a hidden meaning, is the queen in the mood to talk, to which she immediately replies, for a lord like you, I'm always ready. But Macantha sets a condition saying, I hate boring conversations, it has to be interesting for me to open up. She pulls out a long whip. He grabs the whip, saying, let me show you some tricks, while she teases that there are still many secrets untold, but he replies that this is enough for now. He adds that without using the whip, he basically wouldn't be able to inflict any damage on her at all. Macantha steps closer and whispers, then you'd better try a little harder. She is excited to relive the sensation her clone once experienced, but he replies, this takes time. Can you wait? She whispers back, as long as it's just between the two of us, that's enough, I'll wait, but don't make me wait too long. Macantha slightly bites his hand as a warning, if I can't wait any longer, you're the one who's going to suffer. He laughs with amusement and the scene shifts to a high-end villa in Mado. A man looks at the two girls in front of him genuinely surprised. He smiles with delight to think there are two little treasures like this hiding here. This is the evolving Ngai Hao. Ngan Kai and Ngan Tuat warn him to leave immediately if he doesn't want trouble. Ngai Hao holds up two fingers, praising them as potential ghost servants. He explains that with a little more nurturing, his Srank Ghost King talent will turn anyone he defeats into a ghost servant. The two girls try to use their twin spirits of good and evil, but he suppresses them, dismissing it as a cheap parlor trick. Both of them phase through the wall to escape. Ngai Hao is taken aback. They can actually phase through walls. He threatens that they've already been marked as ghost servants, and if they don't obey, they'll be punished. But right in front of him stands Tran Bak holding the two girls, and the protagonist asks, how do you two want to handle him? Ngan Kai suggests attacking, and Ngan Tuat agrees, saying he's a bad guy who needs to be taught a lesson. Ngai Hao laughed maniacally, threatening to turn all three of them into ghost slaves. The main character suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had heard of this Ghost King City Lord's reputation. At that time, he had only ever seen the guy's back. Ngai Hao roared in anger, preparing to strike, but before he could do anything, he was hit by a counterattack. He realized in shock that this was the White Emperor, and the main character replied that he had guessed correctly. Just one look was enough to tell this guy had a wicked heart, specializing in using people and turning them into ghost slaves. With hundreds of lives harmed, his end here could be considered karmic retribution. Ngan Tuat hugged him to say thank you. The main character told them that since they were already level 7, he would find suitable job change scrolls for them. Ledoux appeared, asking his close friend if there was good news or if he needed anything. The main character said he had controlled floors 1 to 9 of the Abyss, so Ledoux could choose a location to open his Chamber of Commerce. He also asked him to find job change scrolls for the two girls. Ledoux glanced at them and noted that although they were twins, they were essentially one entity. He took out the Earth Blessing Spirit Scroll Class B, saying it was suitable for special evolutionary types and could link to a specific location. Ledoux said this was a congratulatory gift and shouldn't be underestimated, as later on, it could be linked to a citadel or a land god. He added that there were 2 development paths, and with good investment, they could achieve dual classes. The main character thanked him. Ledoux left wishing for a smooth cooperation. Ngan Tuat whispered a soft thank you. She shyly said that the two of them could now condense a solid form for a long time and wanted to do something for him. He immediately guessed her meaning. Ngan Kai said, don't look at me, she's the one who volunteered. The main character was straightforward, saying if they didn't want to, it was fine and he wouldn't force them, but the two of them did have a certain resonance. He teased gently, making Ngan Kai blush, and threatened to bite him, to which the main character replied, go ahead and try. Her face turned bright red as she said, you asked for it yourself. He calmly drank his tea, praising her skills as not bad. Ngan Tuat said, as long as you like it, that's enough. She asked if he didn't agree because of Ngan Kai. The main character put his cup down and said that wasn't the main point. Ngan Tuat curiously asked, then what is it? He replied that the person by his side must be sincere or absolutely loyal, not there for an exchange of benefits. The main character said that even if she used her body to repay him, he wouldn't like it, which made her apologize. He explained that such thinking was more like an evil thought, and he didn't want a relationship built on exchange. Ngan Tuat argued that fighting for oneself wasn't necessarily evil. She said that not harming anyone while helping oneself was also a good thing. He told the two of them to just cultivate diligently. In the group chat, Tutuan was complaining about undergoing his 3rd job change. The whole group teased him, discussing Boss White's class and the lack of dungeons to earn experience. Mu Liantian showed off the Thunder Walker class S scroll, saying she was favored by Ledoux because they were in the same chat group. Onya asked why she didn't introduce the brothers. She said next time, and the whole group continued to be rowdy. Everyone hoped Boss White would lead them on a dungeon run, mentioning his reputation that commanded respect from all. The main character read the messages and remembered the Tinhong Mental Hospital, a place that might be related to the Demon Pillar. He messaged Han Vuong to get ready to return to the Tinhong Mental Hospital. Han Tiu excitedly asked about his thoughts on the job change, and if it was rank triple S. The chat group cheered. The main character thought that Ledoux wouldn't reveal the details, which would only only help build his prestige further. He announced that anyone in Mado could come along, but he refused to ask Meng Meng for help to avoid draining her energy. The main character paid attention to Ding Ding, who was a famous puppet master in his previous life. He set a meeting time at the gate, and Ding Ding confidently agreed. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Tinhong Mental Hospital. The main character observed that there were quite a lot of people there. Han Tiu said that since Boss White had cleared it once, this place had become very hot. He reminded everyone to pay attention to the mission when entering the dungeon. Suddenly, a hand pulled on his shirt. Who was it? Han Tiu turned around and saw a dummy behind him, causing him to jump in fright. Ding Ding giggled from behind and introduced herself. Bak Dai Han Vuong, I'm Ding Ding. Han Tiu looked bewildered and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you scare Bak Dai? You're only good at bullying me, aren't you?" She replied nonchalantly, "Scare Bak Di and get wiped out. Bullying you is way safer." Han Tiu argued back, claiming she just hadn't seen his killing intent yet. Tranbach cut them off, saying, "Enough, let's enter the dungeon." Just then someone called out to them, "You three, please hold on a second." Han Tiu asked, "What's the matter?" The stranger introduced himself. "I'm Along. You guys have heard of me, right?" The group looked blank, so Ding Ding explained that Along had recently cleared many dungeons, even on hell difficulty. Along confidently called himself Brother Long and said, "My team cleared the Hongting Mental Hospital. We're short on people right now. Want to team up?" The main character turned his back to refuse, saying 3 people were enough. He realized the guy had no bad intentions, just way too much confidence. Along was confused and asked, "Chat group 001 usually goes with a full squad of 4. You're missing a spot, sure you don't want to reconsider?" Thoi Kong whispered, "Boss, this guy looks like that expert who appeared in the group 001 video." Along suddenly realized something. He said he wasn't good with words and if they didn't want to, that was fine. Han Tiu replied, "You don't look too bad yourself." They said goodbye and stepped into the dungeon, leaving Brother Long to do as he pleased. Thoi Kong confirmed he didn't see it wrong and Along nodded. He turned to brag to his juniors. "The big shot from group 001 also called me Brother Long. Follow me and I guarantee you'll be famous." Inside the dungeon, the main character said the small monsters gave too little experience, so he handed them over to the other 2 to handle. Han Tiu eagerly accepted the task. Ding Ding also excitedly charged forward. Guankai flew out eager to test her new skills. The main character was startled that Flame carried the aura of the Hellfire. He realized Satang had taught her the skill, so he decided to unseal his ring to ask for clarification. His consciousness went inside and asked, "Satang, did you teach her that?" Guankai radiated intense power. Satang said the girl's talent was so high that he taught her a few moves, apologizing for not reporting it beforehand. He asked back, "You mean that child carries the Hell bloodline?" Satang revealed he could also sense the aura of G3 in this secret realm. The main character confirmed that was indeed the target. Meanwhile, Nguyen-Kai had already wiped out the monsters in the hallway. He introduced her as a special evolver, just like the 2 of them. The main character reminded the 2 girls to save 10 monsters for him later. Ding Din wondered why they needed to save monsters, so Han Tiu said Dai wanted to summon the 16th demon god. Hearing about the demon god, Ding Din went a little pale. He reassured them that the dungeon was only level 12 at most, so G3's strength would be limited. The main character declared that even if the difficulty rose to hell mode, it would be fine because he was there. Din Din felt like fainting. Han Tiu teased scared. She replied that she was scared but still trusted Bak Dai. The group rushed off to fight the boss, with Nguyen Kai shouting, "Let's kill." In front of the director's room, the monsters were defeated, and the main character praised their clear improvement. Han Tiu modestly said it was thanks to the support from Nguyen Kai and Din Din. The main character warned them to keep exactly 16 alive and not to go too crazy. Nguyen Kai pulled back, and the group entered the secret chamber. Din Din shuddered. The place was gloomy and reeked of blood. The main character said it was lucky he had her support, as his spiritual power was too strong to control the fine details. He summoned a magic circle and then threw the sacrificial item onto it. Countless red streaks appeared on the ground. A woman appeared, hanging upside down from the tree. Similar trees started popping up all over the place, making Ding Din shudder. The system announced that a hidden condition had been triggered, cranking the dungeon up to a unique hell difficulty. A hand reached out from a rift in space, booming, "Humans, I am very displeased." Zeppa emerged, demanding a worthy tribute, his sheer aura making Han Tiu tremble. He strode straight toward Han Tiu. Zeppa could sense his own bloodline coursing through the guy's body, and he looked intrigued. Han Tiu asked about his sister, but Zeppa snapped back, furious at his insolence. The guy was choked up, unable to say a word. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Tranbach calmly asked Zeppa, "Are you deaf? Why aren't you answering?" Zeppa sneered, calling him a foolish, arrogant human. He declared he would teach this guy a lesson before ending him. Our main character mocked him, asking how a demon usually so tricky could be this stupid, while Satang just sighed, noting the demon had no idea who he was messing with. Zeppa glanced at the ring ready to spout some demonic insults, but he froze the moment he recognized that ring. Tranbach held up the ring, saying it was just a normal ring, so why was a great demon shaking like that? He leaped up onto the altar, then he threw a straight punch right at Zeppa. Zeppa got pushed back, and the main character taunted him, asking why he was so slow to attack. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Han Tu braced himself, thinking a massive fight was about to break out. But to everyone's shock, Zappa suddenly dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Tran Bak coldly said that if he was only scared of the ring, he shouldn't bother just attack already. Zappa hesitated, stammering that he wouldn't dare. Tran Bak laughed aloud, telling him that if he killed him, the ring would be his. Satang looked confused in the background, while the main character stood tall and defiant. Zappa spoke slowly, his killing intent gathering like a brewing storm, saying that since this was His Excellency's ring, if he demanded a fight, then he would comply. He sprang up, eyes wild with ambition, crazy yet respectful and true to his word. The fires of hell roared in response. The main character smirked with interest, tossing out a polite compliment, while the crowd behind him stood dead silent, only daring to watch. Zappa froze, his face turning pale and panicked, screaming, "What the hell is this? A virus that can penetrate hellfire." Handuk Kok collapsed to his knees, begging him to stop, his voice trembling as he pleaded for his life. Tran Bak remained calm, noting that the demon was too scared to use his full power, then stepped forward and declared, "If you don't dare to fight, then submit, separate your soul, and I'll make use of your body." Zappa's face turned pale, he stammered, calling out, "Your Excellency," clearly realizing he was in trouble. Immediately his entire body shuddered as he felt his soul being ripped from his flesh. The system chimed incessantly, awarding 5,000 virus points and 2,000 evolution points, acquiring the Hellfire of Desire skill, fusing it with the Hellfire clone, and even offering a choice to absorb or discard a special bloodlinean. That was the craziest part. Tran Bak smiled with satisfaction, his eyes glowing. Leveling up was looking pretty good. He ordered the demon to offer up a portion of his soul, and Zappa responded immediately, calling it an honor. He extracted a fragment of his soul, and the ring on Tran Bak's hand instantly absorbed it. The system announced that the 16th demon god had been activated, the Solomon ring upgraded to rank A+, and the soul returned to its place. The guy hesitated, asking about his sister again, but Tran Bak cut him off with a cold voice, ordering Zappa to answer instead. Zappa calmly explained that she was in hell, going by the name Rika, and had freedom and resources. Though her exact location was unclear, he promised to report any news, while Tran Bak just sighed, and the guy claimed he was famous for his deep devotion. Satan covered his mouth and smirked, calling him a narcissistic breeding machine. Tran Bak calmly replied, "If you have something to say it, or I'll kick you out right now." He narrowed his eyes with interest and nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, actually there is something." Satan turned and called out softly, "Deba." The guy immediately bowed as expected. "Your grace is still here." He looked at the other guy with a complicated expression. "Speak, how is hell doing right now?" Deba hesitated and swallowed hard. "Hell right now?" Satan snapped, "Stop stuttering." Deba's voice trembled. "Hell has been taken over by Beabab." He seized the palace and proclaimed himself the new master. He sighed heavily. "He even wiped out all traces of you. Newly born demons don't even know who you are." His face darkened and killing intent rose up. Beabab, that guy has some nerve. Satan asked in a deep voice, "Has hell forgotten me?" Deba knelt down, saying that thanks to propaganda, the usurper was worshipped as the greatest emperor. Only the 70-year-old demon gods knew the truth, but they had to remain silent. Satan's eyes turned red and veins popped out on his forehead. The main character curled his lips in mockery. "Hell sure changes masters fast." Satan helplessly replied, "Stop teasing me." Satan gritted his teeth and asked, "What other deities are there?" Deba replied that besides Bill, there were Lucifer, Vasago, and Paimon, but the two who opposed had already been imprisoned. He frowned. "I understand." He spoke coldly, "Go back. If anything changes, report to me immediately." Deba respectfully retreated. The system chimed, "Hidden boss G3 killed. 0 experience points." The main character sighed, "Oh well, he isn't completely dead yet." The system continued, "Cleared the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, received 10,000 experience points." He rubbed his chin. "Not much experience, but enough to push me to level 12. He smiled slightly. "That works. Level 13, stats skyrocketed, plus 20 free attribute points. Awesome." The main character asked Han Tiu how the quest was going. He opened the panel, showing Demon Ancestor S completed, and grinned from ear to ear. The screen changed status, confirming the bloodline truth. Knowing his sister named Rika was still alive in hell, he was rewarded with the Srank high-level demon count bloodline. Han Tiu froze. Does the Cosmic Will also call him the White Emperor? He paused when the title rang out. Han Tiu immediately started sucking up. "Just clinging to the White Emperor's thigh is enough to finish the quest." Din Din mocked. "You're such a kiss-ass." He laughed, jealous. The main character turned pale, feeling a chill down his spine. "Let go of me, I still need to pick up the loot." She clung even tighter. "Doing quests with you is so satisfying. Remember to drag me along next time." He gripped the blueprint. "Is that it? But it is a super rare blueprint, so it's worth it." The system announced the Hellfire Wings blueprint. Srank wing equipment from the Abyssal Flames. It required Hellfire, 100 Phoenix Feathers, and 1 Thunder Flame. He stared intently. Wings, truly the rarest item. He exclaimed that this land was a real treasure trove, having previously received a class scroll for Han Tiu. and a skill for Mong Mong here. The system reported the shepherd's horn blueprint again, a special defensive item. The finished product depended on the materials, and the shrank version was unique. The main character realized he was missing just one more ingredient. Leaving the dungeon, he suggested going to farm experience points and asked if they wanted to go. The two nodded immediately. Then he asked where to find monsters around level 15. She thought for a moment. Let me see. Along suddenly spoke up. Brother Bach, I know. He confidently said that Green Exit had dense mobs, all level 13 or higher, and few dared to go there. The main character nodded thanks, and he laughed with delight. He took the lead, telling Hentiu to use spiritual power to reduce wind resistance. The boy responded immediately. The three of them rushed forward like a storm. Along watched in amazement, boasting that even the strongest person thanked him. And today Brother Long was leading the raid. Scene changed to Green Exit, where the atmosphere was dark and heavy. The main character and his teammates stood on high ground, observing the entire landscape. He muttered, "All high-level zombies sweet." He reminded everyone to keep their distance to receive experience points. She excitedly replied, "Okay." Ngonkai also wanted to join the fight. He thought that if he unleashed the full Plague Sun, he would wipe them out instantly, but his teammates would probably be done for too. "I guess I'll try out a new, unmastered ability." His body transformed, entering a fully strengthened state. His hand gathered power, accompanied by the new hellfire. The main character stepped forward, preparing to face the sea of zombies as flames erupted. The Shrank skill burst forth, increasing stats by 50% for 3 minutes. With a soul-burning effect and a 10-minute cooldown, he raised his fist. And this is the craziest part. One punch crashes down, and a shockwave wipes out everything in front. The horde of zombies vanishes in the blink of an eye. Din Din's eyes go wide, and Han Tu's jaw drops. Inside the group chat, everyone starts asking about the leveling spot, so she hurriedly deletes her message. Tutuan stares at the screen in helplessness, thinking his basic attack is on par with my ultimate skill after the class change. Someone says it must be just a minor skill, so don't panic, but deep down everyone knows this is anything but normal. Switching to the Nganjia Villa, the main character relaxes and says he has leveled the two of them up to 10, so they should get ready for their class change. A treasure is tossed into the air, and a blinding aura explodes forth. He pays close attention as the space around them begins to distort. He guesses this is a special class change where the area gets assimilated, creating an Earth Fortune spirit linked directly to the villa. Satang smiles smugly, saying this profession suits them perfectly, and that the master's judgment is truly spot on. He continues the flattery, claiming that with such foresight, the master will surely stand atop the pantheon of gods in the future. The main character speaks in a cold voice. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Satang forces a smile, swearing he would never betray him. He insists that his long-term value is definitely greater than that of the traitor. The protagonist replies bluntly, "I just don't want to meet Bill for the time being. As for your value," he emphasizes, "I haven't decided yet." Satang hurriedly mentions that his belongings are still in hell and asks what the master is missing. The main character rubs his chin and lists Phoenix Feather, Flame Core, and Dark Crystal. Satang immediately replies that he has the Dark Crystal. He decides to wait for them to finish their class change before heading down to the abyss to build connections, especially with the nine-headed snake. The system announces that the class change to Earth Fortune Spirit was successful, linking it to the Nganjia Villa. The main character walks over and asks how they feel and if there are any special effects. She opens her panel and explains that every level increases all stats. They have Twin Spirits, Twin Blessings, linking 2 locations. In the Blessed Land, skills cost nothing and power is multiplied by 5, plus there is teleportation and a triple buff. He whistles and remarks, "That's a lot of power. Everything revolves around the Blessed Land." He comments that this skill is absolutely broken, and Ngan Tuayat asks, "Really?" He explains that if they upgrade the villa's materials into heightier props, the buffs will be insane, potentially turning the entire city into a Blessed Land. She excitedly wants to link it with his city. He nods and says, "Wait for me to go down to the abyss one more time, then I'll bring both you back to city." Tranbok's lips curl up slightly as he asks Ngan Tuayat directly, "Is there a library in the city?" He stands amidst a sea of books, declaring he has brought gifts from humanity to the abyss, including history, art and cuisine on floor 350. The nine-headed snake is overjoyed, thanking the Lord of the Abyss profusely. Unifrit speaks in a deep voice, saying they were curious about the human world, which is why he personally brought the books. Another head gets angry and snaps, "Are you just going to say thanks and leave it at that?" Number 8 excitedly recites a poem of praise, but Winifred immediately yells at him to shut up, saying he is embarrassing them. Number 6 speaks calmly, "Since he remembered us, we must repay him accordingly." The system pops up a notification, Rank skill, Mystic Seeker, obtained. It can analyze targets and uncover secrets, with effectiveness based on spirit power. The main character is slightly moved, and Srank skill book is exactly what he needed. He sincerely thanks them and promises to return the favor in the future. The nine-headed snake replies that this isn't just a gift. Helping the Lord get stronger benefits the Abyss Lords as well. He gives a faint smile and says, that makes sense. He uses the book and learns the Srank skill. The scene shifts to floor 500, where Satang reports that he has pulled Agaris over to their side. He is excited, having obtained the God rank Hellfire and a high-grade Dark Crystal. Beneath the Crimson Moon, a roar echoes, vowing to deal with the traitor. The main character asks if the loyal subordinate is okay. Satang laughs coldly, saying let him vent his anger first. The scene shifts back to the Nyanjia villa. Several materials are laid out on the floor atop a torn piece of paper. He looks at the bone, the flame, and the crystal. The materials are all there. He can now craft the Srank horn. The system announces the successful crafting of a unique S-rank equipment. It drastically increases spirit power and casting speed, and even has an effect to control weaker targets. He mutters to himself, first time crafting an S-rank item with my own hands. It permanently increases spirit power by 1 every day. That accumulation is going to be terrifying. He puts it on to try it out, wanting to hear the demon's incantation for himself. As soon as he hears it, he feels dizzy and his mind goes into chaos. Clearly, the price for this power is not small. The scene shifts back to Baekdu City. In the blink of an eye, the main character reappeared right inside the room. Mong Mong was panting heavily. Teleporting him back this time was even more exhausting than the last. He smiled and told her to get some rest, watching as the little girl collapsed onto the bed, realizing just how much energy this had drained from her. He glanced around, observing his surroundings. It had been a long time since he was last here, and he wondered how the city had developed in his absence. He was genuinely surprised to see buildings and structures popping up everywhere, densely packing the area. Meanwhile, Tu Qin and Lang Xuang were having a headache because they still hadn't found any job classes ranked A or higher within Jiang City. She insisted that finding these classes was the #1 priority, especially since the number of people reaching level 10 in the city was increasing every day. If they changed classes too late or ended up too weak, it would be difficult to maintain the people's loyalty and morale. They mentioned the main character, noting that while their master could suppress any issues, they couldn't rely on him forever. Tu Qin looked worried and asked, but then, what about us? She spoke decisively, stating that if they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to manage the city, nor would he be able to leave with peace of mind. Lan Xuang promised to find clues for a rank classes or higher, and right at that moment, the main character appeared, praising her for her thoughtful consideration. His gaze softened as he looked at them, whispering, it's been a long time. Tu Qin rushed over and hugged him tightly, saying it had been a month, causing him to startle and think, only a month. For him, it had been over a year and a half inside the dungeon and the abyss, but in the outside world, only a single month had passed. She was overjoyed and insisted on calling everyone to come over immediately. The main character nodded his head in agreement. Everyone welcomed him back, reporting that the city laws were finalized, leaving only the internal house rules for him to decide. Luck Lai reminded him that the intelligence system needed to update his stats and skills. Everyone asked after him with concern, telling him not to think about outside matters for today. Tonka confidently declared that she was a completely different person now compared to before, but she was immediately pulled back by the others. He teased, wow, so impressive, huh? You better watch out or you'll get disciplined. Tu Qin introduced the central mountain area as his private space, assuring him that the staff there had been carefully selected. She told him that in this place he could do absolutely anything he wanted. The main character laughed and asked if she wasn't afraid of being surpassed, but she replied with confidence that she was still good enough, telling him to just rest for today. He lay down to relax, temporarily putting all his worries aside. He brought up the topic of job classes again, and Tu Qin sighed, complaining that they still hadn't found any good ones. He said, leave this matter to me. But she hesitated, feeling it wasn't right to burden him. He remained firm, insisting that since they managed the city, he had to compensate them, and revealed that he currently held 4 class change scrolls Re-S or higher. Tu Qin jumped up in shock, exclaiming, 4S rank scrolls, are you serious? The image of Pukasumi briefly flashed through his memories. One scroll came from the gate opening sacrifice, and the demon hunter scroll was obtained from completing the abyss trial. He noted that currently only Tu Qin had reached level 10. She asked if there was a suitable scroll for Suang Yai, while also dropping hints about that girl's romantic feelings. Lan Duong blushed, which surprised the main character since she had always been so cold and aloof before. He told them to call her in, wanting to check her attributes and current strength. He took out the 4 scrolls, declaring that he would choose the most suitable class for each person. Lan Duong took the S-rank Demon Hunter scroll, while Tu Qin received the SS rank Child of Calamity scroll. The main character warned them to find an absolutely safe place before changing classes. Both of them agreed immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he thought to himself that his rest time was running out, but he still had to wait for Satan to finish teaching the skills and remove the bindings on Jiang City before he could set off. Just then, the group chat blew up with messages as Han Vuong and the other members started showing off their successful S-rank class changes. Han Tiu laughed with delight, boasting that the S-rank High Devil Count bloodline sounded incredibly cool. The whole group started teasing Onya, calling him the shame of the team for not having a class yet. Onya was fuming, while the main character recalled that in his past life, Liu Vuong was only a rank, yet now he had ascended to S-rank. He realizes that the atmosphere in Group 001 makes everyone bolder, not wanting to fall behind. Messages keep pouring in, with everyone congratulating each other excitedly. Someone suggests upgrading the group to an alliance, and everyone agrees immediately. Din Din is also watching the screen intently. The main character smiles with satisfaction, declaring the upgrade to Alliance 001, turning on the logo before the name. And this is just the beginning. The system announces that Group 001 has upgraded to Alliance 001, the ID L001, and the prefix 001 will appear on the leaderboard. Tran Bak looks on intently, deciding it is time to shake up the world. The leaderboard appears showing number 1001 back at level 13, with a hidden class belonging to the Dragon Country faction. Number 2 is Anthony at level 11, Class S Horror Clown, belonging to the Lighthouse Nation, and just looking at him feels pressuring. A series of S-rank names appear, with 001 covering the top spots. The Glorious Angel and Night Walker are all revealed, making for quite a sight. Liu Huai laughs as the whole group spams messages of encouragement. Some thought White Emperor Palace was a strange alliance, but it turns out to be our own people who just switched to S and double S classes. He is satisfied, seeing that Tu Queen and Lan Zuang have clearly changed classes successfully. The chat group explodes. Some people demand to join White Emperor Palace, and others even beg for double S scrolls, leaving him to just sigh in exasperation. The forum is making waves, guessing the identity of the double S child of misfortune and the hidden class of the White Emperor, with praise flying everywhere. And Tiao laughs heartily whenever anyone praises Bak. He feels happy too. He claims to be a loyal believer, leaving the main character helplessly turning off the screen. What a bunch of characters. Tu Quinn walks in to report her successful class change, mentioning that Lan Duong is dealing with some trouble at the water pipe dungeon. He frowns, asking what is going on. Someone got curious and entered the hell-level plague dungeon, but had to retreat just seconds after stepping in. He remembers the place where he obtained the plague seal and decides to go take a look. He says there is no need to pay attention to reckless people like that, then asks how her new class is. She activates her skill board, revealing the double S child of misfortune class, which massively boosts attributes, adds hidden luck, increases experience and drop rates by 100%, and includes a misfortune curse and clones. The main character listens with interest, noting that it is truly a curse originating from the body. But sharing misfortune sounds a bit like playing dirty, you know? He analyzes that this skill set is extremely practical, especially the luck increase. In his past life, 1 point of luck was worth an entire rank. He leans in to tease her, saying that now she has clones, he is probably the one who will be done for. She immediately separates into multiple clones, asking if he wants to give it a try. Switching scenes, Lan Duong reports that someone tried to enter the dungeon but was pushed out after just 3 seconds. Upon coming out, everyone went limp, their physical condition dropped terribly, and they had to be carried away. He reminds her to focus on leveling up, saying there is no need for her to handle such trivial matters herself. She nods, and he touches the barrier, preparing to enter the dungeon. The system announces his entry into the Plague Water Pipe secret realm on Hell difficulty. Once inside, the main character observes every nook and cranny. The plague is dense, and ordinary people would not last more than a few breaths. Just then, a black shadow rushes towards him. He immediately activates his Eye of Inspection. Information appears showing a mutated rat man at level 17 adapted to the plague, with super speed recovery and multiple attack skills. He smiles slightly, realizing it is a plague creature, and the rat immediately freezes. It kneels down right in front of him. The Plague Control Authority activates, and all weaker plague creatures fall under his control. An idea strikes him. What if he transforms a layer of the abyss into a plague layer under his control? And this is the craziest part. He lists the skills of the Black Plague Rat, such as blending into shadows and claws that tear flesh, plus spores containing acid bombs, self-destruction, and plague effects. Nearly 100 monsters have been controlled, and he is approaching the place to receive the plague mark. He detects a stronger target that seems to be the boss. Information appears identifying a Ratman marksman at level 25, the source of the disease guarding the entrance. He tries plague control, but the system warns that the level difference is too great, resulting in failure. The main character immediately activates the Shepherd gear, testing out his control over his spiritual power. The boss licks its lips, making it crystal clear that this fight isn't going to be a walk in the park. The system screams out warnings one after another, signaling that since it's a single target boss, the attribute judgment is reduced, resulting in a control failure. He slips on his gloves and lets out a smirk, deciding that if he can't control it, he'll just have to beat it into submission. He rushes forward, unleashing the Plague Sun skill in its face. The boss vanishes into thin air before instantly counterattacking with a lightning-fast arrow. He manages to dodge just in time, realizing that close-quarters combat is the only way to go since his plague skills aren't very effective here. Suddenly, he senses a new danger approaching as the enemy switches its ammunition type. Realizing he can't dodge in time anymore, he decides to face the attack head-on. He quickly calculates the layout of the sewer terrain, knowing the boss won't be able to open up too much distance between them. Seeing the boss retreat, he immediately suspects there might be a trap waiting for him. He doesn't hesitate and instantly unleashes a telekinetic impact. The heavy blow sends the boss flying backward, draining a significant chunk of its spiritual power. He follows up with a devastating combo, mixing heavy hammer form with hellfire. The seismic smash hits relentlessly, forcing the boss to retreat again and again. Seeing that the kill notification hasn't popped up yet, he decides to unleash a final finishing blow. But to his surprise, the boss suddenly springs back up to its feet. He lands the final slash, and the system explains that the enemy's skin-shedding escape skill has been completely incinerated by the hellfire. The protagonist realizes that it was just an escape mechanism, not a true resurrection ability. Without wasting a second, he continues to push deeper into the area. But then the system notifies him that he has left the dungeon and the cooldown is 7 days, so his plans have to be put on hold. The creatures that were under his control start being led away. The scene shifts over to the first floor of the Abyss. He uses his authority over the Abyss to release the plague creatures, activating the Abyss absorption skill. The system continuously chimes in, announcing that the absorption is proceeding successfully. It sends a reminder that the new creatures have been officially recorded within the Abyss. Poisonous mushrooms and blood ghost rats appear, possessing enough power to completely dominate the first floor. They break through the demon eggshells and start crawling out. He confidently declares that from now on, the Abyss eggs will produce these 3 types of plague creatures. But he knows that 3 types just aren't enough. If he wants to reform the Abyss, he needs to introduce even more plague creatures, because the current rule still revolves around one thing: hunting to get stronger. Tranbach curls his lips and speaks his mind, saying that while constant hunting does create strong individuals, it also brings chaos, and the Abyss can't keep developing like that forever. He raises his hand deep in thought, knowing the Abyss needs new rules, but he still hasn't figured out what kind of regulations would actually work. Finally, he decides to pay another visit to Macanthus, and then he praises the lords for their contributions to reforming the Abyss. Number 1 expresses his anticipation for a future where the Abyss is even stronger, even though the 600th floor is still just a shattered space. Venifers also keeps showering praise on the lord of the 350th floor. Macanthus emphasizes that what he likes most is the construction of cities and the establishment of the Dwarf Merchant Guild within the Abyss. He tilts his head in agreement, confirming that this way, the demons under his command will have stable jobs and cause less chaos. Gabo approaches from a distance, affirming that he will wait for the day when the Lord is strong enough to reform the entire Abyss. The main character gives a confident smile, stating that as the Lord, the Abyss must take another step forward under his rule. The group of lords offer their thanks and withdraw one by one, promising to wait for good news. Macanthus is still obsessed with the plan to strengthen the Abyss as the crowd slowly disperses. She leans in close, promising that he'll have to make it up to her next time, but he replies with full confidence, telling her to wait until he has complete control before they talk about that. Once they leave, he touches his ring and turns to Satang, bringing up the topic of loyalty. He declares that if they manage to retake Hell, he will let him reclaim the position of Lord and reconstruct his godhood. Satang accepts the order with excitement, while the main character reflects that his immediate goals remain leveling up, upgrading his equipment, and enhancing his bloodline. Suddenly he remembered there was still the matter of the bloodlines. He opened the interface, almost forgetting about the bloodline fusion mask that had chugged down countless potions. 2 SS bloodlines appeared, the Pureblood Demon Lord and the Hell Demon Monarch, but having only 2 felt a little sparse. He decided to go down to the 10th floor to grab some more bloodlines, wanting to see if he could fuse them up to SS rank. 7 days passed, and 2 girls were standing outside waiting. He stepped out, saw Tatam and Luck Lai, and asked why they were waiting there. Luck Lai nervously explained the situation. There were rumors he got stuck in a dungeon, or even lost his life since he hadn't come out for days. Tu Quinn wanted to use the rumors to flush out the rats hiding in the city, so she sent Luck Lai to use her illusion ability to bring him back secretly. Tatam was simply worried about his safety. He scratched his head, explaining that for the past few days he had just been grinding bloodlines for the mask, taking up dozens of hours. Then he got the idea to take the sisters, Ngan Kai and her twin, down to the first floor to test out a new skill. On the first floor, he praised Tu Quinn for handling the crisis pretty well and asked if there were any gains. Luck Lai mentioned a few leaders wanted to break away because they thought the city lost its backer, and they even dared to make threats. As a result, they were all handled by Suang, confirming his belief that handing the city over to Tu Quinn was the right decision. The two girls happily thanked him. One gave a light kiss, while the other pecked him on the cheek. He asked if there was any empty land left to build more villas, and Luck Lai replied that there was still space behind the center. Tu Quinn was curious, so he introduced the Earthbound Spirit Sisters who could boost the power of White Emperor City. He confidently said they could become the souls and guardian deities of the city. Tu Quinn greeted them and asked if they were twins. Nan Tuat explained that before the apocalypse they were one person, but after evolving, their souls split into Ngan Kai and Ngan Tuat. Tu Quinn mumbled something about benevolent thoughts and malevolent thoughts. He explained that the malevolent part had been controlled, she was just a little more aggressive. He emphasized that Tu Quinn was the person he trusted most, so when he was away, they had to listen to her. She reported that Meng Meng had been sleeping for days, which seemed related to Group 001 and her class. He went to her room and knocked on the door. The door vibrated slightly as sound waves transmitted inside. Meng Meng shot up, recognizing her master. A loud noise echoed inside the room. He rushed in, and she explained that she just missed a step standing up because she had been lying down for so long. She showed off an exclusive class scroll she got in her dream, saying she would level up after killing enough monsters, and she was already rank A. He reminded her to take it easy and not be too reckless, since haste makes waste. Meng Meng pulled out the Mount Shu token, saying the group was buzzing about it. He remembered it was the reward from the Flying Sword dungeon, and wondered why it was such a hot topic. She told him the hidden Mount Shu dungeon had opened, giving everyone one chance to enter, and had a lot of cool stuff. Hearing that, he got interested too, realizing the group discussed this every day. He immediately opened the group chat to check. He laughed, seeing that it really was lively. He did some calculations, upgraded a few skills using virus points, and prepared to hop straight into the dungeon to test them out. At Mount Shu, he greeted everyone, seeing that they were all present. Tran Hu and Din said hello, and he replied cheerfully. Liu Vuong introduced himself, and he decided to call him Old Liu, an old friend from his past life. Thai Xuan and Ba Vuong also spoke up to say hi. He returned the greeting, knowing these two were all famous top-tier experts back in the day. Lian Tian appeared, who was actually the Thunder Saint from the previous life. Group 001 truly was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He rushed over, immediately calling him his savior. He leaned back to dodge, unable to believe this guy was the top expert from back in the day. Din Din revealed that getting the Thunderwalker scroll was all thanks to his help, which was why she was where she was today. She clearly explained the debt of gratitude she owed him from years ago. Lian Tian stated that the old mission was dangerous, but from now on they would follow the Alliance's lead. He waved his hand, saying that helping each other was natural for Alliance members, then urged everyone to enter the Demon Locking Tower. The system reminded them that there were less than 2 hours left. The Demon Locking Tower sealed away countless bosses, and they had to clear out the first floor before they could go up. He confirmed and led the team inside, where the interior was as vast and beautiful as a fairyland. And right at that moment, something appeared unexpectedly in front of them. His eyes widened as he activated the Mystic Eye. A giant toad emerged, the level 15 Bosphorus-swallowing toad. Lian Tian immediately recognized it as the one that had blocked their path last time. He shouted loudly to capture it, saying it was a good chance to show Bak Dai their true strength. Liu Vuong did not say much and struck first. The willow bind wrapped around the enemy, and Lian Tian followed up with a thunder strike. With a decisive wave of his hand, the attack crashed straight down. The water behind it surged as the river turd domain activated. Thai Shuyan unleashed the wind surging wave, causing the water to churn violently. Lian Tian yelled, telling them not to let it jump into the water and to focus their damage. Tran Hu threw a divine travel talisman to buff their speed. The whole team's speed increased by 40%, making Ba Vuong gasp in admiration at such a high-level play. Din Din controlled her paper figures to close in on the target. She smiled softly as the 5 Ghosts dismemberment skill locked onto the target. The boss was completely immobilized, and Ba Vuong nodded, saying that was a beautiful bind. He swung the Overlord spear, causing the formless soldier soul to erupt. The spear plunged down without hesitation. The boss counterattacked with giant tongue lash, sweeping its long tongue forward, forcing Ba Vuong to defend. But the tongue was suddenly blocked in midair. The person who saved him was Ding Ding with her paper figure. Ba Vuong thanked her, but she just laughed, warning that they could not be careless with a level 15 boss, then shouted for the team to continue. The whole group focused all their damage on the river-swallowing toad. The paper figure picked up an internal core, contribution token, and a skill book for the water escape technique. They finished it in less than 10 minutes, and the system showed that the water escape technique allowed casting without gathering water energy. Thai Xuan quickly accepted the skill book. He reminded them that time was limited, and they could split the loot later when they got out. Leontian suddenly realized something and asked where Bak Dai was. Tranhu replied that he said he was going deeper to take a look around, telling them to just keep moving forward. At this moment, he was already in a different area of the first floor of the demon locking tower. Leontian screamed that Bak Di was surrounded, as 3 monsters appeared at once and urged everyone to support him quickly. He used universal inspection to confirm 3 bosses at levels 17, 18, and 19. Leontian jumped down, calling out for him to hold on. He just smiled, saying it was time to end this, then raised a finger to activate Dark Plague Sun. The energy spread straight toward the 3 bosses. They quickly fell into a weakened state. The space returned to silence, leaving Leontian stunned as he asked if that was it. He said he was just testing out a new skill, and right as he finished, everyone arrived. Din Din laughed, saying I knew Bhakti would be totally fine. The system signaled a permanent debuff, reducing growth attributes by 50%. Just hearing that sent a chill down his spine. The main character was satisfied. A crowd control skill combined with a long-term debuff was absolutely solid. He mentioned that if he tested any more, this entire floor would be nothing but rubble, so stopping now was the right call. He told them to clean up the battlefield and keep moving, figuring he could test out the upgraded Earth Spike while he was at it. The system displayed Sharp Claw form, which enhanced the Earth Spike skill. A horde of demon beasts rushed in, completely unafraid of dying. He was confident now Earth Spike could stab and be controlled simultaneously, even swallowing targets right through the ground. A buffalo got skewered through in the blink of an eye. Liu Vuong asked to borrow the python corpse, and he nodded immediately. He remembered that Old Man Liu's ability in his past life was related to the snake immortal. His lower body turned into a snake, absorbing pure soul essence, and his strength increased noticeably. He took care of another green snake, keeping it nice and clean. Tranhu explained about the Northeast Willow immortal, whose body transforms into a snake and then vanishes. Old Man Liu smiled shyly, admitting his eating style was a little unsightly. He politely invited Bhakti to move forward first. The system reported receiving 350 Blacklight virus points and detecting a special bloodline that could be absorbed or discarded. Detailed information appeared, level 0 minor demon bloodline. He was satisfied this place was truly a gold mine for hunting bloodlines. Leontian shouted loudly, saying they hit the jackpot. 3 inner cores and 2 contribution tokens were scattered all over the ground. He even emphasized that there was some really good loot. The paper man held up a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment, specifically the C-rank demon blood explosion technique, plus the C-rank black scale soft armor and the level 0 foxtail whip. The main character kept the inner cores and tokens, leaving the rest for them to split among themselves. Thai Zuan suggested an internal auction, insisting they couldn't just take his stuff for free. Ba Vuong affirmed that anyone trying to take advantage would not be tolerated. He agreed, saying they would figure it out after getting out, but for now, they should focus on farming benefits inside the tower. He proposed that they go lure the monsters while he handled the killing to maximize profits, and the whole team agreed. Ba Vuong shouted for everyone to move out. He swallowed 1 inner core. The system reported all attributes plus 10. He was surprised and immediately downed the remaining 2 pills. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out from behind. Big Boss Bak, save me. The whole team ran panic-stricken toward him. Clearly, something had gone wrong again. A giant bird swooped down with claws snatching forward. Tranbak immediately transformed his arm, preparing to counterattack. He leaped forward, a confident smile on his face. Don't panic, I got this. The main character stood right in front of it and swung a decisive slash without any hesitation. The bird was knocked back, unable to resist in time. Liu Vuong scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing because he couldn't fly and couldn't be of any help. He just laughed, telling them that luring it here was already a huge contribution. From a distance, 2 more people continued dragging more targets back. Din Din and Ba Vuong were straining with all their might, and Tranhu also sped up to return to the gathering point. The whole group shouted in unison, Big Boss Bak, we're back. Hearing that, the main character smiled with satisfaction. This kind of efficiency was worth the money. Time flew by, and 2 hours had already passed. Meng Meng was sitting there waiting and asked about the harvest as soon as he entered. He reported that he had reached level 18, and if time hadn't run out, he would have kept farming. He handed her the bag, telling her that since she'd already used 2 internal cores, he brought these 8 specifically for her. Each one gives plus 10 to all stats, with a limit of 10 per person. But he made it clear he was only King 2 for himself. The rest were a gift from the group, since without her, they never would have gotten that command token. He leaned in close to emphasize that since the boss dropped a ton of loot, the team was going to auction it off. He told her to check her messages, and if she was short on cash, just let him or Tu Quinn know. Meng Meng came up with the idea to pull everyone into the dreamscape to hold the auction live, figuring that just reading a group chat was way too boring. He looked a bit worried and asked if that would be too much of a strain, telling her not to push herself too hard. She smiled confidently, boasting that she had a triples rank talent, so hearing that, he went straight back to his room to wait for the Dreamscape login. Meng Meng stayed behind and opened the group interface to get everything ready. Inside the Dreamscape, she selected a VIP hall, looked around, and decided that this spot was perfect, just fancy enough. She spun the gavel with excitement, pretending to count down 8 million, going thrice before decisively shouting, "Sold." That done, she dusted off her hands and muttered that with a little cleanup, it would be ready to use. She spread her arms wide to activate her dreamscape powers, beginning to reshape the scenery. A moment later, everything was gleaming like new. She crossed her arms confidently as a figure began to materialize on the red chair. The protagonist appeared, settled comfortably in the chair, and glanced around the room, asking, "Is it about to start?" From the opposite corner, someone raised a hand and cheered, excitedly calling out to Big Shot Meng Meng. Diep-tu introduced himself and greeted Bak Dai. He replied affectionately, noting that Diep-tu looked totally different in person compared to how he seemed in the group chat. Liu Ho chimed in to tease him, saying that Diep-tu only talks a big game online, but in real life he is actually super shy. She brushed her hair back gently as she said hello, introduced herself. He remembered that she had the yin-eye constitution, and she replied that thanks to his earlier advice, she was developing really well. Fuang Trung then joined the conversation, introducing himself with the ID, the unique trash washer. The protagonist turned to him and complimented the ID, saying it was seriously impressive. Up on the stage, Meng Meng banged the gavel and shouted, "Quiet down." She announced the start of the auction, presenting 4 purple internal cores from the Mount Shu Demon Locking Tower, with a starting price of 4 gold and a minimum bid increment of 4. Consuming these internal cores gives you +10 to all attributes, with a maximum limit of 10 pills per person. Onya raised his hand to bid 4 gold, saying he wasn't high level enough to enter Mount Shu yet, so he hoped the big shots would go easy on him. Immediately, someone shouted out 40 gold. Fuang Trung spoke up directly, saying he needed them for people who couldn't enter Mount Shu, and asked Onya to let him have this one. Onya laughed and said that even if he wanted to, he didn't have 40 gold to compete anyway. With no other bids, Meng Meng started the countdown, 40 gold going once, going twice. On the third count, the gavel came down, sold. Fuang Trung won the 4 internal cores for 40 gold, and next up was the Crank skill book, Demonic Blood Explosion Technique. She introduced it as a crank active skill with severe side effects but massive explosive power, starting at 10 gold. Onya bid 15, Ba Vuong went to 20, and Tran Hu jumped to 25 and nobody was backing down. Han Tiu went big with 50 gold, but Fuang Trung immediately pushed it to 100 gold, sending a buzz through the entire hall. Someone exclaimed that the kid was seriously rich, then raised the bid to 110 gold. Fuang Trung asked Han Tiu if he really needed it. He replied that he was lacking a survival skill, but it didn't necessarily have to be this one. He smiled and apologized, then jumped the bid straight to 260 gold, sealing the deal before anyone else could even catch their breath. The gavel came down and the skill book went to Fuang Trung for 260 gold. After that came a continuous winning spree. The Kirin Primal Armor also fell into his hands for 145 gold. The Ice Dance Boots for 160 gold. The Rabbit Eagle Kick for 234 gold. The Snake Tooth Necklace for 120 gold. And the Black Tortoise Heart Guard for 390 gold. They all went to a single owner. Ba Vuong couldn't help but ask if he actually had enough gold, warning that if he couldn't pay up at the end, it would be a huge problem. Fuang Trung confidently guaranteed that as soon as he woke up, he would transfer the money to Bak Dai immediately. He even offered that if anyone really needed a specific item, they should just speak up and he would withdraw or gift it to them, promising not to let anyone lose out. Ngu Liantian said it was fine, but insisted that she absolutely had to have the tiger tail whip. Fuang Trung nodded and promised he wouldn't fight her for that one. Watching from the sidelines, the protagonist thought to himself that the guy's gold reserves were insane, even more than what he got from grinding monsters. It probably had something to do with his talent or the powers backing him. He started planning to figure out exactly who was backing the guy. Hoping it wasn't some dangerous organization, he took the initiative to set up a private chat with Fuang Trung after the auction. The other guy agreed immediately, saying he had something to discuss as well. Meanwhile, on stage, Ngu Liantian won the Tiger Tail Whip for 20 gold. After the auction wrapped up, everyone said their goodbyes to Bak Dai and headed out one by one. Han Tiu's group also withdrew, and the space gradually fell into silence. He stated bluntly that everyone was bummed out because one person had monopolized the whole event, and hearing this, Fuang Trung immediately apologized. The main character told him that he definitely should apologize, but not to him. He looked him dead in the eye and asked why he bought everything at such high markups and where that massive source of gold came from. Fuang Trung panicked, begging not to be kicked out of the group and promising to tell the whole truth, so he nodded to let him speak. He explained that he lives in the imperial capital, his family works for the imperial court, and his innate talent is related to gold and currency. The system displayed his talent as money begets money rank A, which is why the imperial court recruited him to act as their treasury and purchasing agent. He nervously confessed that he just got greedy when he saw good items and didn't have any bad intentions. But the main character frowned the moment he heard the words Imperial Court. Fuang Trung worriedly asked if the group would accept someone who belongs to a different faction. He reassured him that the group wouldn't boycott him, since sooner or later, everyone would either join a faction or establish their own anyway. He remembered that in his past life, Long Than in the imperial capital grew powerful thanks to wealth, likely due to this talent generating 1% daily, which accumulates to a massive amount, so he accepted him but laid out clear conditions. After exiting the dreamscape, inside a villa in the imperial capital, Fuang Trung was getting his ear pinched painfully by his sister for causing trouble. He whined that she was a special forces instructor and a lieutenant colonel ranked in the top 30, while he was just a weak rank A. She let go of his ear and coldly said she had to teach him a lesson, while he rubbed his ear and muttered that he was lucky Bak Dai didn't care too much, even after knowing his identity. Fuang Nin pointed a finger right at Fuang Trung's face and warned him sternly that this had nothing to do with Bak Di's attitude, and if he kept being impulsive, he would eventually destroy himself. She frowned and continued scolding him, saying he was lucky Bak Di let it slide this time, because if he had messed with the wrong person, who would have paid the price? Just then, Minister Fuang walked into the study and asked why she was lecturing Tiu Trung, so he stood in the middle of the room and recounted how he was detained after the auction and the 2 demands that were made. The older man lost his patience and shouted at him to stop stammering and just speak clearly. He explained that the first demand was not to reveal his talent or the private dungeon opportunities to the imperial court, and the second was to never use money to disrupt the group's trading market again. The minister stared at him and asked if he had agreed, to which he smiled and replied that he had accepted, asserting that the imperial court respected Bak Di and had never ordered any probing. The father immediately stood up and scolded him, saying that while he claimed he didn't want to offend anyone, buying out the entire auction had clearly annoyed the whole group. Fuang Trung bowed his head and admitted his mistake with a look of deep regret on his face. Captain Fuang came up with a plan, saying that from now on, he needed to be more tactful when working in Group 001 and perform well so Bak Di would view him correctly. Hearing that he sold a treasure for 10,000 gold less than its value, the father glared, and Fuang Nin also turned to yell at him for spending the imperial court's money so recklessly. He remained confident and insisted that this deal was definitely not a loss. He condensed a drop of blood, and the system announced it was Shrank Pureblood Demon Blood, which left both adults completely astonished. Afterwards, he sent a message to the group apologizing for monopolizing the auction, explaining that he had bought a warehouse to store all the equipment from today, and anyone who needed something could take it for free. He added that if they had good equipment they didn't use, they could sell it back to him at a high price, sighing as he hoped this would salvage the atmosphere. Seeing this, Tranbach remarked that it was interesting and assigned him to manage the warehouse, causing the group's tension to ease as everyone started joking around again. The main character held the mask and fell into thought. The blood he had collected had combined into 3 doubles ranks and 1 S rank, yet it still wasn't enough for the next fusion. Inside the villa in the center of Bakhti City, he frowned and wondered if 3 doubles ranks were insufficient due to a lack of quantity, or if he had hit a limit. The mask seemed annoyed, and he understood it meant the quantity wasn't enough, so it looked like he would have to head down to the abyss once more. He mumbled to himself that his stats had increased massively thanks to the trip to Thuxon, and with his new skills, it was the perfect time to conquer the 10th floor. He opened a space portal and casually asked who the boss of the 10th floor was. Arriving at the abyss, he looked up and admitted that the previous bosses weren't worth remembering, hoping this one would be a bit more sensible. The 10th floor Lord Akma Yusa, a level 30 entity, appeared and laughed contemptuously, saying that due to the trial limits, the main character was no match for him. Tranbach just smiled and told him that if he didn't want to submit, he could just bring it on. Yusa stood high above, crossing his arms and mocking him when he saw the stat reduction skill activate. He activated Demon War Soul, confident that his stats were still far superior. The War Soul activation within a 5-meter range would increase all stats by 20% and boost mental resistance. The main character activated Hellfire and his other buff effects, causing all his stats to skyrocket for 3 minutes. He engaged his Sharp Blade mode and charged straight toward Yusa. His opponent froze in shock, unable to believe what was happening. With one clean slash, Yusa fell to the ground before he could even react. He tilts his head and asks again, wondering if the opponent still thinks he is vastly superior now. The enemy activates his passive skill, Bloodlust Berserk, and lets out a furious roar of anger. Both sides reveal their attribute panels, but a mere glance shows the main character is still stronger, and this is where things get absolutely crazy. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of sword strikes completely fills the space. Yusa takes hit after hit, his aura visibly weakening with every strike. He stands still, watching his opponent kneel down, panting with a look of utter unwillingness. The young man turns his back and asks if he has any last words. Yuza bows his head, admitting defeat, and begs to be allowed to die like a warrior. He solemnly agrees, delivering a decisive finishing blow to end it all. A brilliant purple light rises from the corpse of the Lord. The system announces that he has successfully conquered the 10th floor of the Abyss. A notification appears stating the Lord of the Abyss has received a new ability called Ruler's Edict, while outside, the demons chant in unison. The purple light slowly fades, and the aura of a ruler completely envelops his body. This skill allows him to unconditionally control demons and open gates to lead Abyss creatures, though its effectiveness is reduced against those at the true god level. He thinks to himself that the title has now become real power and his plan to reform the Abyss officially begins. Using his authority as the Lord, he names the first 10 floors the Abyssal Foundation and issues orders to the 10th floor. From now on, unauthorized slaughter is forbidden. All demons must mine the mountains and build foundations. He smiles and says they will build strongholds and establish a civilization, leaving the demons staring at each other in total confusion. They wonder how they can increase their strength without fighting, and what the use of building a city even is. A giant purple hand appears in the air, marking the construction area. Tranbach points to the plain southeast of the Abyss well, declaring that whoever does a good job will be rewarded with Srank pureblood demon bloodlines. Hearing about the Srank bloodline, the eyes of the entire demon horde light up with greed. One of them immediately shoulders a rock and runs off, taking the lead. The whole swarm rushes into construction, even more bloodthirsty than when they are in battle, hoping to win the reward. The tribes argue noisily about who builds better, determined not to lose to one another. Tranbach watches the scene, silently praising that their deployment speed is actually quite fast. But then he has to facepalm because they are building chaotically, lacking even the most basic procedures. He thinks he needs to teach them how to build a city and coordinate their work properly. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curl up as he gets a brilliant idea. Lidu steps out of the blue light, boasting that he just imported machinery from dwarven craftsmen and the god of steam, and the main character asks for his support in building the city. He asks if there is any way to help the demons build well to ensure a good future for the Goblin Merchant Guild headquarters. Two demons start feeding rocks into the crushing machine. The little ones pour materials into the adhesive processing machine, while Lidu excitedly introduces the function of each device. He adds that the adhesive made from Abyss materials is extremely durable. The main character asks if this small business is worth him taking care of personally. Lidu replies that even mosquito meat is still meat, but he also has a city blueprint for the heavens, ready to give one away for free. He refuses, saying he just needs to build walls and everyone builds on their own land, making the old goblin worry it will turn into a mess. He laughs and says the first city of the Abyss must have its own identity. If it is chaotic, the Goblin Merchant Guild will stand out even more. Lidu laughs loudly, looking forward to the completed city, while the main character points out the location of the main gate and his mansion area. He happily accepts, deciding to choose a spot and leave a mark right there. Lidu stands in front of the teleportation gate, declaring he chooses this spot and will start preparing for construction immediately. Tranbach smiles goodbye watching him disappear, then calculates that this city cannot only have the Goblin Merchant Guild, but also Macanthus and other gods. He thinks of the remaining demon kings, especially Baphomet and Jinokhu, realizing relations are a bit tense, so it is the perfect time to improve them. He opens a teleportation gate, determined to get their support to firmly control the Abyss. Just as he arrives at floor 279, an axe blade slashes down from above as Baphomet roars a greeting. The slash slammed down with incredible force, kicking up a massive cloud of blinding dust and smoke. Tranbach raised his hand to block the impact, stating bluntly that he did not come here today to fight. Baphomet retracted his axe, but remarked coldly that unless Tranbach defeated his true form, he should not dream of making him submit, adding that he was well aware of the Abyss authority. He raised both hands to explain that he could take the demons out of the Abyss, and as long as there was a method, they could go anywhere they wanted. The demon frowned, looking at him skeptically, and asked so what would happen next. Tranbach smiled and asked what if he brought the demon's temple outside, where he could fight to his heart's content, while possessing the authority of the war god. Baphomet glanced sideways at him, replying that such an offer was still not enough to make him submit. The young man continued his persuasion, arguing that for the sake of the development of the Abyss, the demon would surely lend his support. Baphomet responded that if the plan made the Abyss stronger, he might lend a hand whenever he felt like it. Tranbach asked if he wanted to hear the detailed plan, and the other party urged him to speak quickly. The glowing red eyes of Jin Akhu watched the entire exchange silently from the side. On the 375th floor, he proposed erecting statues of the 6 gods in the city on the 10th floor to absorb faith, but Jin Akhu scoffed, asking if such a meager benefit was supposed to buy him off. He added the condition that he could take the other party outside for revenge, and even mentioned the old weapon that used to belong to Cruz. Upon hearing that, Jin Akhu immediately tightened his grip on his weapon, his aura flaring up intensely. On the 400th floor, he asked Gay Bo if he wanted to find the god of death to restore the glory of Hades, and the demon answered yes without without hesitation. On the 350th floor, Venifred promised to support him in any matter, both inside and outside the abyss. On the 500th floor, Agaris agreed to cooperate if the promise to restore glory to Satan was true. Mecanthus teased that the Lord had gathered all 6 gods and asked when he would build a room for Succubus, but Tranbach told him not to rush and brought up the time she had fought against Heroes. At the mention of Heroes, she angrily declared that he had stolen her power of reproduction, making them mortal enemies. He sat up and told her that if she ever needed to leave the abyss, she should just look for him. He promised to help her defeat Hunzaz, but she whispered that her opponent was trying to maintain his chastity to avoid being affected by her powers. Mecanthus laughed and said that when the abyss became stronger, they would capture Heroes and make him a maid, a thought that made everyone shudder. Tranbach replied that making him a maid was too light of a punishment, causing her to ask curiously if he had any other ideas. He remarked that although they were born as gods in the abyss, their knowledge was still limited, and entertainment went far beyond just having servants. Tranbach pointed toward the center of the city, introducing the area to Baphomet. He pointed out the main gate that was facing directly toward the abyss well. One plot of land was reserved for Lidu, while the rest was up to the gods to choose, and Baphomet gripped his blade, asking if the god of trade had been brought in. Tranbach smiled and asked if he held a grudge against Lidu. Baphomet replied that as long as it benefited the abyss and followed the rules, he would not reject it. He thought to himself that this Minotaur god was a real straight shooter, and then Baphomet slammed his blade into the ground. He let go of the blade and turned his body to channel his power. A massive circle rose up from deep underground to surround the entire area. The surrounding demons were surprised, while Tranbach clapped his hands to celebrate the birth of the very first gladiatorial arena. Baphomet remained indifferent and demanded to be sent back immediately. He said he would wait at the arena until someone worthy enough appeared to challenge him. Tranbach nodded, bidding him farewell, and waved his hand to send him away. When the demon disappeared, Tranbach thought about gathering more doubles rank bloodlines to try and fuse a triples rank one. He rubbed his chin, wondering which floor he should sweep through next. Suddenly the abyss well shook violently, and the purple liquid inside surged upward. It turned out that the well was about to erupt. He rushed over, remembering that when the number of demons decreased, the well would spit out eggs to compensate. A massive egg shot up from the mouth of the well, its sharp spikes glistening. He spread his arms and calculated that if he absorbed them quickly, the well would continue to spew more, allowing him to exchange the power of the abyss for his own personal strength. Tranbach began absorbing the eggs one by one, causing the energy to fluctuate violently. Half a month passed, and he lay beside the still erupting well, having finally achieved his goal. In front of him the mask floated up, grinning from ear to ear. Tranbach sat up abruptly and handed over the fused doubles rank bloodline, asking if it would lose control this time. The mask opened its mouth wide and swallowed the whole thing, then closed its eyes with a look of pure satisfaction. He quietly watched for any reaction. He opened a spatial gate, figuring he might as well check out Mount Shu, while waiting for the triples rank fusion to finish. Arriving at Mount Shu, he looked up at the majestic scenery, but he still hadn't found the treasure pavilion yet. He remembered he had plenty of contribution tokens from the demon locking tower, enough points to exchange for some top-tier gear. He dashed off to find the treasure pavilion before time ran out. After turning 4 mountains upside down, he finally found it, panting heavily because it was so damn hard to locate. Tranbach pushed the door open and stepped into the treasure pavilion. A voice rang out, asking if he was a successor of Mount Shu. A level 60 artifact spirit of the treasure pavilion appeared, stating that since he had passed the trial, he was welcome to trade. He asked if he could exchange contribution points, and the old woman replied that as long as he had the tokens, it would work. She swiped across a screen and asked what he needed. A list appeared showing all sorts of Mount Shu equipment and elixirs, and he stood there examining each item carefully. He filtered the list for Srank items. The screen displayed results that took him by surprise. Srank weapons cost 1 million points, Srank elixirs were 200,000, and doubles rank weapons were even 5 million, making him marvel at just how rich Mount Shu was. Tranbach stared intently at the information panel, calculating in his head. The group chat popped up a notification that Bach had updated the secret realm map and posted a video about the treasure pavilion for everyone to check out. The chat exploded, everyone screaming because Boss Bach found the treasure pavilion faster than even the future sect leader, praising him to the skies and teasing each other continuously. Diep2 leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers and grinning like he just won the lottery. In the center of White Emperor City, Jiang City, Tranbach sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, looking super chill. He chuckled softly and announced that something big was about to happen, so anyone with long-term tasks should put them on hold to avoid missing a great opportunity. Tu Quinn walked over, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said everyone had gathered. The whole group gathered around, sitting down to wait for his instructions. He tossed out a few small bags, explaining that each pill increased all attributes by 10 points, with a total of 10 pills, making everyone's eyes light up upon hearing it. He calmly added that there would soon be a world fusion event. Tu Quinn asked in surprise what a fusion was. He explained that Blue Star was just one of many trial grounds. Collapsing worlds would be fused here, bringing crowded and powerful monsters, but also survivors. Before each fusion, that world's secret realm would open, offering a huge opportunity, but none of the group members had completed their class change yet. He looked at Tu Quinn and said anyone who wanted to try the secret realm should start preparing right now. Tam refused because she wasn't good at fighting. Luck Lai offered to stay and guard the city. Tu Quinn and Lan Xuang decided to go, while Tongka raised her hand asking about her part. Tu Quinn teased the little girl, telling her to just stay put and be good, which made Tongka pout in return. Tran Bak reminded them that the secret realm could open in a few days, so those going needed to be mentally prepared. He said he needed to find a place to test his strength, and Tu Quinn suggested the training ground in the ravine west of the back mountain. He nodded and told her to lead the way. On the way, he remembered that in his past life, he hadn't participated in the zombie fusion because he was busy with his demon hunter class change. This time, he thought of the biocalamity gloves, where the evolution condition was to destroy 100,000 mutated biochemical targets. The quota of 100,000 was done, but the high-level mutations were only at 26 out of 100, still far from enough. His eyes were full of anticipation. As soon as the fusion started, he could upgrade, hoping for a surprise. Arriving at the training ground, he told Tu Quinn to attack with everything she had and not to hold back. She nodded and immediately got into a stance. In the blink of an eye, he was bound tight, unable to move. Purple ice shot towards him relentlessly, but he shattered it all using his spiritual power. Tu Quinn broke out in a cold sweat, shocked by how quickly he broke free from the bind. He stepped closer and told her that was enough for now. She sank to her knees, dejected that she had not even finished her combo, but he helped her up and pointed out a flaw in how she connected her mental energy. He warned her not to maintain a full link when it was not necessary. Reducing the output might lower the power, but it was much safer. Tu Quinn instantly understood the concept, realizing that having a throwing star caught was very different from having a whip grabbed, and he praised her for being so sharp. Then it was Lang Xuang's turn. She lunged forward like a gust of wind, moving with a speed that actually took him by surprise. A punch came crashing down, and although he managed to dodge it in time, the force of the blow still forced him to step back. With her other hand, she instantly drew a dagger. He caught her wrist firmly before the blade could strike, complimenting her excellent skills, while noting that she still lacked true life and death experience. Lang Xuang nodded in agreement, taking his words to heart. He analyzed her rank talent, Way of the Assassin, and wondered why she prioritized concealment over explosive power. After hearing her explain that her class already possessed plenty of burst skills, he nodded and praised her logical choice before opening a portal. The two of them arrived at the first floor of the abyss, standing atop a mountain and looking down at the swarms of demons below. He told her that a demon hunter is only strong when hunting demons, so she would train here. Her results would depend entirely on herself, and he would not step in to protect her. He bluntly stated that he would return in a few days, and hoped he would not be collecting her corpse, and though Lang Xuang was worried, her eyes showed sheer determination. The moment the demons spotted fresh prey, they scrambled over each other, rushing toward her in a frenzy. He watched as she scouted the terrain and controlled the number of enemies before engaging, silently nodding in approval. In just a short time, she had already taken down a demon. She might not have been famous in his past life, but she was definitely a hidden ace. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, knowing that from this moment on she had to rely on herself. He smiled faintly and opened his personal inventory. Inside, the mask appeared with 2 new horns, looking completely different from how it was before. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding golden light. An SS rank bloodline was released, and with every pulse, the surrounding space seemed to grow heavier. The pure bloodline of an SS rank demon monarch demanded total success. There was no turning back, only victory or death. Tranbach widened his eyes as he read the system notification. Then he let out a laugh full of excitement, declaring with absolute confidence that he would conquer it. The moment he touched it, a stinging pain shot through his entire body like 1,000 needles, forcing him to pull his hand back since his true body was not currently present. He calculated that if he were disturbed during the fusion process, he would be completely finished. He furrowed his brows, searching for the safest possible plan. Finally, he decided to seal the demon inside the Ring of Solomon and enter the Well of the Abyss to begin the fusion. Inside the well, he attempted to fuse with the SS bloodline, but his body nearly collapsed under the sheer, overwhelming power. His arm began to freeze up, and even the black light virus was suppressed, rendering his regeneration abilities useless. His body began to crack and fracture, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the agony. Fortunately, the power of the abyss supported his recovery. Choosing the well had been the perfect strategic move. 2 days later, he stepped out feeling completely reborn, as if every inch of his flesh, blood, and soul had been reconstructed. His heart had transformed into a demon core, but a sinister whispering filled his mind, urging him to kill. He realized realized this was the primal desire of the bloodline, and it was hitting him with terrifying intensity. The urge to slaughter everything surged within him, rising so fast he could barely suppress it. His eyes glowed a crimson red as a dark shadow dashed through the depths of the abyss. The Lord of the 11th floor trembled, instantly recognizing the aura of a pure-blooded monarch. He spread his wings and appeared right in front of the creature, wearing a smile radiating terrifying pressure. The system announced the conquest of the 11th floor, increasing all his attributes by 11 points. But the voice screaming "kill" still echoed in his mind. He realized that the final trial was controlling this desire, and he was lucky to still have a shred of sanity left. The notifications continued as he conquered the 13th floor, adding another 13 points to all his attributes. Tranbach forced a smile and reached out his hand, declaring that he would conquer even this dark desire, simply because he was far too used to pushing himself beyond every limit. Notifications kept flashing nonstop, conquering the 14th floor plus 14 attributes, the 15th floor plus 15. This climbing speed was literally breathtaking, not giving anyone a chance to breathe. Tranbach was silently calculating. He just needed to wait for the moment his body weakened and the lust was satisfied. That would be the perfect opportunity to seize back control. Even in that frenzied state, he still charged forward, conquering the 19th floor in one go. Attributes increased by another 19. Truly, the more he fought, the stronger he became. He clenched his fists tight, knowing that the decisive moment had finally arrived. On the outside, his body froze for a split second because it detected something unusual. The lust was screaming to kill, but he managed to wrestle back control, coldly asking exactly what it wanted to kill. One of his eyes returned to normal. The whispers were still calling out to him, but his consciousness stood firm and unshaken. The system announced that the fusion was successful. The triple S rank pureblood demon monarch bloodline had been acquired. Tranbach smiled in satisfaction. The effects of this bloodline were just terrifying: a perfect body, extreme recovery rates, immunity to most status effects, and a permanent increase to all attributes. He could transform into a demon for an unlimited amount of time. As long as he had enough mental power, base attributes would double, and exclusive abilities would be unlocked. He jumped up and exclaimed, simple but absolutely domineering. It was truly worthy of a monarch's bloodline. The Abyss blood even allowed him to assimilate 9 different bloodlines. He only had one right now, but he started dreaming of the scenario where he gathered all 9 triple S rank bloodlines. On the 437th floor, Macanthus excitedly mentioned the Lord's demon form. Combined with the black light armor, it was truly mesmerizing. She leaned in close, praising his power and knowledge, saying it made her understand her own authority much better. He replied calmly, and then asked straight out about the Slain's authority, feeling like she did not really grasp it yet. Macanthus admitted that most of it was natural instinct, but not entirely everything. She said there were still many things to explore because the Abyss had been sealed off for too long. He asked her to explain a bit deeper. She replied that authority was basically the rules and logic of the universe. Just then, a notification board popped up. The world fusion would begin in 7 days. Tranbach's face immediately turned serious. It was finally here. The detailed notification stated that the biochemical zombie world was about to merge. The range was 44 million square kilometers. In 30 minutes, the secret realm would open first. Level 10 evolved ones who had completed their class transfer could all enter. The group chat exploded with activity. He warned everyone to be careful, because they would be encountering evolved ones from all over the globe. Anthony leaned back against the wall reading the notification, guessing that the expert from the Dragon Country would definitely be participating as well. Elsewhere, Locke rested his sword on the ground, whispering that in that world there were countless lives waiting to be taught a lesson. Not far away, a young female martial artist sat silently, reading a notification amidst the dense, lush forest. Luckily spoke up softly to remind her that the fusion was about to begin, suggesting that Sister Tu Quinn should take the opportunity to rest in Jiang City. Tong Tu Quinn swept her gaze around and spoke bluntly, asking if the notification stated the fusion area was where humans lived. She insisted that Bakhti City had to be prepared, even though it was still unclear exactly what the fusion entailed. Worry flickered across her face as she considered the disaster if a section of the zombie world merged into the city. They needed a response plan immediately. Luckly nodded and replied with a concise yes. Just then, she spun around and called out loudly, saying, "Back, you are back." A ring of light flashed as Tranbach and Lang Suang stepped out, and Ali immediately summoned Tatam to restore their condition. Luckly looked toward him and responded quickly with a yes. Tranbach's voice was thick with worry as he said to go to the lounge first, then asked Suang Nyai if she was alright. Lang Suang, being supported by him, assured him there were no serious injuries and he did not need to worry too much. The main character spoke seriously, noting that the secret realm would open in less than 10 minutes. He told them their condition was too poor to enter immediately, so they should recover first and team up later. Hearing this, Tong Tu Quine realized he planned to go solo, so she smiled and wished him a bountiful harvest. He raised his hand and replied with absolute certainty, saying of course. A notification chimed, announcing entry into the biochemical zombie world secret realm, located in Sandworm City. It stated that gold could be spent to change the landing point. The accumulation board could be viewed anytime, and leaving the realm was free, though re-entry would require a fee. He stood amidst the desolate urban ruins, muttering the name of the city. Just then, a violent zombie charged at him from behind. The main character glanced back, noting that its speed was not slow at all. He spun around with extreme precision, raising his hand to block the pounce right in front of his face. The zombie was locked in place, its eyes glazed over and motionless. An information panel appeared, identifying it as a level 16 zombie with the skill Flesh and Blood Desire, and it felt no pain. The system reported tracking private funds hidden in a restroom. Killing an intermediate zombie would yield 10 contribution points, while absorbing a high-level mutant virus would add 200 virus points and 100 aura points. He glanced over the details and laughed, thinking this secret realm was exactly his style. Before he could even rest, zombies began pouring out from the alleyways. The main character frowned, wondering why there were so few of them. He pulled out a bucket of fresh blood, thankful that he had prepared beforehand, and wondered if this lot had scent tracking skills. As he walked, he called out for them to come and smell this demon blood, guaranteeing they would absolutely love it. The scent of blood spread incredibly fast, and the zombies immediately went berserk. From a distance, even the sleeping ones began to wake up one by one, flocking in droves toward the scent of blood. His gaze was ice cold as he told the zombies to come and get it. After speaking, he turned and ran, calculating in his mind that he needed to herd them toward the city center. Elsewhere, Anthony hovered in midair with a giant balloon, smiling faintly as he told the stupid creatures to get ready. The balloon exploded, sending a shockwave sweeping down that knocked the screaming zombies flat on the ground. Anthony was exhilarated, thinking that clearing a few hundred in one go would surely put him in the lead. But when the leaderboard appeared, he was stunned. First place was back with 156,392 points. Second was Hylock third was Anthony Douglas, and fourth was Tak Hong Phi Kiem Tien. Anthony gritted his teeth, wondering how anyone could get 150,000 points so quickly, and accused the Dragon Country guy of cheating. Meanwhile, the main character continued to wipe out zombies, bringing his score up to 150,000. This city had few normal monsters, but it contained 5 high-level mutant forms. His eyes lit up with the plan to absorb them for evolution, rid their memories to gather intelligence, and then move to another city. He closed his eyes and sank into the fragmented memories, only able to identify a large city to the southwest. A moment later he muttered, wondering if the virus outbreak was caused by Company X, and noted that there was a branch here as well. The main character opened his eyes and decided to head straight to the company that was the source of the virus. He checked both the building and the factory, but only found a few bottles of healing potion. There was nothing related to the cause of the outbreak. His gaze shifted to a distant factory, thinking that perhaps the branch lacked the clearance, or the secret lay much deeper. After some consideration, he headed in that direction, noting that after the fusion, many more dungeons like research institutes had indeed appeared. The main character gave a faint smile, having encountered this type of secret basement dungeon entrance many times before. He put his strength into opening the iron door, revealing pitch darkness below that required spiritual power to navigate. Immediately after, his figure dashed deep into the tunnel. Looking at the scattered zombie corpses, he realized this place had once been breached from the outside, and the virus concentration in the research institute was incredibly dense. He concluded that to know the origin, he had to find the headquarters, and then he activated the secret prying insight ability. Inside the room was a genetic warrior, and the main character immediately realized it was a new strain of zombie that was evolving. Hearing a noise, it spun around to face the rear. The level 20 beast form genetic warrior zombie rushed forward to protect the documents. It had once injected itself with enhancement drugs and failed, becoming a semi-finished product, and now its sharp claws swung straight toward him. It seemed to retain some consciousness, determined to protect the documents. If they were taken, it would trigger a berserk state. He stepped back to dodge the attack, looking at the suitcase in its hand and sighing, noting that it was holding on tight even in death, which was truly loyal. The main character leaped into the air, coldly telling it to rest, and then finished it off cleanly. He bent down to pick up the box that had fallen nearby. After observing it for a moment, he remarked the drug was quite decent, being brank but belonging to a special profession. The brank beast form genetic modification potion allows the fusion of human and beast genes, enabling a class change into a beast form genetic warrior. Underneath, there are documents that he risked his life to protect. Picking the item up, he was surprised to see a class change scroll included as well. The documents contain records on gene regulation, helping to control one's power after taking the modification potion. Following this method allows a class change to the branch genetic modifier profession. The documents have unlimited use, and when combined with the potion, they can mass-produce genetic warriors. Plus, there's an Urank energy gunner scroll. A familiar face popped into his mind, and he grinned. This is perfect for Nguyen Thai Vi. Her long-range vision talent combined with a Gauss sniper rifle would be an incredibly powerful strategy. A notification popped up adding info about the genetic warrior that was just taken down. He looked around and suddenly understood. Besides the documents, it was also protecting a high-level manager. Main looked at the man lying on the ground. This must be him, Lam Nguyen. His eyes were frozen in his final moment. He picked up the business card that had fallen nearby. After reading it, he realized this guy was the general manager of Company X in Sa Trung. This card must be able to open something. The system announced the acquisition of a special high-level manager ID card, completing a hidden quest. It triggered a special dungeon that opens in 4 days, and only those with the card can enter. He nodded in satisfaction. Useful indeed, and clearly, he wasn't the only one with a card. His eyes paused on the marked points. It seemed every city had a Company X branch. Without hesitating, he sent a message to the group channel. If anyone in the zombie world sees Company X, go explore it. Find the secret research lab and get the manager card to enter the special dungeon in 4 days. Reading the replies, Main suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the point accumulation store yet. The store panel appeared filled with all kinds of mutation potions, Gauss weapons, nano equipment, and gene modification serums of various levels. He selected the Crank Mutation Potion X, which increases all attributes by 15 points and grants immunity to low-level viruses for 1,000 points. Without hesitation, he drank it immediately and received the buff. After drinking it, he spaced out for a second. That's it. Main sighed and messaged the group, too bad I didn't awaken a zombie ability. Bavuong didn't either. The others reported one by one that they hadn't awakened. Only the lightning successor Ngu Liantian boasted that he had turned into a lightning bolt. The ability increases agility by 300%, deals electric damage within a 3-meter range, causes paralysis for 5 seconds, and has a cooldown of 6 hours. He narrowed his eyes. 300% speed is insane. That Ngu Liantian guy is seriously lucky. The group channel was in chaos, some teasing, some jealous. Ta Hong Phai Kiamtian asked for the location. Main read it and thought to himself, Onya is usually stubborn, but if he's begging now, he must be in big trouble. Onya gloomily admitted that he had found a class change opportunity, but the quest was too difficult. He said it was a critical moment, so he didn't want to bother anyone, but he really wasn't sure he could clear this dungeon. Main asked what dungeon it was. Onya replied it was a hell-level secret realm, levels 10 to 20. Memories instantly flooded his mind. Hell dungeons are extremely dangerous. In his past life, countless evolved humans died there. Every entry leads to a different floor, so you can't rely on past experience. And that's the craziest part. His expression darkened. The Black Tower was already eerie enough, but rumor had it there were floors where entering meant instant death. Tran Bak smirked coldly. He didn't get to try it in his last life, so in this life he was definitely going to storm in and see what it was all about. He thought for a moment and messaged back, found the entrance yet, I'm coming over right now. Onya said there was no rush. The invitation was valid for 3 days. They should wait for Mong Mong to finish her class change and go together. Main agreed and sealed the deal. He clenched his fist. He couldn't give up on either the Black Tower or the Company X headquarters. Time was tight. Before that girl finished her business, he had to deal with this biohazard disaster. Onya opened the system panel, secretly annoyed. Is that Ngu Liantian guy showing off on the forums again? The Evolver forum appeared. To open a video sharing the zombie world, it cost 1 coin. He rolled his eyes. Even watching cost money. They really know how to make a profit. Elsewhere, 2 zombies radiating an incredibly powerful aura appeared, a heavy pressure blanketing the area. One was massive, the other smaller, but one look told you they weren't to be trifled with. Ngu Liantian was sweating bullets just looking at them. Special high-level variant zombies. That tall, skinny one had wiped out their strongest team before. You should run when you see it. Yet here he was filming a video. He really had guts of steel. From the zombie's perspective, another person suddenly appeared in front of Liantian. Behind him, there was someone holding a phone, recording the whole thing. The 2 zombies collapsed to the ground before they could even move. The viewers were panicked. Only after slowing it down could they see a flashing arm. Liantian crossed his arms smugly. All done. Watching at 0.1 speed made it clear just one move to clean them up. He even bowed to thank his savior, thinking to himself, is the legend of Group 001 actually true? He introduced himself as the Thunder God of Group 001. Up above, Tran Bak watched the video, analyzing silently. It must be a lightning-type zombie ability. The agility buff is even higher than mine. This was the same guy who clung to Main's leg in the demon tower in his past life, to the point where he even pretended not to know him. The comments section exploded. Everyone was poking fun at that ridiculously long name, Lightning successor Nguyen Tian, laughing their heads off. He argued back, "You think I'm gonna announce that whole name right then?" The whole group kept teasing him, "Just change it to Thunder God for short." He laughed it off. Well, if he was filmed, he was filmed. Since he's exposed, there's nothing to fear. Main sent a reminder, Thai Swain is right to worry, but as long as he knows his limits, it's fine. I've been filmed before too. Ba Vuong teased, if Boss Bok's video gets released, the top one spot on the forum is definitely going to be shaky. The whole group is buzzing with excitement, with some people analyzing why back these points are so ridiculously high. Onya just watches in silence. Scene change, and we see a group of people completely surrounded by zombies. Mangi is gripping a long blade, straining his muscles to hold them off. Truong Tung shouts out, "I will hold the rear." Everyone break through the encirclement in one direction. Makian turns on his camera, asking if anyone has any last words to say. Mu Nyatla is in a panic, crying out that she does not want to die. Just then, a dark figure dives down from the sky. A loud explosion rings out, right in the middle of the encirclement. Tranbak appears, looking completely calm as he asks, "Do you guys need some help?" Makian replies immediately, trembling with fear, "Yes we do, please save us." He gives a faint smile. With just one move, 2 zombies are taken down at the exact same time. The others fall one after another. Mu Nyatla lets out a sigh of relief, realizing she is going to live. Viewers on the forum are all dropping their jaws in shock. Comments are flooding in, asking what kind of skill leaves almost no visible movement and consumes barely any energy, compared to Lei Shen, who has to be cautious. Bakti handles this list like he is taking a walk in the park. Anthony stays silent for a long time after watching, then grits his teeth, wondering if he could dodge that move in a head-to-head fight. The main character reads the comments, and the group learns a lesson. Always ask a question before acting so you do not get accused of stealing kills. He chuckles softly, thinking that the group is full of smart people, and that is enough. No need to say anything else. In another area, the main character encounters that mutant beast again, the one that avoided the purge and still dared to come back and provoke him. The beast lets out a roar filled with uneasiness. He rushes forward, piercing straight through its body with a single strike. The system reports that a special high-grade mutant has been defeated, and the biohazard disaster gear meets the conditions for evolution. Power bursts from his hands, and the main character widens his eyes, realizing it is finally happening. His hands begin to transform. The system announces that Biohazard Disaster has evolved into Brank's soul weapon, Doomsday Judgment, adding 100 to all attributes, increasing hand defense, activating infection and transformation skills for 30 seconds, and binding the soul to Evolver 001 back. The soul weapon has bound itself to his arm bones, allowing him to summon or retract it whenever he pleases. He looks at the 10 million experience points needed to reach rank A, wondering if it will have any effect on the Blacklight virus form. 10 minutes later, he tests it out, finding that the hand defense is effective against claws, blades, heavy hammers, and even whip forms. Right at that moment, Mong Mong sends a message saying, "Master, I have finished my class change." In Jiangthan, the little girl runs over calling out, "Master." He smiles and asks if she was successful. She answers honestly, saying that 1 million monsters were just about enough. But the final triples rank challenge was to defeat herself in a level 15 dreamscape, and she ran out of time, so she only managed to get the doubles class dream mist. He pats her shoulder to comfort her, saying doubles is already very good, and it can be upgraded later. The little girl nods, saying she understands. While walking, she suddenly remembers that Onya sent a lot of messages. He mentions that he promised to help that guy find a suitable profession. A few minutes later, they meet Onya, who sighs in relief, saying the two of them finally arrived. Standing in front of the abandoned building of the dream space, the main character warns that the Black Tower is very strange, and he cannot guarantee he can protect him completely. Ona answers bluntly that he is already mentally prepared. He says he has searched for a long time to get this opportunity, and he will regret it for life if he does not take the risk, adding that if it gets dangerous, the two of them should just leave him behind. Mong Mong laughs, explaining that in the dreamscape, she will not actually die. She will just lose some spiritual power. The main character nods, saying it is the same for him, so there is no need to worry about them. Ona makes a wry face, realizing that he is the only one risking his life. The other two nod instantly. He grips the invitation scroll tightly. Mysterious black smoke gradually surrounds them. The system asks if they want to enter the Hellrank secret dungeon. Black Tower levels 10 to 20. Their vision goes pitch black. All three of them shout in unison, "Enter." In the blink of an eye, the surroundings are filled with nothing but darkness and streaks of light hovering above. A wooden board slides out displaying the text, "Things you need to know about the Black Tower today." Onya begins to read the rules out loud. The Black Tower currently has 4 floors, and you can only ascend after completing the residence challenges. The higher you go, the darker and quieter it gets, and ascending causes gradual memory loss. The system added some taboos. If you lose all your memories, you die. You cannot escape the Black Tower. If a challenge takes more than 20 minutes, you die. And if you don't clear all 4 floors within 4 hours, you also die. Tranbach let out a breath. Luckily, there weren't any unavoidable, unreasonable rules once inside. They would coordinate via private messages. But then he suddenly froze. The system announced that this special map had locked the chat function. His voice dropped low as he realized that sound and light would gradually vanish from here on out, leaving them with only their spiritual power to scout ahead. And that was the craziest part. Tranbach immediately assigned tasks. Everyone had to take out a different item, clearly writing down its name and purpose just in case they lost their memories. Then, he made a few basic hand signals and told the other 2 to memorize them. Mong smiled brightly, suggesting that if they needed to take notes, they could use these gloves. The white palms made them easy to write on, and everyone had 3 spare pairs. He nodded that was enough, but they still needed hand signals in case her ability stopped working. Ona marveled, saying the boss really was a pro. Tranbach raised his hand to make a sign, indicating this meant advance. He pushed his hand horizontally, which meant stop. Pointing down and pulling back meant retreat. 3 minutes later, Ona raised a fist, signaling danger. Mong placed a finger on her lips, meaning silence. He nodded in confirmation. Both of them had memorized it well. Preparations complete, the 3 of them looked at each other. All right, let's go. Tranbach reached out to touch the empty air. The stairs were blocked by an invisible force field. The system chimed in. They had to complete the challenges of 4 residents on floor 1 to ascend to floor 2. Remaining time 3 hours and 59 minutes. He looked up. Let's start with the nearest unit. Saying that, he stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. The door barely opened before a voice from inside shouted, "Get out, you're not welcome here." He smirked, "Not welcome? Well, excuse the intrusion then." He pushed the door open and walked in, asking straight away, "What's the challenge?" The black figure laughed coldly. "You want a challenge? Then listen closely. The condition is to find an item in my house that the other residents of the Black Tower do not possess." Ona looked around. With this much junk, how were they supposed to compare? Mong analyzed the situation. Is it a single unique object, or a unique type of item? Tranbach countered with a question. "If I find a body part of yours, does that count as passing?" He explained calmly, "Just confirming the rules. I'd hate to chop off your arm and submit it, only for you to say everyone has one." Tranbach emphasized, "In that case, I wouldn't clear the challenge, and you'd be missing a hand. That would be a hassle." The black figure's voice dropped. "The challenge isn't simple, but it's not a word game like that." He raised a finger, "And it's not something trivial like a bowl having a different pattern, either." The black figure urged them on. "If you understand, then get looking, and try not to make any noise, you loudmouth." He suddenly realized the entity was targeting him specifically because he was the one making noise. It seemed the aggro was calculated individually, not by team. Tranbach tossed the gloves behind him to Mong. She caught them and immediately understood his intention. Written on the gloves were the words, "Give gift." She slowly stepped forward, making the black figure wary. She raised her hand, creating a streak of red light. Words appeared in the air. "We're starting the search. Please forgive us if we mess up your house." Then she smiled playfully. "Here's a gift for you." The black figure refused. "I won't go easy on you just because of a gift." But she extended it anyway. "Take it, otherwise I'll turn your house upside down." The black figure reluctantly accepted the glass jar. He poured out a beast core that increased all attributes by 10 points. She shook her head confidently. "This is definitely something the other residents don't have." The black figure laughed loudly. "I can't refuse a gift like this. Consider the challenge passed." He turned to look at Onya. Onya held up 2 sheets of paper that clearly stated, "The special items are us the outsiders present only in your house." The black figure read it and nodded, letting them pass. But when they turned around, Tranbach had vanished. The black figure grumbled in annoyance. "Where did that guy go?" From outside the door, he spoke leisurely. "I'm knocking on the neighbors' doors, but they won't open. Looks like I'll need you to call them out for me." The black figure refused flatly. He asked a counter question. "The rules say we must pass the residents' challenges to ascend, but what if there are no residents left on this floor?" As he spoke, he closed the distance on the entity. Tranbach's voice turned cold. "If you disappear, will the resident count drop? I'll give you 2 minutes to call them out, or you can help me test my theory." Upon hearing that, the black figure immediately ran off to call the others. Ona thanked him profusely, but he just shook his head, saying, "I didn't just help you, I was testing the rules." He explained, "Unless contact means instant death, the more we test, the better. Thanks to you two keeping quiet, I noticed a difference in how the residents treat us." A falcon-headed guy rushed out and shouted, "I have never seen an outsider as arrogant as you." He let out a cold laugh. I knocked, and no one answered. I opened the door and you chased me away, so tell me, who was rude first? Maine stepped forward. If you don't want to be friendly, then I won't bother being polite either. Two horns appeared on his head as he continued. I know you guys decide whether we pass or not. He spread his wings wide, his voice booming. I am giving you a chance. Stop stalling and let us pass all the challenges right now. The falcon was furious. You dare act so presumptuous inside the black tower. He pointed a finger. I can see you don't need a chance. A blast of energy shot out, causing the opponent to glow. A moment later, the falcon collapsed, his feathers scattering everywhere in a chaotic mess. The system announced that the number of residents had decreased. It said that completing the challenges of 3 residents on floor 1 was enough. Another guy shouted a threat. This is the price you pay for killing a resident. But before he could even finish his sentence, Maine had already thrown a punch. The system once again noted the decrease in residents, stating the condition to reach floor 2 was still 3 residents. He looked at the remaining 2 dark shadows and asked, "What is your choice?" They immediately ran away. The system reported they had passed room 101 and 103, and the stairs opened up as he said, "Let's go up." The 3 of them stepped up to floor 2, and he remarked that the lighting here was significantly dimmer than on the first floor. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the silent corridor. The black fog was much thicker here, causing Maine to let out a soft sigh. He asked Mong Mong, "Can you feel how much of your memory you have lost?" But as soon as he spoke, he noticed his voice was distinctly quieter, realizing he had to speak much louder to be heard. She wrote down that she had lost very little memory since the trial began, but she could not distinguish anything from before that. Ona was in a similar state. He fell into deep thought. I have lost quite a lot, for example. Then he suddenly pointed at Ona and asked, "Who are you?" Ona panicked and reintroduced himself from group chat 001 up to the present, even mentioning the name Triu Tram. Mong Mong confirmed, "I still remember everything." He nodded. "I have lost more memories than you two, and the black bones on my body are also more numerous. It is probably related to that. If the black bones cover us completely, we might lose all memories and trigger the death rule." Mong Mong was worried because the residents were covered from head to toe. He replied, "The rules for outsiders and residents might be different." Maine decided to try removing the layer of black bones. If his memory returned, it would prove the connection. He closed his eyes, and a burst of light surrounded his body. It was a success. He turned back and said his memory had returned. The black bones are a negative status effect, not a permanent deletion. If you two have skills to remove effects, you can try too. And this is the real danger. Mong Mong took a deep breath, clutching her chest as she activated her power to try and remove the black bones. Onya also gritted his teeth and tried, but both of them shook their heads. "It's no good, we failed." Tran Bak was secretly astonished. Even an SS talent can't remove it. These black bones must be tied to a special authority. Perhaps the only way is to clear the levels quickly to reduce memory loss. The system reported the state skill cooldown was nearly 1 hour. He shook his head. "If I keep killing residents to climb floors, I will lose memories in bulk. If I forget my key skills, I am done for." He weighed his options. "Even if I tell you 2 my abilities, it won't ensure safety if all 3 of us forget. It is best to keep a pace of 1 floor per hour to reduce the risk." Maine spoke in a serious tone. "The second floor has 4 residents. Follow the rules. If you aren't done in 15 minutes, I will handle it myself." Both of them responded in unison. "Understood, Master. Roger that, back die." Entering room 201, the resident demanded they cook 3 dishes. He put on an apron, worked extremely fast, and then asked, "Are you satisfied yet?" The dark shadow nodded. "It is acceptable, you passed." The system announced they passed room 201, taking 14 minutes and 26 seconds. Moving to room 202, the resident told them to exterminate all the snakes in the house. As soon as the words were spoken, he unleashed fire to sweep the room clean. He shrugged. "I'm sure there aren't any left now." The owner was furious because the furniture was scorched. Maine tilted his head defiantly. "Try doing something about it, I dare you." The system announced they passed room 202 in just 3 seconds, arriving at room 203. The resident requested a boxing game match. The opponent in the game was knocked out almost immediately. The system announced that Mong Mong secured victory in 4 minutes and 21 seconds, while Ona finished in just 1 minute and 1 second. When it was his turn, it took over 8 minutes. The Black Shadow still wanted to keep fighting, but he got annoyed and grumbled. Losing a game makes people lose their temper real fast. The opponent resignedly let it slide, counting it as a win for him. The system confirmed they passed room 203, with a total time of 13 minutes and 25 seconds. The next resident claimed that someone was blocked outside, and one of the 3 here was a fake, saying they'd pass if they found the imposter. However, he immediately launched an attack to dispose of the Black Shadow, causing the clone behind it to vanish instantly. He gave a faint cold smile and said, "I don't like doubting my teammates. Mong Mong ran in, asking what was going on, explaining that she had just been blocked by the blacks outside. Onya explained that the resident created a clone to sow discord, but Tran Bak had already taken care of it, and the system opened the stairs to the third floor. He urged everyone to head upstairs, thinking to himself that the black mist on the second floor was much thicker, which meant the third floor would be even more dangerous. Upon reaching the third floor corridor, Onya asked if this was the Hongting Hospital, but he replied that he couldn't hear him clearly. Mong Mong asked back if the two of them were residents. The system displayed the third floor, indicating that light and sound were reduced by 75%. His memory loss was at 44.75%, while the other two had lost over 34%. He observed his surroundings carefully, just confirming the situation took over 10 minutes, because of the severe decline in light and sound quality. However, thanks to his experience on the previous floor, he believed he had found the optimal method to clear this level. He spoke quickly, saying the third floor still had 4 doors, and they needed a blitzkrieg strategy quick battle. Quick victory. Room 301 required them to deduce the culprit in a detective novel. Tran Bak told Onya to stick to the plan, stop wasting time, and take direct action immediately. The black shadow in room 301 was startled when it heard that. A gigantic figure appeared behind Onya, and the resident of room 301 was taken down in the blink of an eye. He reported, "It's done." Room 302 required them to complete an unfinished ancient text. He took the text and skimmed through it once. He handed it over to Mong Mong and asked how long she needed. She confidently replied, 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes later, the resident of room 302 was satisfied and let them pass. The system announced that room 302 was complete. Room 303 was also quickly resolved, and Mong Mong announced, "I'm all done here." He concluded that if a challenge took up too much time, using brute force was the optimal solution. Onya continued to deal with the resident of room 304 in the exact same way. He calculated that by having the two of them help clear the black mist while attacking, they wouldn't lose too much memory even if their skills hadn't fully cooled down. The system opened the 4th floor, light and sound were nearly zero, and Onya's memory dropped drastically. The scene turned black and white, and he realized that on this final floor, he would probably have to be the one protecting the other two. The 4th floor was a large independent apartment with a vast open space. He stopped in front of a familiar symbol, the mark of the Heros Lust sect. He remembered watching a video of clearing the Black Tower in his past life, and the peak had never featured this symbol before. He was certain that while the floors might differ, the top of the tower never had a divine mark. Just then, a voice rang out. The Black Tower manager appeared, asking if he wanted to become a permanent resident or usurp authority. He cut him off coldly, demanding to know why the Heros symbol was there. The manager grew furious at being called by his real name. Horns appeared on his head as he activated his mind control ability. The system explained that the ability could control creatures with lower mental strength, so he immediately suppressed the opponent. The manager froze. The suppression was successful. He asked about the origin of the symbol, and the manager explained that the Mother Goddess had brought them to the Tower of Darkness, so they drew the symbol to honor her. He asked if the Tower of Darkness was the Black Tower. The manager confirmed that every black building was a part of it, but before he could finish speaking, he self-destructed. The system announced that the manager was dead and the dungeon was complete. He could leave at any time. The Hell Mode Black Tower had been conquered for the first time, and the system asked if he wanted to release a guide video. Outside, the black mist vanished. Onya was overjoyed that the mission was complete and prepared to use the scroll to claim the reward. The scroll dissolved into thin air. Onya felt that something was strange, and Mong Mong nodded in agreement. He realized it was the sensation of being watched by a deity. That scroll was actually a summoning item for Heroes. Immediately after that, her face appeared right in front of them. Heroes glanced around with utter disdain, calling them mere mortals. He was taken aback, never expecting to run into her so early in this timeline. While she praised them for conquering the Black Tower and wanted to take a closer look, she remarked that his soul and heart were quite unique, and he even bore a mark on his body that piqued her interest. Heroes asked for his name and questioned whether he knew who she was. He politely introduced himself as Tran Bak, mentioning he had traded with her subordinate Ledoux and sensed a divine presence the moment she appeared. She let out an amused laugh and asked him what kind of reward he desired. He declined the offer, stating that he did not need anything for himself. He requested to pass all the rewards to his teammates instead, so Heroes turned to Onya and asked what he wanted. Onya did not hesitate for a second, saying he wanted a suitable class. Heroes smiled, promising to grant him the full reward, and mentioned she had committed the name Tran Bak to memory, marking the beginning of a tangled web of fate with the gods. Heroes kept her word, and just a few minutes later Onya received the SS rank Shadow Dancer class change scroll, described as a night that shrouds the sky and swallows all vision. Not purely destructive, but enough to end everything, requiring level 10 and clearing the Black Tower. He held the scroll in his hands, lifting it up like a precious treasure. Onya turned around and asked, "Boss Bak, Mong, is this really an SS rank item?" Tranbach also paused, feeling that while an SS rank reward was deserved, something felt off, or maybe Hirose was just making him overthink things. His natural curiosity kicked in, and he decided he had to get to the bottom of this. He used the Maso Lamon ring to enter his internal space and asked Sa Tang what the Black Tower actually was. Sa Tang laughed, explaining that it was the divine kingdom of the god of darkness, who had been heavily injured by the Lord of Light and fell into a deep slumber, leaving the hidden tower as a juicy prize that no one could touch. Listening to this, he realized that when the universal trial opened, the Black Tower would become part of the game, paving the way for evolvers to enter. Satang added that someone coveted the power of darkness and had started infiltrating it from the inside. The main character chuckled softly, suggesting that they could replace the tower manager with their own people and manipulate the highest rewards. Satang praised his sharp intellect, noting that this method of dividing power was both safe and ensured the god of darkness would not be awakened. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Realizing this was the perfect first step to seizing the power of darkness, Tranbach realized that in his past life, Hirose had used this exact method to fragment the power and distribute favors, gaining both profit and loyalty. He looked at the scroll and sighed, knowing that once created it could not be returned, and interfering now would only cause trouble, so it was better to prioritize strengthening his teammates first. Snapping out of his thoughts, he told O. Now there was no problem and to go ahead with the class change, as the upcoming mission for Company X might rely on him. Ona immediately and successfully changed his class to the SS rank Shadow Dancer. He asked the main character to take a look at his class panel. The main character read every line clearly, noting that each level increased agility and spirit. The Endless Darkness power boosted attributes in the dark, and skills included covering the area in night and the Killing Dance, which increased multipliers based on the number of enemies defeated. He nodded, explaining that this class leaned heavily on agility and environmental control, which could be explosive if used well, but warned him not to get so obsessed with speed that he forgot the true essence of darkness. Ona's eyes lit up when he heard the part about becoming a god, and he burned with determination. Mong reminded him softly that her master had not looked at her class yet. He smiled, saying that while they had shown him the important things, it was safer if fewer people knew the specific details. The young girl nodded happily, her trust in him remaining absolute. Watching Ona leave, he silently evaluated him as someone who knew how to be patient for the sake of a goal, making him a reliable ally. Mong opened access to her panel, showing the SS rank Nightmare class, which added 40 spirit points per level and possessed the Dream Eater power, allowing her to devour dreams and permanently increase her attributes. He analyzed that the key for her was spirit power, meaning the stronger she became, the more terrifying the class would be, which fit her natural talents perfectly. Ona brought back an equipment box dropped by the manager, telling the two of them to take their pick first. The main character stepped back and let them choose, and Mong opened it. She found a B-rank Divine Body Forging skill book. She immediately picked it, apologizing because she really needed it, but Ona just laughed and told her to go ahead. He confirmed he wasn't taking anything, directing them to put the leftover items into the shared storage. Ona held up the Black Tower Manager card, which allowed him to log in as a manager and set 3 rules for outsiders, including a rule that could even force them to die. The main character told him to keep it, saying it suited him much better than it did himself or Mong. The system announced that Chat Group 001 of the Dragon Kingdom faction had successfully conquered the Special Hell Dungeon for the first time. Anthony punched the wall in fury, unable to stomach the fact that they had secured the top world ranking for zombies and achieved the first clear of the Black Tower. He scrolled through looking for a walkthrough but found nothing, remembering that the main character hadn't posted a guide in a long time. Anthony figured the guy was probably hiding his true strength after he finished building the city. The forums were blowing up because there wasn't a video guide. Some people were calling him selfish, while others defended him. Onya explained that the Black Tower changes every time, so he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Anthony felt pretty fed up, thinking those entitled people were just ridiculous. I mean, who said anyone was obligated to share their secrets? Meanwhile, back at Onya's place, Ona sent a message saying someone had bought a ticket to the Black Tower, just to prove they weren't selfish, and they were planning to livestream the whole thing. Right at that moment, Tranbach opened the door and walked in, and Tu Quing greeted him with a cheerful smile. He figured she hadn't gone into the zombie world and asked to meet him instead, because she must have found something worth exchanging for points. She bragged that White Emperor City now had a core supercomputer and automated assembly lines, but they were still missing high-level blueprints. She mentioned that the zombie world offered a chance to exchange for a lot of complete blueprints, so she was really tempted. She started listing things off like generators, vehicles, weapons, and even biological pharmaceutical production lines. But since they didn't have enough points for everything, she asked him what he planned to do with the hundreds of thousands of points he was holding. He replied that naturally, he would use them to develop White Emperor City, since he hadn't seen anything else he personally needed yet. He told her to put together a list of the essentials, and he would go out and earn some more points. She blushed and told him he had been working for 2 days straight, so he should rest a bit, adding that the girls would take care of his relaxation. 2 days later, he arrived at the Company X headquarters to carry out a special mission. Once inside, he realized that a fierce conflict had definitely taken place here. He wondered if anyone else had an access card to get in, but then he spotted a dangerous-looking lightning pillar. The pillar discharged a bolt of electricity the moment it detected an intruder. The main character took a defensive stance, carefully observing the trajectory of the electricity. His 2 mutated arms helped him dodge every single strike, and then he destroyed the pillar before landing safely inside. He suspected that either the defense system was still active, or someone was controlling it remotely. He opened the chat box and saw a message from Mizukawa saying you had to use an identity card to enter through the main gate. If you didn't, the lightning tower would attack you, and he added, "Don't ask me how I know." He laughed out loud, realizing he wasn't the only one who had gotten zapped. Before his eyes stood a clean, modern city, completely different from the empty lot that was there at the beginning. He decided to head to the Research and Development Center, a place that housed hundreds of laboratories. Stopping in front of room 940, his gut instinct told him the virus was right here. He activated his detection ability. Inside was a glowing green test tube. The system analyzed it as the X73 virus raw fluid, a failed vaccine product that was actually purer than the original. He noted that since it was in its raw fluid form, the purity level was unusually high. He absorbed it, receiving 50 virus points and 200 special virus evolution points. He was satisfied because these evolution points were rare, but he still felt like he was lacking in quantity. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flashed past, and he sensed an extremely intense virus aura approaching him. Turning his head, he saw a red python lunging at him with terrifying speed. The monster smashed through the glass doors, its massive body sliding into the hall with its mouth wide open, ready to attack. And here's where things got intense. Tran Bak landed on the ground with extreme calm, standing opposite the beast in a high-alert defensive stance. Python's massive, elongated body was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine with just a single glance. Tran Bak immediately activated observation from the system, and 3 seconds later, the results popped up. Mutated Golden Python, a level 30 boss. It used to be a high-ranking director's pet before being used as a test subject. It survived the chaos and absorbed the mutated X-Virus, giving it insane stats and a whole set of feral beast skills. Knowing it was a boss, he just smirked, his eyes filled with excitement, like he had just stumbled upon a treasure trove. But the moment he let his guard down, the Golden Python took the opportunity to ram him hard, knocking him backward just as a loud noise erupted from a nearby building. He glanced over and realized other evolvers had entered the dungeon, different regions, different factions. Conflict was just a matter of time, so he looked decisively at the boss, determined to take it down quickly before things got any messier. Suddenly, 2 eerie arms stretched out and grabbed him, lifting one of his legs into the air unexpectedly. What the hell was going on? The other arm tightened its grip around his hand, preventing him from fighting back. A massive explosion booms out, and the ground cracks open like it just took a full-force slam. Watching from a distance, Bak Vien crosses his arms and laughs triumphantly, controlling that arm himself and feeling sure that Bak D is done for this time. His teammates warn him not to celebrate too early since it is Bak D, but they figure nobody can withstand a level 30 boss going all out. Through the gray smoke, the Golden Python's eyes still glow bright yellow like headlights in the dead of night. Bak Vien screams a warning as the boss charges, but strangely, its target shifts to the 3 of them instead. His face goes pale, realizing that if the boss changed targets, then Bak D must have already been taken down. Don Mai trembles and denies it, pointing her finger straight ahead, saying something isn't right. They see him pressing against the snake's body, silently draining its demonic energy until the boss collapses, earning 1000 EXP and 1000 virus points. Then he turns to deal with the dirty players. Since he was ambushed, he shows no mercy, opening his hand to cast Soul Fire. From the main character's hand, streaks of black and purple light extend outward like a deadly spider web. He uses the boss's remaining body to counterattack, and Bak Vien takes the first hit, defeated instantly with a terrified scream. The system immediately announces the defeat of an evolver from a different faction, granting 2000 EXP and +3 reputation. Lytran screams in panic, saying they're dead meat and telling everyone to run. Donmai cries and begs for mercy, while the main character looks at their terrified faces and asks softly, "You want to run?" 3 seconds later, the other two are also taken down, adding another 2000 EXP and 3 reputation points. The golden python falls, but he uses its massive body to absorb it, even though the large size slows him down a bit. Just as he finishes off the 3 of them, he turns around to see 2 more groups entering the dungeon, and then Diet grins, asking what he is doing. Tuhayan spots it immediately, realizing he is absorbing the giant python, and that his main body will be weak while the ability is active. Thienkoi gives a cold laugh, saying they should take this chance to kill him right now. Thuatrak raises his weapon enthusiastically, and the whole group charges in to finish off the main character. He is momentarily startled by the sudden coordinated attack, but not because of fear, it is because someone else has already stepped in to clean up that mess for him. Tu Swan and Ba Vuong appear looking incredibly cool, declaring they will handle this bunch, making the main character sigh in relief that his teammates have arrived. The two of them coordinate perfectly like a dynamic duo, and in no time, nobody is left standing. Other members also show up one by one, teasing that with such low skills, those guys actually dared to touch Bakti. Anya laughs with delight, saying that having the numbers advantage but still losing means they were just too overconfident. Ding Din also runs over, smiling brightly and saying that Bakti is never alone. Hantiu steps out and announces with great authority that chat group 001 has fully assembled. Liu Vuong, Liu Ho, and Fuang Trung are all there, only missing a few people who don't have high-level identity cards like Diep 2. Mong Mong pokes her head out playfully, declaring that the master is here to steal some kills. Seeing all his brothers and sisters gathered together, he actually feels really touched. Lion Tian stands in front to block the enemy and provoke them, while the main character receives the special devouring mutation, boosting H-Light virus and reducing evolution consumption. He reminds Lian Tian not to attack the people who didn't raise a hand against him earlier. He nods but confirms that anyone planning to touch Bak D shouldn't expect to get away with it. Members of 001, from core to regular, all join the battle, each splitting up to handle their own targets. On the rooftop, 2 mysterious figures are watching, and a subordinate asks if they should intervene. The other person replies coldly, saying no need, as they won't harm innocent people, saying that Laka leaves because this place doesn't have what they need, while in another building, a young girl silently watches. She assesses that her side has too few forces, so she can't make a move yet. It seems like the main character senses that gaze, as he constantly looks up to observe the buildings. He wonders why those strong auras from earlier disappeared, and while thinking, he sees his teammates gathered in front of him. Lian Tian reports that the central area has been cleared and almost belongs to 001 now. He smiles and orders everyone to split up and search, then gather back up afterwards. The main character gently warns that some enemies might fake a retreat to ambush them, so everyone needs to stay alert. The whole group responds in unison that they understand. They acted decisively, giving short answers to set his mind at ease. Mrs. Vuong, representing the team of 3, also confirmed the mission. As for him, he took the chance to ask the system to look up data on gene warriors, and the blueprint for a basic gene serum, which required the blood of a creature level 30 or higher. Standing in the executive office, he clicked his tongue in appreciation because the documents allowed for mass production, making it incredibly attractive for evolvers with low potential. He even thought that if he could use the blood of a Shu Mountain beast, it would be even more perfect. While he was daydreaming about the future, a noise came from behind, causing the main character to instantly spin around on high alert. It turned out to be Lian Tian holding a red hammer, excitedly showing off some good loot he just found. It was the Sovereign Soul Refining Pond, capable of adding a skill to a soul artifact and scaling with growth, requiring a Brank soul artifact or higher. He suggested that Tranbach use it, but our protagonist declined since it did not suit him, even offering to help upgrade the other guy's bloodline to Srank instead. Hearing that, Lian Tian got excited and handed the item over to him immediately. He tossed the refining pond toward the main character, calling out, "Bakdi," in a very affectionate tone. He stepped back to dodge, and right at that moment, Lian Tian revealed his true colors. It was not the Thunder God but Anthony. It was a trap. Anthony deformed like an insect, his fused power revealed, radiating danger. He planned to take advantage of the moment the main character was alone to use the soul-linking pool to take him down. But all he got in return was a loud explosion, because the boy had smashed through the wall and escaped out the window. The failed plan made Anthony furious, convinced that even if his target was not dead, he must be injured. Anthony was confident in the mantis shrimp impact he had just unleashed, fusing constitution and willpower to spike his strength 50 times over in a split second. Thinking of that, he laughed in delight, believing that no one could retreat unscathed after such a strike. But he forgot his opponent was Tranbach. The main character's voice rang out right behind him, admitting that the move was indeed very strong, which made Anthony freeze. He stepped out in a monster variant form, laughing coldly as he said that if he had not been on guard, he would have been critically injured, but it was too bad the bait smelled way too obvious. Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "You recognized me." Tran Bak rattled off the information SS rank talent, rank mage class faction Lighthouse Nation, while secretly thinking that in his past life, this guy also had quite a reputation. Then he bluntly replied, "Since you dared to make a move, surely you are prepared to pay the price, right?" Anthony lost all his arrogance, his face turning ashen as he realized clearly that in a head-on fight, he stood no chance. He threw a balloon to block the path and then leaped back through the hole, activating his fusion transformation to speed up his escape. A red hot air balloon hovered in midair, obstructing the view. Knowing he could not win, he still glanced back to see if the main character could escape the chasing balloon or not. A voice rang out from behind him, asking why he was running so fast and saying that since he gifted so many good items, a return gift was in order, followed by a strike crashing down. That blow was extremely harsh, but Anthony had not yet completely disappeared. His body stretched and split in two, startling the main character. Was there about to be two Anthonys? Guessing this was an earthworm-style regeneration, he immediately trapped the opponent in high-level mystic fire to finish him off for good. A moment later, there was still no kill notification from the system, making him feel uneasy. Looking at the pile of black ash on the ground, he felt suspicious. Perhaps it was just a clone, and the main body was still somewhere else. Sure enough, Anthony's main body was at the villa, angrily pounding the floor, shaking with indignation and shame. Sweating profusely with eyes full of terror, he could not believe that so soon after the fusion, there was already someone this powerful. On a nearby building, a young female reporter was recording, unable to help exclaiming that Bak D and Team 001 were just too awesome. She checked the video again, realizing the person who had just been ambushed was Anthony from the leaderboard, while she herself was from the battlefield reporter class. Pushing up her glasses, she chuckled to herself. She struck gold this time. Her camera was about to get an upgrade. Not long after, the Evolver forum exploded with the video of Team 001 conquering the dungeon and the battle between Bak and Anthony, with viewing fees ranging from 50 silver to 1 gold. Comments blew up. Some praised 001 for being domineering, others complained the fee was expensive, but the majority were shocked because no one could even touch Bak D. Ignoring the buzzing forum, Team 001 split up to find clues, with Thai Xuan complaining that the administration building had nothing interesting. Tran Hu corrected him, saying that administrative documents were extremely valuable in the long run. Meng Meng added details about the virus origin and global reports, stating that after the world fusion, this would be a treasure trove of information. Another group handled the data center defense system as intruder alerts rang out continuously. Seeing the electric grid blocking the way, Lian Tian unleashed his lightning power, chanting a spell in a low voice. Surrounded by electricity, he still leisurely passed through, while the system constantly reported that the main server was in critical danger. He snapped a sharp remark, then gathered lightning into his fist and punched straight through the iron door. The door burst open. Lian Tian grabbed the I core from Company X, bringing the headquarters exploration progress to 80%. Inside the weapons center, the main character glanced over a series of firearms, equipment, and potions. The system announced that the exploration was 100% complete. He looked at the arsenal with regret, realizing his backpack hadn't been upgraded yet, so he couldn't carry it all. He felt satisfied. This time the armed strength of the White Emperor had risen to a whole new level. All participants received 100,000 EXP and 20,000 conversion points. The whole group agreed to meet up outside Company X in the afternoon. He asked if everyone was out yet and told them that anyone with unused items should trade right there on the spot. First up was the X5A I core that Lian Tian had brought back. It was a top-tier item capable of perfectly controlling machinery, but it consumed a massive amount of electricity. Lian Tian tossed it up and down with sheer delight. The main character said he had a use for it and asked what he wanted in return. Lian Tian immediately gave it to him without hesitation. He joked around with Fuang Trung, and was even demanded to use the proper nickname God King. He said he would negotiate a price, but Fuang Trung waved his hand, saying it was useless to keep it anyway. He was straightforward, saying that thanks to the White Emperor's intel, the exploration went smoothly, so he wanted to gift it. The main character wouldn't let his teammates suffer a loss. He offered to trade 100 sets of crank equipment, along with 3 Brank technological devices. Fuang Trung was overjoyed because it was exactly what he needed, while Lian Tian just laughed and said he didn't need anything else. Even so, he still gifted him a specialized electric whip. The whip had multiple power levels and created a defensive magnetic field. It required the user to have the lightning attribute at rank 20 or higher. He pretended to be regretful, saying he would probably sell it on the forum. Lian Tian immediately backed down and begged for the trade, making the whole group burst into laughter. His humorous image made the atmosphere feel much lighter. Meng Meng and Thai Xuan reported that they had found clues about the Psychic Research Institute and suggested sharing it with the group. The main character reminded them clearly of Rule 001. Whoever finds it either investigates it themselves or sells it for a trade. There is no such thing as a free handout. Thai Xuan nodded in agreement with that transparent regulation. He put the clue up for sale, and Han Tiao immediately agreed to buy it. Ba Vuong brought out a gun to trade, and Fuang Trung excitedly bought it. The group was discussing enthusiastically when suddenly, he turned around abruptly. The female reporter was startled and ducked behind the wall, worried she had been discovered. She used her invisibility skill to reassure herself, thinking they were just dividing the spoils. But he was already perched casually on the wall, calling down to her, saying that what she just thought wasn't wrong either. A mischievous smile was clearly visible on the main character's face. The reporter stammered, calling out to the White Emperor. She explained that she had no ill intentions. He replied calmly that he wasn't there to take her down. He even promised that in 2 days, he would provide a big scoop for her to cover. Hearing that, her eyes lit up. She asked if he could reveal a little bit beforehand so she could post it on the forum. He thought to himself that she truly was the top information broker from his past life. Then he said he would trade points for a production line before the worlds merged, and invited her to visit. She probed cautiously, asking if he intended to hire her for promotion. The main character asked back, "Don't you want to?" She agreed to collaborate, and even asked for an exclusive interview. He told her he would contact her when the time was right, and sent a friend request while waiting for her message. 2 days later, she set foot on the mountain path behind White Emperor City, still feeling giddy and unable to believe it. Looking at the massive scene before her eyes, she was amazed that she had arrived here just from the photo he sent. The main character teased her, saying that was his capability, and if she was curious, she should figure it out herself. Her professional instincts kicked in. The reporter told herself that no matter what, she had to dig up this secret. Tranbach crossed his arms and recalled that if he didn't trust Mong Mong's absolute discretion, he wouldn't have let that woman step foot in here. The person welcoming her also included Tong Tu Quinn, who was introducing the industrial zone ahead. The young lady responded excitedly right away, saying the machinery was all ready. Standing from high up and looking down, her eyes went wide at the massive scale. It truly was nothing short of extraordinary. A mini camera flew out to capture the panorama. Tu Quinn warned her not to fly it too high, because White Emperor City had an extremely strict anti-reconnaissance and air defense system. The reporter gave a playful wink and told him to rest easy, assuring him that no one would be able to track down their specific location from her photos. After more than 10 minutes of snapping pictures non-stop, she flashed a bright smile and asked where they were heading next. He and Tu Quinn led her to the pharmaceutical production line, introducing the Serum X-168, which could destroy low to mid-tier zombie viruses, along with various other inhibitors. Next was the XS-102, which triggered potential and massively boosted attributes, though it came with a period of weakness afterward. Then there was the Radiance Potion 20.05, allowing the user to see in absolute darkness. Just hearing about it was enough to make anyone drool. The Recovery Solution X15 could heal injuries and restore mental power at an incredibly fast rate, but due to a shortage of electricity, they could only produce 1 vial a day. Tu Quinn acted generously, handing the very first vial over as a gift to the female reporter. She shyly refused at first, feeling that it was far too precious, especially since it was the very first product off the line. The main character encouraged her to take it, calling it payment for the promotion, but she straightened her posture and insisted that she was a reporter, not someone doing advertisements. She firmly stated that even if her work had a promotional nature, she never wrote for the sole purpose of advertising. He'd not say much, simply shoving the tube of medicine straight into her hand. Then he smiled and claimed that advertising was just spreading the truth, causing her to laugh and accuse him of twisting logic as she followed him to the weapons manufacturing area. The showroom opened up, revealing complete sets of equipment displayed right before their eyes. Tu Quinn explained that most were C rank, but the set effects were evaluated by him to be on par with a strong B rank. Since components could be swapped to change the effects, the reporter gasped in admiration, saying that they were about to strike it rich. However, Tu Quinn confessed that it took 2 or 3 days just to produce 1 set, so they could hardly call it a fortune just yet. The reporter gave a thumbs up, telling them to leave the media side of things to her. A few days later, the article exploded with a shocking headline about Bakhti's score and the production line. The video charged 1 copper coin, yet netizens watched it in droves. She sat there reading the comments, unable to stop smiling from ear to ear. The numbers skyrocketed, and then the announcement of a live stream to conquer the Hongvei Meat Factory dungeon in 1 hour sent the forum into a frenzy. Tu Quinn apologized, explaining that the central area was off limits for tours, and since it was almost time for the live stream, they had to leave. Tiu Tran looked a bit bewildered, but she nodded in agreement anyway. Tranbach appeared and proposed signing a non-disclosure agreement regarding information related to him, Bakhti City and Group 001. She puffed out her cheeks, telling him he was too calculating and asking if he was trying to drag her onto his pirate ship, insisting that reporters should remain neutral. He leaned close to her ear and whispered that this was simply their way of protecting themselves. He added that if she did not agree, he would not force her. Then he started counting down 3, 2, 1. She hurriedly told him to stop and demanded benefits, so he promised to provide exclusive news only to her. Tiu Tran looked astonished, asking if it would really be just for her. She took a deep breath and agreed to sign, officially jumping on board. In the central area, Tuquain introduced the supercomputer core combined with an AI core, but the AI required a first command from its master and consumed a massive amount of electricity. He gave the order to begin activation. Tuquain immediately followed through with the operations. The room went dark and the giant core appeared with a lifelike human silhouette inside. The AI, calling itself T&D, greeted its master and introduced its capabilities in management, creation, combat, and cyber defense. The main character asked if its previous owner was Company X. The AI replied that the old owner had perished, and it now belonged to Bakdi City, handing the source code key over to him. The system confirmed that this was the AI core key, granting the highest authority over T&D. He remarked that just the activation alone had drained nearly all their power, so he wanted to know its true value. T&D proposed an optimized power plan, suggesting it go into hibernation afterwards, estimating it would double its efficiency. He accepted, promising to find enough electricity to wake it up again, and the AI replied that it would wait for its master. The main character reminded Tiu Tran to prepare for the live stream, but she was still dazed by the AI she had just seen. She listed off Bak Di's reputation and the difficulty level ranging from 10 to 18, but he just laughed and told her it was nothing special, asking her not to hype it up too much. He reminded her to worry about herself first, promising he would show her something eye-opening in a bit. The system announced that they had entered the Hongwei Meat Factory instance, difficulty level 10 to 18. Right upon entry, they saw a whole horde of zombies, leaving Tiu Tran stunned by the sheer number of them. The system asked if he wanted to designate Evolver Tiu Tran to follow him on the battlefield. She urged him to hurry up and agree. The main character confirmed it, and she laughed, saying, "As long as you don't drop, I'm safe." The follower buff increased vision by 35% and all attributes by 10%, which he judged to be a pretty decent skill. Wherever he walked, zombies dropped like flies, and the audience screamed as they recognized the move from a previous video. Comments flooded in asking if the skill consumed resources, while back home Fuang Trung simply remarked that he was just live streaming monster killing. Hearing that, the father could only sigh helplessly. Fuang Trung analyzed that he wasn't showing off his equipment at all, even though he had just promoted the factory. Minister Fuang said his reputation was already solid, so launching a live stream definitely had another purpose. Tu Quain ordered them to push the promotion hard because this instance was the first step for White Emperor City to make big money. Scene change, he pulled out a map. Tiu Tran was surprised since it was their first time entering, but he explained that data from before the apocalypse was still usable. She recorded a video, reminding everyone to take notes on the experience. The audience asked for more secret tips about the instance. He moved while sharing that he divided instances into combat lore and special types, each with a different formation mechanism. Lore instances are the type that appears the most. They form from legends, events, or stories remaining in the world. By this time, he had entered the slaughterhouse. Tran Bak said there were always hidden clues and instances to supplement the lore, so Tiu Tran asked if finding them would make clearing the stage easier. He explained that wasn't necessarily true. Finding clues might open hidden areas and trigger new bosses, causing the difficulty to skyrocket, especially since special instances were almost certainly harder. He emphasized one point: exploration must be done with extreme caution. When asked if he would look for clues, he replied there was no need since he had already pinpointed the boss's location, so he would just handle it directly. After saying that, the main character quietly moved forward, while the audience watched eagerly, but complained that they couldn't learn this method because he always took shortcuts. He turned back to the camera and warned them not to imitate fighting bosses recklessly, or they might run into one with extreme difficulty. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying force blew the factory doors open, instantly making the atmosphere tense as a wire. He calmly leaned to the side, dodging the two flying doors. In front of them was a muscular monster like a mountain of meat. One look and you knew it was a nasty type of zombie. But he corrected that this was a special variant, not a regular meat mountain, as the boss stood towering before the camera lens. Tiu Tran immediately panned the camera for a close-up to record it. The level 18 boss was named Virus Aggregate. Its body was condensed from countless virus-infected flesh and blood rather than having the infinite eating trait. It swung its weapon to attack, but he dodged neatly, asked if she was done filming, and then prepared to strike. Hearing the confirmation, the main character stepped up and unleashed a blow. The hit landed squarely on the target. The monster collapsed instantly, but he said it wasn't over yet and told her to film that pile of meat carefully. Tiu Tran realized there was no completion notification yet, suspecting this was just a part of the boss. He explained that the true body was parasitic inside that pile of dead flesh. The pure virus mass revealed itself and tried to escape, while he calmly watched, knowing the flesh was just a shell. The main character said to follow it to see where it would lead, and she immediately agreed. Scene change: right before their eyes were live livestock not yet infected with the virus, shocking the audience since they hadn't seen fresh meat in a long time. Tiu Tran said 10 trucks carrying livestock appeared, noting that unmutated animals like these were almost never seen outside anymore. A man wearing a tank top stepped out and called for someone to receive the goods. While he was looking for people, the virus mass prepared to ambush him. He quickly restrained it, and the man panicked, asking, "Who are you, and what is that thing?" He warned that the place was dangerous, set the goods down, and left immediately. Back at the Jiang City office, Tu Quinn analyzed how he had altered the storyline, preventing the boss from entering Phase 2, and even securing extra benefits for himself. She confirmed his deduction about the fresh meat source was correct and ordered a huge reward for the intel team if this dungeon could truly be farmed for infinite meat. She also promised that their families would have free access to the supply and share in the profits from the meat source. She demanded they broadcast far and wide that dedicating oneself to White Emperor City brings rewards beyond imagination, and Luckli accepted the mission.